known this for a long time. There's a very famous document. It's called it's the Transport Canada document from 1952, I believe. Wilbert Smith. Okay, so the Wilbert Smith document of UFO document Canada. This guy was at the Ministry of Transportation, was invited to go to the United States, and in the document it clearly states that he was introduced to a group. It's the highest, it's the most well-kept secret, something like that, of the in the United States government. It's the biggest secret, in the United States government, ranked above the H-bomb. Okay? And the second line said, flying saucers are real. And a group of people headed by Dr. Vannevar Bush are attempting to reverse engineer the technology. This is a real government document with the government of Canada. So the government of Canada knew stuff back then. How much, I don't know. And I don't pretend to think somebody knows. I don't know. All this to say that this is something that I've been highly involved in since I was a very young kid. I was at 87, I think I was 12 years old or something like that. And my grandfather had told me the story when I was 9. So I knew about it. I was interested when I was 9 years old. I'm 50 now, so it's like 41 years. And I got into MUFON. I did the whole thing. And eventually, MUFON, I went up to a certain point, and then I decided to stop because, it's funny because I stopped not because I was not interested in flying saucers. I stopped because I started getting interested in girls.
That's what they'll do to you.
You know what I mean? So I needed to get laid.
Yeah, okay? It's at least you're being honest.
Exactly. So it was like either I keep only doing this and I only hang out with guys that are like not showering enough, because at the time there's a lot of geeks involved.
You're like, look, I love exploring the universe, but I'm gonna explore that ass for a bit, and I'll be right back.
So for me, it was like, I gotta take this a pause. Fuck the aliens.
Yeah.
And I remember when I did that, I kept everything.
I'd rather get confused by what a woman's telling me.
Exactly. And I remember I kept a box in my closet. It was all the shit I had accumulated over the years. I put it all in a box, and I said, I'll leave that there. I was a teenager. All I was thinking of was girls, going out, having fun. And I think I got back into it a little bit on and off, but never deep. I always kept my membership with MUFON, funny enough, but I never really did anything with it. And eventually, I think it was like beginning of my 30s, I came back into my life, and I was like, and now I'm working. I'm not working with anything to do with flying saucers. I have a job. I'm building a career. I'm building myself. Like when you're building your life, right? And you're UFOs for all those years. If you talked about UFOs, you were guaranteed not to get hired. You're guaranteed not to get laid. Everything was bad. It was like talking about, I like pedophiles.
Yeah, you might take a beating.
Yeah, exactly. So I never talked about it because I knew I was going to get laughed at it. So I'm like, it wasn't even part of my conversations. Eventually, in 1997, it was the 50th anniversary of the Roswell crash. And in 97, I think I was 22. And I remember almost wanting to get back into it because it was on TV. Bill Clinton was the president, and they had a press conference. The Pentagon had a press conference, and the guy, this military guy, comes up and he says, we are. We're going to tell you what happened in 1947. And they showed pictures of because they knew there was bodies that were recovered.
I thought, were they human? And
no,
they were.
No, they were not. And there was 4 bodies that were recovered. They were clearly not human. But the military, this guy is saying they were test dummies that the government was throwing out of planes to see about parachutes.
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah. And I remember thinking, that is fucking ridiculous, because these test dummies were like 6'5". They were huge. When everybody who was at Roswell, at the airfield, or at the hospital talked about these little tiny bodies that were burnt or charred, and they looked like kids.
Yeah, you're also children. Not going to take a test dummy to a hospital.
Thank you. Exactly. So, and they were showing this, And I'll never forget getting mad, going, "This is bullshit." Like,
Who's gonna believe this?
and people were believing it. And so it almost got me back in. And then I'm like, no, I'm still
wanna get laid.
I still want, exactly. So, but I kept following. And then eventually in my 30s, I'm like, okay, and I also saw a little change with people. People were, because the X-Files had come out. And I remember even I actually had a really shitty thing that happened to me on my prom night. So my prom night, the whole school is there in this auditorium, and we were receiving our diplomas.
And I got probed.
Heavily.
It
Twice.
was a terrifying experience.
But she was hot. So the head of the school is up there, and he's calling everybody, and every time he names a name, he says something about them, like, like, oh, Cal, because he's a great football player, or, John, and then he names my name, and he says, oh, Luigi, because he believes in aliens, and everybody starts laughing on my prom night.
Oh,
So that really fucked. Well, that was like, what the fuck, So I was like the joke of the evening. Like, they gave him take this thing, and I was pissed off because I'm like, that sucks. That. So I remember saying to a whole bunch of people that were laughing at me that night, I'll never forget it. They were all laughing, and I said, you know
I'm gonna
what?
kill all of you
No.
in a mass shooting.
Get the right one. But so I said, one day, all of you are going to be apologizing to me. I said, but not for the right reason. I said, imagine, I called this out back when I graduated. It was like 1989, 1990, or 91. I said, one day, there's going to be a TV show that is going to tell you that the government is hiding UFOs and flying saucers and all this stuff.
And you're gonna believe it.
And you're going to believe it. And it's a TV show. It won't even be real. And you're going to apologize to me. Many years later, I met with a whole bunch. It was like a school reunion, I guess, high school reunion. And a whole bunch of them, hey, man, we saw that you're into this UFO stuff. That's so real. That's so real. And I said, remember when I said, you've been watching the X-Files. Yeah, man, because that shit's like, and I'm like, exactly. A TV show made you believe in this, but not actual data. Evidence, right?
Or logic. The thing with the dummies, we had them in the hospital. Like, what are you talking about?
You see? So it was interesting to have that happen because it was like, I called it out. I knew that was going to happen, which is a lot of people. But the good thing was the X-Files actually did do a good job at making people be a little bit more open to it. So I started getting back in. And that's how I kind of got back to the point where it took me a few years. And then I eventually became the national director here in Canada for MUFON. So I was in charge of all investigations. Initially I was working with a very good friend of mine. His name is Marc Saint-Germain, who was the national director. He was at my party as well, by the way. Marc is probably one of the most well-versed guys in a lot of this stuff. He's written many books. I have an enormous amount of respect for him because he's one of those he doesn't just take information and goes, okay, that's cool. He really goes and does deep dives into stuff. So I was always, I always admired him. I always considered him to be my go-to guy if I needed information on stuff. I was more involved in the abduction stuff. He was more involved in the government papers, programs, and all that. So we would share a lot of information. Eventually, I became the director. And being director of MUFON is boring. It's not fun. It's actually boring because what you're doing now is, first of all, you don't get paid for being at MUFON. It's all volunteer work. So there's a lot of people who become field investigators. Some of them are excellent. Some of them are not. And you have to manage that. And then a lot of people are easily sold into this shit. It's like, oh, I saw a light in the sky. Oh, you saw a UFO. No, you saw Venus.
I saw a legit UFO.
I believe it.
No, I saw a legit UFO that I bring up sometimes. I'll tell you right now, maybe you know what it is. It was around the year 2000. I remember this because I had a camcorder.
Yeah.
I had one. Remember the scratch tickets? They still exist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to play, but I still played. It was that day. You know, when you could buy cigarettes.
And you won?
I had a camcorder. It was at my house. I used to make home movies. This is why I remember it. So on Wilderton and Cuts and Catherine, there's a good community center. I would go play there. There was a sports center. I'm walking up the hill, and there's something that stopped in the air to the point where the 129 stopped on both sides. People came out of the buses to look at it. So everyone was looking at it. It wasn't in my head. I was so mesmerized that I was like, oh, I got to go home and get my camcorder. This is something that should be documented.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time I went home and came back, it was gone, and everyone started. But the fact that everyone had come out and they were all looking at it.
What did it look like?
I can't remember because my memory and how far it was, if it was a saucer or if it was long.
Yeah.
I think it was long. In my head, I still remember it being long, but it had stopped. It was just in the air. It just stopped in the air.
Isn't that something?
Everyone got out and was looking at it. Both buses stopped. Traffic stopped because people wanted to take a look at it.
Wow.
So I know that it wasn't just in my head, but there was no way of explaining this to people because the time I was like, oh, you saw it, and then you just continue on with your life. But I never forgot it because it was such an event that everyone got out, and then it left. I didn't have my camcorder. If I had a cell phone at the time.
I have a person I know in Montreal. He's an older man. He was on the Carry near the Orange Julep.
Yeah.
And it was midnight. He was working late on Paray there, that street. He closes his office, and I was about to get into the car, and right on top of the Carry, he says it was he says it looked like a cigar thing.
That's what it kind of looked like.
With windows, and it was just
like a submarine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like just hovering in the air. And he's like, how the fuck is nobody seeing this? Like,
no one looks up.
Nobody was looking up. And he was like, what the fuck? And he says it just in a snap left. And
dude, crazy shit.
Yeah.
I even saw the stuff, and I had recorded. I have it on my own cell phone. I had to call my buddy to check from his house a few blocks away if I'm crazy. And then he's like, what the fuck? He started taping on his. My buddy Viron knows what I'm talking about. It was one night when I was in Park X. It was it was green. It was the three lights. It was like the triangle. And I was like, there's no way I'm looking at a UFO now. Is it like fireworks? I'm like, do you see it from here? He's like, yeah, I see it from there, and it's moving. And there's another one, and there was three of them together, and we're like, what the fuck are we seeing? How is this not making the news?
That's the thing. How is it not making the news? But the thing is also, one of the things that happened a lot at MUFON was you would have a lot of people contact us. They did see stuff. They even have pictures. A lot of people have pictures, but they're not great, but they have something. And then you'd be like, hey, you know, would you go public? No. Immediately, it was always no. You can have my pic. They would always say, like, I'll send you the picture. You'll have everything, but I don't want my wife to know. I don't want anybody to know because I don't want anybody to know that I'm talking about this.
But you took a photo of it.
It was still very, very dangerous for a lot of people to talk about this. Even today, that happens. Even today, when we meet with people and they've seen something, would you want to go public? I can tell, I can even interview. They're like, I'm not too sure not because they were lying, because they're afraid that their entire friend circle, their family is going to alienate them, ironically, because they saw something. This also, one of the biggest cases that I certainly didn't investigate, but was kind of involved in with one of the witnesses was the Ariel School, the Zimbabwe case in Africa with the kids. Randall Nickerson. So, Randall, who's now a very good friend of mine, who I highly recommend everybody goes and checks out his movie Ariel Phenomenon, Ariel Phenomenon. It was a school called Ariel School in Africa. And all these kids saw something which I guarantee was real. Because
that was more than the kids. That was the teachers.
A lot of
people lost their minds after it. And actual creatures.
Absolutely. They communicated with the beings that came out of the craft. And I became very close with one of the kids that she eventually became an adult. Her name was Emily. She passed away last year, so she was a very good friend of mine. Spent 10 years with Emily and became friends with Liesel, who was also a witness, and other witnesses. I won't mention all their names because I don't know if they like this information to come out, but one of them in particular had massive marital problems because she had never told her husband that this had happened to her when she was a little girl. And after she was married, they were trying to get her interviewed for Netflix and all that stuff because she was a witness. And she eventually had to tell her husband, I'm gonna be interviewed because this happened to me, and I think they ended up getting divorced because he was so against the idea of having that part of the relationship or having friends know that. So even today, this is a big taboo subject, and it's the biggest. To me, I find it the biggest hypocrisy in the world, especially when you consider the amount of evidence that points to this phenomenon being 100% real.
The Zimbabwe, yeah,
No,
yeah. In general,
in general, Zimbabwe, 100% in my opinion. But the topic is so real that if you have all these people all over the world saying this, and there's still a little bit of stigma, I find that a lot of hypocrisy is associated to it, because it's like, it's not a conspiracy theory anymore. This is real stuff. This is really happening. We just don't have the 4K picture that you want, you know. But we also don't have the 4K picture of most rapists.
Yeah.
In the process of raping.
Well,
you know what I mean. So.
Well, let me tell you something right now. If you look back on this podcast when Poseidon was on, just take a screenshot. You got yourself at least a 2K photo of him.
Yeah, that's a good one.
He had a good rape joke once.
But you have to have a fucking good sense of humor. But it's a reality, though.
But that's actually well said. Yeah, you don't have, but you got to take it serious.
Yeah, you have to take it serious. If somebody tells you got raped, what are you gonna do? Where's the picture? Well, you don't have evidence.
By the way, they used to do that, and people used to kill themselves because of that.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So, there's people that have killed themselves because of alien abduction.
I heard, that no one in the families believed them.
Oh,
then they start believing, am I crazy?
Yeah. In fact, they want to be diagnosed. A lot of the people that got abducted.
A couple of our mutual acquaintances have told us that they've been abducted.
Yeah.
And they're not.
Yeah, they're not crazy, man.
Yeah, they're not just anyone.
Yeah, exactly. So when you listen to these people, you know something's really up. And the one thing that has always struck me, because I worked a lot with people who got abducted, is that they would all wish that a doctor says, we know exactly what you have. It's this syndrome, and it makes you see. And they would be happier to be ill, mentally ill, than to know that actually happened to them.
Yeah.
That's a big thing. To actually want to be diagnosed.
Personally, I still don't understand it. I don't get what the point of abducting us is.
There's so many that's like a huge, you opening Pandora's box. There's so many reasons.
Why are you abducting a lot of rednecks?
Well, and their cows.
Yeah. That's what. Come on, you know what you're gonna get. It's the same thing. Yeah, confused guy.
Yeah, and their cows. The cattle mutilation come hand in hand.
Chupacabra.
Yeah, right.
What is going on with that too?
Is the chupacabra in Mexico? Is that what
Mexico
it is?
and Texas.
Yeah, same. Yeah. I don't know. I never really looked at. I know that the chupacabra has actually been mentioned a lot in alien visitation, like alien abductions. People say, you just saw the chupacabra or whatever. Who knows? Or maybe that's what the chupacabra is. It's fucking alien.
Maybe we're misunderstanding.
We misunderstand. We don't know.
Loves beef.
I mean, I've met so many people that saw the aliens and never said it was aliens. They said, I saw an animal. It was standing. It was thin, big head, big black eyes, and it was. It's
my boy Charlie.
It's like, what the fuck, So they don't know. The kids in Africa thought it was animals because
they came out of space. Because how do you describe it?
Because the kids didn't know what the fuck they were looking at. They just see these creatures. They're not going, those are aliens.
No, because your head, you can't wrap yourself. Like if I see an actual living being, that is not something
human.
I'm used to. It's not human and it's not animal.
Yeah, that
I'd be so confused.
Yeah.
What the fuck's happening? Am I delusional right now?
And if you're a kid, on top of that, if you're like between the age of 5 and 10, the chances are you're going to say, maybe it's an animal I've never seen before.
Yeah.
So I saw an animal. That's normal. But it's not a fucking animal. Well, it's living,
We're animals.
We're animals. But it's standing. It's communicating telepathically, which is scary, right?
Then you know what I have the trouble with? The thing that always used to pull me out of it was like I get so involved, and then I'm like, There's evidence. There's the government talking about it. And they're like, but then why? Why all the secrecy? Why haven't we seen more? Why don't we have the rebellious aliens that are just blowing shit up?
I've always said there has to be a lot of aliens that don't want this to be secret. I'm sure there's a bunch of aliens going like,
this is stupid.
This is stupid. But it's the equivalent.
What's the point, though? I don't get it.
But it's
and why even come here? We're not that interesting.
But let's put it this way. There's a lot of Canadians who say, what's the fucking point of paying, GST?
That's me.
Yeah, right? Exactly, like me. But we're still not at the government making the decision. So even though we want to not
No, I know why they want, because they don't produce anything. They need our money. Even though this was supposed to stop after World War One. I thought
That's
World
right.
War One is over.
That's
I
right.
thought we had World War Two.
It's a fucking war tax.
And I think,
Absolutely.
it's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah. So, we don't have the power to make them do it. We don't want to pay it, but we don't have the power to do
Things
it.
are going to change soon. I don't know if you saw this.
Hopefully,
India and
yeah.
Pakistan are going to war.
Yeah, right?
When there's no more Google Play Store cards left. When there's no more Apple iTunes gift cards left in North America.
Dude. Holy shit. Man.
That's how they're funding those wars.
Fuck. That's crazy.
Redeem those cards, baby boys.
I can't tell you. I kept the guy on the phone for 40 minutes one time. I swear, I kept him on the phone for 40 minutes. At a certain point, he was like, you have to go to Walmart or a store. You have to go get those cards.
Yeah, I have to, yeah.
And I said, okay, I'm getting in my car right now. Made it look. And he's like, honk the horn. He says, honk the horn. I said, what? And I pretended I didn't understand what he meant so I could run outside. I got in my car and I honked the horn.
He's like, nice, I got this
one. Okay,
one.
sir, you're in the car. Yeah, I'm in the car. Kept him on the phone 40 minutes. Then I told him to go fuck himself.
I'm supporting your war efforts. Redeem it for missiles. You're going to redeem it for Turkish drones. So stupid.
It's so crazy. It's crazy, right? Yeah.
All of it's dumb.
It is. It really is. A lot of the shit we do is dumb.
You know what I remember? The Paul Hellyer speech that was videotaped when he was talking about we have in 2000 probably around 7. And I was with my hockey team.
He was like on a...
Yeah, like on a panel.
On a panel, yeah.
So I was with my hockey team. And we had just won a game. And it was around midnight. We went to eat at a Chinese restaurant on DeCarry next to Dunn's.
Yeah.
We're sitting down there. And I don't know how I brought the subject up. I go, this stuff's like... There's like real government people talk. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, I always thought it was real. But there's government people talking about this. And like who? And then I brought up that video. And I was showing people that video. And I remember one of my friends was like, fuck it. It seems real. Maybe he's lying. Maybe he's making money off it. And they were trying to rationalize it. But everyone at the table thought how weird it was that the defense minister of Canada, the defense minister is like, look, there's a bunch of aliens. There's races that we know about. And it's hard to compute.
That's right. It's too intense.
Because your whole life you're being told this is nuts.
Yeah.
And then a guy that you've entrusted your defense with is like, no, it's fucking totally real.
Dude, it absolutely. I mean, it's to the point where it's like if Jesus came down and be like, Mary's a trans.
You're like,
I mean, it's literally that shocking when you're seeing.
How does that make sense?
It doesn't make sense because then you're looking at this and you're going like, that's a very respected politician saying something that makes it sounds absolutely crazy. So you go, is he crazy? Is he insane? If you watch that whole thing, he says incredible stuff. But then there's other people. Stanton Friedman was there talking, and then you're like, wow, So I did the same thing. I would show people, check this out. They'd be like, and they would always be looking for what's the gag.
Yeah, they said like, maybe he's old, maybe he has dementia, maybe like all kinds of stuff. Maybe he's just making this up. Maybe he wants to stay relevant.
I did. Obviously, I questioned that stuff. I mean,
me too.
I question it. The first thing everything I question. I question everything, by the way. I'm not I buy it, right?
I met Bob Lazar and I was like, is he a CIA plant? Is he here? Of course. Is all this done so that they could kill me?
Of course. It's like when I first met Bob, I'm like, I gotta, do my own, even though I believed the story, I'm like, I got a chance to meet him. And then you're like, he's fully legit. But no matter who I meet, when I met Paul Hellyer, he was in the car, we were talking. We weren't even talking about aliens. We were talking about his family, his stuff, and super well versed in a lot of stuff, like super well spoken. I'm like, this dude's fucking brilliant. Like it's cool. It was interesting he was talking to me about
like, I jerked an alien off once, and you're like, God damn it. God damn it, I've fallen for it. The man has dementia.
I think Canada is one of the biggest ginger. You know the ginger root.
Yeah,
I think Canada is one of the biggest exporters of ginger root.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, his family owns that. Yeah. So we were talking about that.
This guy just promoting big ginger in your car.
You know what I mean? So he's like talking about ginger root, and I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, we had a really good conversation. Then we exchanged numbers. We would call each other. He was a very nice guy, very nice person.
Did he pass away?
Yeah, he passed away. Passed away 3 years ago, I think. And when I was with Emily, my friend who was a witness at Zimbabwe, who also passed away last year. She was only 38. In Toronto, he wanted to meet her, so we had lunch, him, her, and I. And it
How
was
did that go?
Dude, I have a picture from it. It was so interesting because you have Paul Hellyer sitting next to Emily Trim, who used to be simply a student in an elementary school who communicated with aliens, which sounds crazy when I say it, but it actually happened. And here he is. You could see his interest in like
a former defense minister of Canada.
You know, asking her questions, and they were both communicating so well because he was so respectful of her emotions, of talking about it, and he was like telling her, "This is absolutely real. You didn't imagine this. I can confirm to you that these creatures do exist." So even for her to get a confirmation from a person of that stat was interesting to see.
Well, for the Zimbabwe thing, what could it have been? Mass hallucination where kids and adults all hallucinated the exact same thing at the exact same time?
That's what, I remember going through everything that happened. And it's like, what could it have been? What if it was fake? Like, how could they have faked this, right? How do you make 200 children? Because it wasn't just 62 kids. It was 62 kids were officially interviewed, but there was way more that saw the event.
Zimbabwe doesn't even have good movie special effects.
Exactly. Yeah. And you have these kids who barely had any television, so they couldn't even relate to flying saucers, right? They were all talking about how the aliens were saying to take care of the planet. You have to be careful in how you take care of your air and your water. These are kids in an elementary school in Africa. This was not a conversation. This is not something taught in class. It was not part of the curriculum.
They're lucky to have another meal.
You know what I mean? So it's like, what the fuck is going on? So it was really, this happened. And
the teachers, what did they say?
The teachers weren't out there. It was only one adult that was outside, and she was the girl handling this little food stand that was there. The teachers didn't see it. The kids, when they ran in, because the teachers were having a teacher meeting while the kids were outside having their recess. The kids all ran in at the same time saying there's a flying saucer, there's these creatures, but they were saying there was a ship. And teachers, what are they talking? They're just kids, and they
Nigerians are attacking.
Yeah, the kids were freaking out. So the teachers eventually realized, okay, they saw something because they were genuinely scared and crying and like freaking out. So kids are not going to do that if it's not real. So at first impression, they didn't really know what to make of it. A lot of them didn't believe it. And then as time progressed and they started questioning the kids and talking to them, they realized, okay, something happened.
And what about that one adult with the food stand?
She saw the kid. She apparently saw the kids freaking out. She didn't actually see, from what I know, I could be wrong, but she didn't actually see the craft nor the beings. It was a very the way it happened on the school ground was very interesting, and the craft it landed further out of the boundaries of the schoolyard. The kids could see it, and the creatures were by the craft, and then suddenly were 3 feet in front of the kids. So it almost as if there was a time loop lapse. So
time lapse or super speed?
I don't think it was super speed. I think something happened. What happened? I spoke to the kids. What I know they saw was they saw as if there was a bubble around them. So they felt like they were not here in the normal time. They actually said that. They said it felt like, you know how you have the wavy heat off the asphalt?
Yeah.
Everything looked like that when this thing was landed. So they said, and there was not a lot of sound. So it's as if they were in another
a pocket.
In like a pocket of something. Who knows, right? But they saw that, they experienced that, right? And then they saw, and then because you know when something's wavy because of the heat, you don't see things properly because it's all distorted, right? So they're seeing this distortion. So they would see the beings really far away, and then suddenly the beings are really close. So they're like, is it the distortion that we didn't see properly? Like, you're also talking to children who are not experts, you know, analyzing, and they're not expecting this to happen. So they're just giving you their perspective. But these creatures were very far away, and they came very close really fast. And eventually, Liesel and Emily were side by side, and the creatures were literally an arm length away. So they saw them, and as Emily would say, they were 4K. Like it was full, it was daylight, 10:15 in the morning, and there's two of them right in front of her. And she says they were real. She says, even Liesel says they had like this. Liesel says they were wearing a black outfit. Emily remembers it being their skin. They were kids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So maybe you're freaking out, you know, because you don't know what the hell is in front of me. This big head, big black eyes staring at you.
Is it possible that it's a helmet?
I don't know.
Because like if you saw, you know, like the Spider-Man movie.
Yeah,
if you never met Spider-Man and you saw that, you'd be like, that's a creature.
I 100% will always be open to every possibility because I have yet to meet one person who has literally fucked around with a real alien, touching them, you know.
Yeah.
I never, so a lot of people who've seen them have been, you know, abducted by them or have experienced it. I've never met, Bob Lazar worked on equipment.
He never saw an alien.
But he never saw an alien. So
No.
I've never met anybody who was like, yeah, I was the guy doing the autopsy on this thing. And
Yeah.
so I don't know. Everything's possible.
Because he told me about a theory that it's not, he doesn't know, but one of the theories is that this is us from the future
Yeah.
coming back to warn us.
Yeah. It's possible.
But is time travel even? I told Bob Lazar said it is possible,
Yeah.
but I don't see how it's possible. That's something that I love. It's my favorite sci-fi.
Me too.
Is time travel.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah.
But I can't see how it's possible.
I mean, I think it's also the reason why Bob really was agreeing. You know, in our film, there's going to be a scene where Bob is in the DeLorean from Back to the Future. You saw that,
Yeah.
Because I'm a big, you know, time traveler fan, and I always think, yeah, the one thing I found to be like really interesting is that if it's true, this technology that they have, or the one that he worked on, is a manipulation of gravity. It's a simple. This machine was able to generate its own gravity field, gravity environment.
Because we're only finding out now that what we were trying to describe gravity as, what we thought we knew, we might not understand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we're still trying to figure out gravity.
But the way it's taught in schools is that we know what it is, but that's not true.
No, it's not true.
When I was young in school,
No,
that's what they told me.
No.
Yeah. Like it's the mass, the planet, and then now we're starting to figure out, like, oh,
we know the effects of gravity.
Yes, exactly.
We know the effects of gravity. We don't know what causes gravity. People, you know, they could say, "Oh, it's mass creates gravity." Yeah, but still, we still don't have a definitive answer. Or, you know, the government is not telling us. If they know, they're not telling us all the definitive answer.
Maybe because there could be some kind of gravitational manipulation.
Exactly. And so this device that he was, he was tasked to reverse engineer there at S4 was producing gravity, or what he said looked like gravity. Could be not. He always says now, he goes, it's possible it's not gravity, but it acts and behaves like gravity. So let's call it gravity. Once you manipulate gravity, once you have the ability to manipulate gravity, you automatically manipulate time.
How though?
It's because it's actually the simple way to say it is, if you are on the planet, you're on Earth, you know, this falls,
Yeah.
right? So this is gravity. This is a result of gravity,
Yeah.
right? And if you're in space and you're in orbit and you do this, it doesn't do this. It does this, okay? So our cells age slower outside of the boundaries of our atmosphere. The reason being is because we're not affected by the gravitational pull of the planet.
So gravity's killing me.
Gravity is actually killing us. It is, believe it or not. But we also would die without it. There's
all the smoking and drugs,
right? So gravity is it's the same. It's actually one of the same. Gravity and time are the same. As soon as you control gravity, you're now controlling time, but you're not controlling it like the DeLorean controls it in Back to the Future. It's not like you're punching in a date and you go back in time because you control gravity. It's not that simple. It's not that easy, but you do have an effect on time. So the fact that the machine produces gravity, to me, and I always say this to Bob, for me, the craft is a time machine. Even though it's a spaceship, I see it as a time machine because we could travel through gravity. And that means we're what happens, we don't know. Maybe people who've been researching it, there for all these years know more, but maybe if you're inside the machine and the gravity bubble is now, you're inside the craft, it's activated. So you're within your own gravity field. You're like in your own little universe. You're like in your own little ball, a sphere. Okay. Anything happening in the world would not affect you. If there was a nuclear explosion, you wouldn't feel it.
How come though?
Because you're essentially.
But you're getting pulled out of this time.
You're no longer in this time. You're visible, but you're not actually here. Even when you shoot a bullet, Bob explains it. You'll see it in our film. Let's say you have the craft here. The craft is, let's say, the flying saucer, and it's producing its gravitational field, so it's enveloped. If you shot a missile at this thing, the missile would actually, in a straight line, do this.
In a straight line.
In a straight line. And this is the effect of light. So if ever you look at, this is where some of the shit I read when I was a kid in astronomy works. If you want to look at a star, let's say this is the star that you want to look at, and this is us on Earth. And actually, this is the star, this is the sun, and this is us. The sun is in the way of the star. We can't see that star because the sun is in the way. But because of its gravitational field, the light from this star is actually going around like this and hitting us. So astronomers are able to see stars that are actually not supposed to be seen, but they're seeing them because the gravitational field around the star, the sun, is allowing the light to go around. This is what you see when you see Interstellar, the black hole.
Yes,
you see the light like it's round because the light is bending around this super powerful gravitational field. A black hole is like gravity. So the fact that light travels around, nothing can bend light. If I asked you, turn on a flashlight or point a laser and bend it, there's nothing.
Yeah, how am I going to bend it? Yeah.
All right. When Bob was in the lab and there was a test that Barry, his lab partner that was at S4 that he was tasked to work with, did a test inside the lab where he wanted to show him how this gravity thing worked. This guy was able to turn on the equipment because they actually had parts of the craft taken out and brought into a propulsion lab inside S4. So they actually had pieces of the craft inside. The propulsion system was inside the lab. And he turned it on, and Bob said there was a black sphere, a black ball that appeared in the room. Like a fully pitch black, imagine a little ball, but it's like floating, and you and I would be like, what the hell is that? Because whatever this equipment did, Barry was able to focus in a point where no light would hit that exact point in the air. And it became fully black. It was like a sphere of black. And that was a place where light was not going there because the gravity field was was there, meaning all the light in the room was not lighting this sphere, and it was pure black. He took a laser pointer in the lab and to show Bob, and he pointed it at this sphere, and the laser did this.
How?
You understand? So how is that happening? How is that possible? There's something is causing light to bend, and the only thing we know that does that is gravity. Another thing that happened was he showed him that, and then he showed him and then he took a candle. He put a candle.
I was hearing about this, and I'm so excited that you're mentioning this.
He takes a candle, lights the candle, so that you have a normal candle. It's got a flame. He meaning Barry did this because he was demonstrating this to Bob, so Bob could get updated, get him up to speed on what they're trying to figure out here. And Bob's freaking out because like, what the fuck is going? Like, you
can't rationalize.
You're not rationalizing because you've never seen this before. And so he turns on the equipment, rotates the emitter because that's how you do it. And he said the candle stopped flickering. It says it was on, so you could see the flame, like the fire. It's on, but it's how candles, it's completely. It's like you're looking at a picture of a candle.
It was frozen in time.
Frozen in time, but it's emitting light. It's emitting the photons of the flame.
As if the flame was still on.
So it's
not reacting the way a flame that is on should react.
It's just frozen. What the hell is going on? Because now what Bob also says is that shouldn't be happening. Because
if it's out, then you would have to dim because the flame is dead.
Exactly. And so he's like, how is it even producing? How are we seeing the photons? Because that should not be happening. We should not be seeing the light emitted from it. It should just be this matte colored thing. But instead, it's the flame. So everybody's like, well, explain it. And he's like, I can't. Even Bob says, he goes, look, I'm not here to say I figured that out. I was brought into the program. They showed me this inside the lab, and they were trying to tell us, can you reverse engineer and reproduce? Can you make another one of these using Earth materials? And he's like, to be honest, Bob always laughs. And he goes, there's no fucking way we know how to do this. This is like giving an iPhone to a caveman and going, make us an iPhone.
Yeah. We can't. Guys, like, I don't even know what the fuck this is.
He doesn't even know what it is. He's gonna break
glass?
it.
Yeah, what's his metal?
Yeah, he's gonna end up breaking it.
Can't eat it.
Exactly. That's exactly. You know what I mean? So there's something, but that also
starts looking up porn.
there would be no. Imagine the signal back then. You know what I mean? But the thing is, that's a gravitational, like that's something to do with gravity. To me, the fact that this technology could do that, and the fact that it's intrinsically tied to time, means that it is in fact a time machine.
But freezing time doesn't necessarily mean going back, right?
Exactly. So, but then again.
But how do you? This is the other thing that's mind-boggling. Freezing time within time.
Within time.
Because you're freezing time within a specific
place.
It's not like the entire galaxy is frozen.
It's not like you turn it on and we're all frozen in the room. It's only to that place.
That point.
That's insane. That's really interesting because it's like
so much we don't understand.
Exactly. So now the craft can obviously move and fly and move around and it does incredible things. And
how do they control it?
He doesn't know that. He says, I saw them test it. He goes, I don't know how he went inside the craft one time. That's how we got to build the craft, because he was able to give us a really incredible detail.
And it was tight.
It was very tight. It is not made for human-sized people. It's made for shorter people. There's no doubt about that. And there's nothing in there. There's nothing. There's no control pad. There's what he saw, 3 seats in there. What he thought were 3 seats.
Maybe the Chinese built it.
Who knows,
Tiny
man?
little Chinese.
You know, they fit. They're so small that you could only fit a child in those seats. You couldn't fit an adult at all.
At all.
No. They're really, like those Fisher Price little seats that your booster seats in a car, or that when you bring a kid to a restaurant, they sit them in a little booster seat.
Imagine it's a children's toy for aliens. Go check out the human zoo.
We joke around about that, but we also said that, you know, we're like, what if this was just kids?
Yeah.
You know, what if
Rebellious.
yeah,
little aliens.
what the fuck do we know? But the fact,
Shut up, Dad.
the fact
I'm gonna
that
go probe a human.
don't do that again. You know, it's like, can I
You're
get
confusing
or
them.
Dad, can I get my allowance because I gotta go probe a human? Here
Yeah,
you
yeah.
go, son. Just one guy this time,
Yeah, yeah.
not two. You know, yeah.
And try a black guy for once. This is crazy.
It's so different. Yeah. So I mean, like, so the crazy thing is, they found this archaeologically, and if they found this underwater, and it was because he says
Yeah, the Navy.
the Navy, yeah, the Navy is in charge. By the way, U.S. Navy is in charge. So if they found this, what the fuck? You know, like if that's 10,000 years old, if it is in fact 10,000, and think about this, and this is something that you could relate. Anybody who's seen Back to the Future, in Back to the Future 3, when he's in the Wild West, and him and Doc go in the cave and they find the DeLorean that the younger Doc had left there for him, all sealed in a cave. I think about that sometimes. And it's like maybe it is something that they left
For us.
or
someone.
or something, so that we could have something to eventually figure out. And who knows? All options are on the table.
They were really confident about our abilities, let me tell you.
There's no question that they're fucking crazy but and then again, who the fuck has access to this shit? You know, like if the US
How
Navy
deep was it in the ocean? How do you get it out? Didn't we have trouble with the Titanic? What do we call James Cameron for this one?
We didn't even get the Titanic out. We got a fucking flying saucer out of there. How? It's a 52-foot object. What's going on? Like, so either that information is incorrect, and Bob will admit to that. He'll say, yeah, it's possible. It's bullshit. Maybe it's not.
Because it's just what they told him.
That's what they told him. So he's like, maybe that's not. He says, everything I've heard or read, I cannot validate. He says the only thing I can confirm to you is what I touched with my own hands, which is the technology, the craft,
a new element for the time.
the new element 115. He handled it. I analyzed it. I saw it. I saw its potential. Like I saw what it was doing, so I can confirm that was real. He says everything else that I would have read in those documents that
or they may have bullshitted everyone just so that they all have different stories.
Exactly. So, and he's the first one to say that. He's been saying that since '89, by the way. It's not like he started saying that now. So he's always been very upfront about that, saying, I'm not saying that stuff is true. I'm just letting you know that's what they told me. But does that mean that that's true? No. But the fucking thing did create gravity or a field of some type. I did go into the craft and it looked like that. And he goes, the fact that the seats were so tiny clearly indicated that it was not made for adult pilots because we couldn't fit in it.
Maybe Asians.
Who knows? Fucking, they still have to be kids.
I mean, dude,
maybe it's like 3 chupacabras that were like,
look, those kids are building my cell phone, so they might be able to drive one of those
who
ships.
knows? Who knows? That's exactly. So at the end of the day, whatever it is, they had it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, they had it. And there's no question in my mind that it was there. There's something huge that we're going to be revealing in our film that is going to be, like groundbreaking, insane.
So excited.
Okay, there's something that we're going to show.
We're doing a private screening, right, for the boys?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no doubt there was a base there. No doubt. There's no question that the information, there's a lot of things that we have that are going to be brand new, that are going to be in the film. There's a lot of people wrote, like what else could be said about Bob Lazar's story? I mean,
it's not just him. If you tie in all the investigation that you're doing too, makes this super compelling.
It's really interesting because there's a lot of stuff that is ties it together. And the fact that we also show with super high quality visuals what he saw. I mean, you're going to see some wild fucking VFX, and not VFX to make it look like it's going in on another planet. VFX in the sense where we were at least with the technology we have today in visuals with 3D modeling.
I'm gonna ruin the surprise right now. Hulk Hogan is an alien.
Yeah. It's crazy that we could do that and we could show people. You know what I mean? Even though Hulk Hogan's not there. I saw the Hulk though. When Bob arrived at the airport, right?
Lou Ferrigno?
Yeah, right before Bob and Joy come out, because they texted that they were coming. I see this guy. He's still gigantic. I see him. I'm waiting for them, and I'm seeing this guy. I'm like, he's got white hair now, you know, and he walks funny because he's gigantic, so his legs are probably like dealing with a lot of weight. And I guess
anti-gravity would help him.
Fuck, and it's like Lou Ferrigno. I was like, holy shit. And there's a guy from Comic-Con, Laval, that came to meet up with him. So, and
Luigi.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
As soon as he's there, Bob and Joy come up. So I'm like, I had to, you know, let Hulk go. So, but it was so cool to see the Hulk at the same time.
How does that's such a funny scene where you're like, I'm living in a comic book. Lou Ferrigno's here. Bob Lazar's over there. What the hell's happening?
What's going on?
That's what happened to me at your party.
Right? Yeah, because that. But even me, I was like, I wonder if other people at the airport figured this out. You know, like.
Dude, sometimes you're in these moments. I remember that because me and you were having a JFK conversation. And I'm like, this is amazing. And then I go and I'm talking to Bob Lazar about UFOs. I turn around, George Shapiro talking about Tyrannosaurus Rexes. I'm like, where am I?
It was so cool.
This is amazing.
I know, right? That was a kick-ass night. Didn't we have a good time?
That was one of the most insane part. If you look at the guest list and the subject matter that we were talking about and everything, you can't. Yeah. It's one of those things that you could try a million times to recreate.
And
it just had to have happened at the right time.
It was so cool to see everybody interacting that way, everybody openly talking about it. Even Joyner Lucas was there.
Lucas was there. Yeah. I didn't even know. He's like, bye. I'm like, have a good one. Yeah. And then you're like, you know that guy? I was like, I have no idea who he is. But he was so polite. So I was like, have a good one.
Super nice guy.
And then Chris Ramsey's like, how did you not know that was Joyner Lucas? I go, what'd you want me to do? Like, even if I knew, what am I going to do? I'm going to make him feel weird? I would have still said the same thing. I would have been, hey, I hope you had a good time.
Joyner was having a blast talking about aliens with Bob. And he's like, he's super into it, by the way. Like, Joyner's a super... He's so fascinated by this. And it was so cool to have a guy like that, you know, just chilling, talking.
I think he was on tour. He was passing through. Yeah. It was just perfect timing. Yeah.
It was with his tour bus.
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't know who the tour bus. I was like, God damn, Bob Lazar doesn't need a whole bus.
Yeah. Everybody's like, who's got the bus?
There's no way GSP, who lives here, is right on a tour bus. That's insane. He's such an incognito guy.
Exactly. Everybody was like, who's got the tour bus? It's like, it's Joyner over there.
The rapper.
And the rapper, and Joyner was like super chill, like super under the radar. He didn't want to say shit, you know. And here's a guy who just did a fucking piece with Will Smith. I don't know if you saw that. I
was being told.
Yeah, he recorded a thing with Will Smith called Tantrum, and he was in the Bad Boys movie with Will Smith and what's the other guy? Martin Lawrence, you know?
That for me is big.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. It was so cool. So and Joyner became, I mean, we text a lot, and he's a dude, this guy came from nothing too. You know what I mean? Like, this is just a normal dude who just made it happen.
Having a good time.
Yeah. And he's also one to share. Yeah. You know, like the last time he came to the studio, he FaceTimes Mark Wahlberg while he's talking to us. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, it's just like he's chill. He's not.
I like Marky Mark.
Yeah, I like Marky Mark too. Yeah, he's fucking cool.
He seems like a good dude.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He doesn't believe in flying saucers.
No, he's very religious. Yeah. But he's a good dude.
Yeah. Yeah, he's super cool.
I still like him.
Yeah, me too. And very talented.
I've never met him, and I like him. Mark Wahlberg just seems like a good dude.
Me too. Yeah. I like his vibe. Yeah. He's got a good vibe.
I want him around.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, Marky Mark, what are we doing? Let's get into an adventure.
Let's do something. Yeah. Agreed. So it was such a great vibe. Everybody was having a good time. And I think what it also was it was like nobody was over drunk. Nobody drank too much. Everybody was just having good conversation. And it was, I think the subject matter does it. I think if you could be in a public party, if you could be in a party and you don't have to worry if you decide to talk about some crazy shit, you have a good time. I think it's the second you're in a place where you never know what am I going to get judged if I say something? You're at a party where you know the conversation is about aliens and flying saucers and dinosaurs and pyramids, and you can speak without feeling.
I feel like this is how pedophiles must feel at a Hillary Clinton party.
Fuck, right? Totally agree
Totally
with that.
think it's just they're open.
Yeah,
She's
they're
like, high five.
It's all good. You know, it's like everybody just gets along. More champagne, you know?
Government.
Yeah. Don't even get me started with that, man. I don't know if you remember, but like 2 years ago, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton were right not far from here.
I remember hearing something. I was very upset.
Yeah,
I didn't allow this.
They were near the where you pick apples. In this, the fuck is it? You know, like south
Sherbrooke.
No, south of Montreal. There's like a hill. There's like a hill. There's like a mountain. There's a lot of. Anyways, they were very close to here. They were just fucking visiting, and somebody is in their store and they just see Hillary. Like, what would you do? You see Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton walk in.
I call the police. I make sure there's no Amber Alert.
Yeah.
It's a missing child.
Get rid of the kids. You know, it's like
I don't know. I guess Hillary and Bill Clinton, I would have to take a photo because it's one of those moments.
Yeah.
But I would say something.
Yeah.
I would say, like, Bill Clinton, go fuck yourself, bro.
Yeah.
Good job with Monica Lewinsky.
Yeah,
However, you also destroyed Serbia.
Yeah. No shit. Yeah, absolutely.
I would bring it up.
I would.
I'm that guy.
I'm that guy too.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm that guy too. Yeah, I would certainly say a few things.
I saw Pierre Poilievre at the UFC over the weekend. That's why I lost my voice. I was screaming.
Yeah.
But he's right next to me, like, yo, are you gonna take a photo with the guy? And loud, I'm like, I'm not gonna take a photo with him because he fucked up. His whole team fucked up. I invited them on the show, French and English, 50 times. I'm talking to these people. They didn't want to do any podcast. And then Rogan comes out and says, we invited him too. He didn't want to fucking do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, it has nothing to do with distance. He didn't want to do mine either.
Yeah.
And the reason was, podcast. We're scared of podcasts. What is this, 1942? Who's running this campaign?
Exactly. That's exactly.
Very upset.
I was super
His
upset.
wife seems super nice, though. His wife was very happy, nice lady.
Never
I like
saw. No, I don't know.
But I was very upset. Like, I want to like him, but I'm like, you can't be this dumb. If people are telling you,
He dropped the ball.
if people are telling you, no, like if someone's telling you you don't need to drink water, you got to question that. You're like, wait, why wouldn't I drink water?
Yeah.
Everyone drinks water. Water's the shit.
Also,
Don't do podcasts.
yeah. Also,
Because Trump did a podcast, so you don't want to be associated
What the fuck
with
is
what?
that?
Associated with victory?
yeah,
He won the
he
election.
won. Yeah. What's the problem? I find it to be so like you're following the old way.
Yeah.
To me, you're still using a fax machine.
Yes, that's what.
You know what I mean? Like you gotta fucking get start.
People are
texting
listening to podcasts now.
Yeah, exactly.
Let him know who you are. And then the questions that I wanted to ask him that I already knew the answers to about abortion, about all that, he ends up still answering them a day before the election on a dumb report that no one saw.
Nobody saw. That's it.
That's all they were wondering because people were told propaganda-wise that you're going to become the 51st state, you're going to abolish abortion, all shit that he's like,
all
what the fuck? I never
bullshit.
talked about
That's
this. So why don't you come out and say you never mentioned that?
That's right. That's right. To me, when I saw that, I was so disappointed because, first of all, if there's one person, if I ever did meet in person, man, would I say something is Trudeau.
I might soon. By the way, I saw him. He stepped right up to my car a few weeks ago in Park X. He was walking down the street. He's trying to show that he's a human being. And I thought, because Terry was just doing his podcast right here. They're very good friends. And even though Terry does not like what we do with the country, there was a few times that I reached out. From what I know, it's still too early. He doesn't want to do anything.
Yeah.
But I'm going to try again once the dust settles.
Yeah.
I will, even though I've publicly talked so much shit about him, I think he's the type
Maybe
of dude.
Maybe it's good.
I think he's the type of dude that be
would
like, you
do
know
it.
what? I'm willing to talk.
Yeah.
To explain to everyone.
Yeah. What the fuck?
What I did and why I did it.
Yeah.
He did one gangster move to me. I'll tell you about it after the
Oh, yeah?
podcast. I mentioned on the podcast, but I don't want to derail this one.
Sure.
Which I've always been like, I gotta be honest, that was a gangster move.
Okay.
I'll tell you about it right after.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, but we needed Canada to go into a better direction.
Yeah.
And honestly,
He was listening to all these idiots and idiots, like people that don't care about.
yeah, I found that the election was unfortunate, but and I don't care what people say. If people are like, oh, you should have, if anybody who's pro liberal government right now, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm fucking wrong. I hope things will get better.
Yeah.
I want everybody to be happy. I want all of us to succeed. I want everybody to have more money in our pockets, have less to spend.
Less debt.
That's what I want. I want everybody to succeed. Even the people that I don't get along with,
Of
please
course.
succeed. Everybody's got to succeed. But I don't know if that's where we're headed.
It doesn't look good.
Doesn't look like that's where we're headed.
It doesn't look good.
Let's hope I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Let's hope we're wrong.
No, release-wise for S4, what's happening with that?
All right, so this is the big thing. So we are officially going to be launching the film this summer. Okay, we released our poster about a month ago. We released our trailer for the first time. We had done a trailer about a year and a half ago. Our official trailer came out about a month and some ago, saying summer 2025. Our poster came out summer 2025. It's definitely this summer's 2025. We are finalizing, because our film is our documentary film is nothing's ever been done like this before. And I although it sounds a little bit cocky when I say nobody's ever done this before, when I'm like first movie I've ever done, nobody's really ever done this before. The amount of effort and investment we've done in the VFX, in the visuals, has never been attempted before, ever, in a documentary format. So the amount of work that we put in to turn this into a unbelievable piece,
high quality feature.
High quality, really high quality. Okay. And it was decisions that I made that he said, either we do this right or we don't do it at all. This is a story of a man who worked on extraterrestrial technology. This has to be done properly. This is really important. And I also want the story of Bob Lazar to be shown it properly, and correct all the mistakes that are out there. There's a lot of bad information on Bob Lazar out there. So this is going to do it. The film is going to come out this summer, most likely end of summer, okay, from what we can see. There's a couple of things that are completely outside of our control, because once we give the film off to these people who then get it approved for the platforms, it's going to be available on Apple, on YouTube, on Amazon Prime, and I can't remember the other ones. And so you could buy it, rent it, whatever. And everybody's like, oh, it should be free. No, it's not going to be free. It wasn't free for us to make it. So we're not doing a deal with Netflix right out of the gate.
Is that for sure? Initially, there's no. Well, we'll see.
So far, there's no deal with Netflix out of the gate. It could eventually go to Netflix after. It'll all depend on what they put on the table. But it's very likely not going to be a Netflix thing right out of the gate, which is fine by me. To be honest, I prefer it that way. And so you're probably going to start seeing a lot of stuff about our film midsummer. We're going to be doing a premiere, and the premiere is going to be in Las Vegas. That you got to come.
I was about to say I'm coming.
Yeah, you got to come, okay? Because the whole story happened out there in Las Vegas and in Nevada desert. I mean, that's Area 51 is right north of Vegas, so we're going to be doing a premiere there. Plus, there's a lot of people that are part of the film that live in Las Vegas, so they're going to be there.
Carrot Top.
He does? Does he live in? Oh my God. So obviously that's going to come right before the actual, public release of the film. And I can say that I'm actually very proud of my team, proud of everything we've done, and also proud of how we're going about this, because we've had a lot of people try to derail this for a while. I experienced death threats since a year and a half ago.
What?
A year ago? Yeah, I've received 3 death threats in the last 2 weeks.
Is it street gang related?
Hells
Angels, perhaps.
No fucking idea.
Who have you been pissing off?
I have no fucking idea. All I know is that there's been a lot of death threats.
What kind of threats?
That they're gonna kill me. That
Wait, hold on. Like someone said, I think you might get killed, or someone's like, we're gonna kill you.
Yeah, we're gonna kill. You're already dead. You know that we're coming to get you. You're gonna die. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So
I thought I sent that to someone else. I'm very sorry.
I actually don't take that shit serious. I did get the death threats. I've actually had other problems that I'm gonna be releasing after the film comes out. We're gonna be exposing a huge thing that happened to my company in the middle of doing this because of this project. So whoever's listening, who's part of that group of people that have been
subscribe and tell your friends.
Yeah, come and see the movie, and then I hope you fucking fall into a volcano and die.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Is this someone you like? Do you know a bit of?
Oh yeah.
Oh, It's a crazy person.
No, it's people. It's a no.
It's actual
no,
government
They're not
stuff?
crazy. Yeah, they're not crazy at all. Yeah. So there's been a lot of things going on that derailed a lot of things for a while. There was people also trying to get us to move the product through their hands onto the market. There's a lot of people with bad intentions out there. A lot of people with a lot of fake promises. A lot of, yo, man, we're friends, but nobody's a real friend. So we're very happy in how we went about it. And my goal and my promise to Bob Lazar when I first started this is I'm going to make sure that I never embellish your story and that I follow whatever you tell us. It's going to be what you saw. We're not going to make it rah, rah, rah. And we're not going to turn it into some sensational bullshit. It's what you saw accurately as much as possible. I'm not going to do this in a bad light. So if anybody thinks that this film is going to also be one of those the same old shit that we see all the time,
Fantastical.
where you see not only fantastical but also like, oh, if something happened, let's show the documentary, and then you have people bringing all these counterpoints, and there's always like counterpoints. This is not it. We are showing you what happened at S4. You're seeing it exactly like Bob Lazar saw. We're not gonna start wasting our time. Is he telling the truth? Is he lying? Is that we're going one step further into reality here, and we're going, look, if this is real, what exactly did you see? And we're gonna show you exactly what he saw.
I have one request. I will be there in Vegas, guaranteed. However, can we get Jordan and Lucas to invite Marky Mark? We could all be homies.
It's so interesting. I have a special request for Joyner, so I'll tell you what I'm gonna be talking. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think that would be so amazing.
Yeah, totally.
Then we'll get in a Vegas adventure.
Fuck, that would be cool. Yeah, that would be really fucking cool. Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, man. That's gonna be that. There's so many people that are gonna be there already. A lot of people have confirmed they're gonna be there. I think it's gonna be another cool get together. It's gonna be bigger, obviously, because it's the premiere. And I also think that we're gonna get the DeLorean back there for the premiere, because the guy who owns the DeLorean from Back to the Future is there in Vegas, so we're gonna get the car back. Even though people say, why do you put a DeLorean? It has nothing to do with the story.
It's fun.
Just shut up. Yeah. It's cool, man. Like, it's just exactly. It's fun. Why do we not have fun?
Yeah.
Let's have fun. Right? Yeah.
Why is Yemen getting bombed?
Right?
I'm assuming they like what they're doing. There's no other reason. But it's dude, I'm fucking psyched.
Yeah.
I'm super psyched. I'm gonna promote the shit out of it when this comes out. I can't wait.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
It means a lot.
We're gonna do so much, and I got a lot to tell you off air.
Awesome.
So I'd like to thank you, Luigi, for being here. And this is only the first of many.
Thank you.
We're gonna have to do more podcasts.
Absolutely.
We got more subjects to talk about.
Yes, sir.
And all the links are in the description. And the second there's an update, I'm gonna promote that shit too.
Awesome, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, doggy.
Thank you.
here. This is a 48-day aged steak wrapped in ossobuco fat.
And we are about to eat it.
In this video, two of the best chefs in Miami are collaborating to cook Guga and I an epic, once-in-a-lifetime meal. We'll eat this, this, and this. And I guarantee your mouth is going to be watering this entire meal.
Guga, yes.
What's up,
Great
brother?
friend Guga. We have a lot of food to eat today, but Guga, what exactly is happening?
So today I got two of the top chefs of Miami. They are incredible. They're going to prepare a special menu just for you and some incredible items that you probably never seen before.
Amazing. And this restaurant is beautiful.
It is. Welcome to Ossobuco, brother.
First, you need to meet two of Miami's top chefs. Chef Erhan, awarded as the best chef in Miami by Miami New Times from Doya Restaurant that specializes in Aegean cuisine. And Chef Guillermo, head chef of Ossobuco Miami, known for their incredible open fire grills. Today, both chefs will be coming together at Ossobuco for this unbelievable feast.
I'm
Man.
so excited for you, Mark, because I've
Yes.
experienced this before.
Yes.
I'm excited for you. They're amazing chefs, brother.
Yeah, truly.
And they're characters. So we're going to be entertained, and also Belly will be entertained.
Amazing.
Here, we're gonna start preparing our first dish, okay? It's going to be our amazing and unique ossobuco empanada. So we use this masterpiece, this is called Josper.
Yes.
So it's an oven that it works only with charcoal, okay? So we've been cooking this for 14 hours.
Wow.
So this is like a person working overnight, okay?
Wow, yes.
So here we have our ossobuco.
And so
yeah?
ossobuco, is it veal?
It's basically the shank, okay?
Okay.
And look how it comes apart.
Wow.
Look at this, look.
Oh.
It is amazing. With this ossobuco, we're gonna do different preparations. So look how it comes apart.
Completely fall apart tender.
Look at this. It's beautiful. So with this, we're gonna do the first dish, ossobuco empanada, and you and I, we're gonna do an empanada
All
together.
right.
Mark, I'm watching, be entertained. I already tried and embarrassed myself. It's your turn, buddy.
Okay.
We have our empanada dough. This is the ossobuco that we just took out of the oven.
All right.
A little bit of water on the edge. And the key of a really good empanada is to press it very well and remove all the extra air that you might have. And here it's when the magic of your hands come. The closing, we call it repulgue in Spanish, okay?
You see, he makes it look easy. Just wait until you try it.
Yeah, I know. Perfect shape. Nice.
All right.
Okay, I'll give it a go.
Okay,
Let's go,
perfect.
Mark.
Take your time. No one is filming you, so don't get nervous. No one is watching you.
Okay. Oh, let's see. Just don't grab that paper. Okay, I'm just gonna pick it up.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay.
In the middle.
Put it right here in the middle. A little
Water
bit of water. Okay, so first just fold it over.
Yeah, fold it over. Make sure we remove all the extra air that you might have. Yeah, press. Look at that, Mark. Huh? That's beautiful.
And then, okay, you fold over this side.
Yes, little by little, yeah.
Little by little, and kind of pinch it down.
Yeah, pinch it down. Yes,
Might not be pretty.
it's okay. You're doing a great job. It's an
Folding it
empanada.
over.
Yeah, perfect.
Here's my version. Here's Chef Guillermo's version. I definitely need some practice.
No. It looks good, Mark. It's good. We're gonna go with yours first, yeah?
Okay, this is the real test.
So something different that we do here, we use all the fat that we get from all the meat, we render down, and that's what we use for cooking. This brings me back to where I'm from. I grew up in a very small farm, so we used to use everything. We don't throw nothing away. That's how I learned how to cook with fire and how to use what the land gives you.
Amazing. Oh, yeah, just look at the clarity of that. Taken to the next level.
Look at
Fried
this.
in ossobuco
This is your
fat.
empanada.
Oh,
Look at that
it held up.
perfection. The color, the bubbling,
Yes.
it's perfect.
And ready.
Our empanadas.
Beautiful. Perfectly golden, bubbly, and filled with ossobuco.
So this is herbaioli that we do, yeah? It goes very well with our empanada. Nice and gold, bubbling, it's perfect.
Thank you.
Ossobuco empanada with herbaioli.
Nice.
I got the one you made.
Oh, okay.
Look pretty, Mark. Good job. Gotta be honest with you. Good
held
job,
up,
good
it
job.
held up.
Look at that.
Okay, Guga.
Cheers, brother. That's so good.
Oh, wow.
So good.
The tenderness of that shank on the inside.
This should be illegal.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, unbelievably good. The dough as well is perfect. Like it's quite thin,
It's crispy
not
and
too-
gooey at the same time, right?
so you really get the full flavor of that meat when you bite down.
And it's so flavorful and juicy, the meat. And you can
So
tell
juicy.
that he's been cooking it for such a long time. It's just incredible, right? This is amazing.
Yeah. Oh wow.
This is so beautiful.
Delicious.
It's
Yeah.
amazing. Crazy good.
Incredibly delicious. We are off to an unbelievable start, and this is only the beginning. Chef Guillermo made his famous empanadas, and now Chef Erhan is going to make the next dish. So they're going to alternate making some of their best dishes.
Right now, I'm gonna go with the short rib baklava.
Short rib
Yeah, short
baklava.
rib baklava. You know, it's been cooking about 6 hours.
Wow. Oh. Oh, that smells incredible. Oh, it's smoldering.
This is like crazy.
Oh. Oh, wow. Just melting tender.
So good. You know what? Everybody loves short rib, and everybody loves baklava. So why not together? That's what I was thinking.
Genius.
It worked out. And that's gonna go inside the baklava right now.
Wow.
And we'll see what's gonna happen.
Wow. Never before have I dreamed of the combination of meat baklava. I can't wait to see how it tastes.
Okay.
There it is.
Go, Mark.
That's the meat
Oh my
baklava.
God. Oh my God, look at this guy.
Oh, you see the layers, the
Oh my God,
crispiness.
it's ridiculous. See those bubbles here?
Yes.
Dancing.
Oh, you hear the crackle.
Huh?
Oh, wow. Just folded in with short ribs. All the layers. Incredible.
You went to Al Gaziantep before.
Yes.
I know that.
Gaziantep, yes.
And I bring you some
Oh, they have the best
Gaziantep here.
pistachios there.
I bring you some Gaziantep. Look at it.
And look at how green they are.
I
That
bring you
vibrant
some
green.
Gaziantep. Like
Incredible.
They're the best.
Oh, so you even put pistachios on it.
This is the strained garlic yogurt.
Oh.
So I get the garlic yogurt. I leave it, you know, in mesh about like 48 hours inside the cooler.
Wow.
Make it thick like this. Get all the water out from the
Oh, yeah.
yogurt. Makes a big difference.
It's thick, yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very thick. And then now you go to the best part.
Wow.
Why not one more piece? You ready for the most beautiful part?
Okay, yes. Oh. Wow.
Yeah, this is the short rib baklava. That's really
Short rib baklava.
Look at this. Beautiful.
Incredible.
Enjoy it.
Thank you, Chef.
Not period.
Oh, yeah, that's hot. Oh, you have to take it to your mouth after.
That's not good here, Mike. See, that's the thing with Amazing Chef. They want to feed you, you know what I mean?
Oh, man.
Here, you need help. Hold on, Mike.
It's so good. Oh.
Look at
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
this one.
Yeah. Thank you, Chef.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, wow.
What do you
It
think,
is-
Mark, huh?
It is so fatty in all the right places. It's just oozing with juices. And then you have those layers of all the dough, the crispiness,
And it's burning hot. It's out of the oven right now.
flaming, like it's on fire in our mouths, and it's so good.
Now, you have to have it like this. Look, let me show you. Because when you combine it with the yogurt, and it brings it down a little bit, the hotness, and it just combines everything together.
Oh, wow.
There you go. Mark, go
Oh,
for it.
is that okay?
It's for
Thank
you,
you,
brother.
Thank you, Guga.
Go for it.
Okay.
Try
Next
it
bite.
like that.
All right.
The whole experience. Oh. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, with that garlicky yogurt, that sprinkle of pistachios, it's unbelievable. The different textures, it is so good.
Wow.
Amazing, huh?
Amazing. The next dish, Chef
All right,
Guillermo.
next dish. So the first thing we want to do is to make sure our grill is super hot, okay?
Wow.
So after we burn the wood, yeah, we're gonna move it here.
And you're burning all wood here too,
Yeah.
not charcoal, just all wood, right?
So we use charcoal in the oven, but here
Okay.
it's all wood. We use red oak, okay?
All right.
This is an amazing and unique dish, okay? We're gonna do bone marrow, but also has ossobuco. So with the ossobuco that we cooked previously, we do a marmalade. So here we
marmalade.
have, yeah, and that's the marmalade we have, okay?
Meat
So-
marmalade.
It gets hot in here, Mark.
Yeah,
okay?
cooking over the fire is
So after we do
a lot
this,
of work.
we're gonna brush it with a little bit of herb butter, okay?
Oh, nice.
So it's gonna enhance a little bit the flavor of the bone marrow.
Wow. Oh, you can see that starting to melt. Oh, over that raging hot fire.
Flip it over one more time. So you can see all the fat on the bone marrow. Look at that. That's-
Yeah, it's liquefying in the bone. Wow. Oh, incredible. Yeah, it's really hot.
So after we take it out of the grill, so we're gonna go ahead and brush it with a little bit more herb butter. Who doesn't like herb butter, Mark? You know, a little bit more flavor to it.
Of course.
Now, before we do the next step, we're gonna torch it, okay? Just to make sure that we get a really nice caramelization of the butter,
Okay.
and that will give a beautiful flavor to the bone marrow.
Wow.
Look at that.
Oh, that aroma. Oh, that sizzle.
Alright. For the next step, we're gonna place our bone marrow,
Oh, yeah, there's more.
also buco marmalade. This is a different way of presenting the bone marrow. And at the end, we finish with this is our signature chimichurri that we use for all the meat. A beautiful way to finish this dish.
Oh, that's so juicy.
Really nice starch. Give you a little flavor from the rosemary here. We're gonna perfume the entire restaurant with these aromas. That's incredible. It's all about good cooking, nice techniques and aromas.
Yes.
Create that connection with the customers.
Full sensory experience.
Yeah, so
That's what
this
food
is
should be.
our ossobuco bone marrow. One of my
Amazing.
favorite and signature dishes here at ossobuco.
Cannot wait to try it.
You didn't make that for me.
Oh,
You made that for, not for me. I've never seen that dish
We
before.
got-
Well, I'm serious. What is that?
Don't be like that, Guga. Come here.
Oh my God! Look at it. I want to eat. Okay, at least I get to eat
Guga,
it.
we're eating it together.
All right, guys, so we want to make sure we go all the way to the bottom of it. We want to get a little bit of the bone marrow that is being cooked on the grill. Then the braised ossobuco marmalade.
Oh, just scoop it out of the bone. It's liquefying.
Then we add a little bit of chimichurri.
Oh, wow. Okay. Cheers.
Thank you, chef.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, chef.
Oh. So juicy.
Wow. I think it's dripping down my chin.
It's like a waterfall of juice right over here.
Oh, wow.
One of my favorite things to eat is bone marrow. When you combine it together with the ossobuco, it's magical. And that char on the bread is just unbelievable.
Smokiness, yeah. It's like melting meat upon melting meat. Everything's just melting. It's the type of cooking you cannot rush the process.
No,
and you can tell with every bite that the amount of time that you put into that food.
We respect the process.
You
That
can
was-
taste the love, chef.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You can feel the love.
And don't
Oh,
forget,
that
always
was
travel for food. man.
outstanding. And there's still a lot more.
Skewers and a beautiful lamb together. You're gonna try this,
Okay.
okay?
It is a challenge.
Guga, have you done it?
Yes, yeah, I've tried it.
You see, you go like this, and then
What kind of kebab, chef?
that's gonna be something we call like beiti
Okay.
kebab, but
Okay.
it's my version of beiti kebab.
Okay.
So it's gonna be first a lot of love inside. Second, we
Yes.
have lamb. We have still some yogurt, and then some tomato sauce. And we're gonna
nice.
kill it, finish up with some butter.
Wow.
The shape is not very important because we're gonna wrap this inside lavash bread.
Oh, okay.
So that's why you need it a little bit like thin like this, so you can cook it very fast, just equal. Ready to ramble.
Oh,
You wanna try one?
Okay, sure.
Okay, let's go.
All right, Mark, are you ready for this?
I hope so.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Your lamb.
Okay.
Yep.
And you start from the top?
Yep.
And then
You can go inside like that.
work it down?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Okay.
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 And now you're gonna use your fingers like this, like you know.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly like that.
And then you kind of squeeze and push down a little bit all
You
at
do
the
like
same
this,
time.
You're gonna look like this.
Oh,
like, you know,
oh,
like
that's
that.
not looking pretty.
You know, it's almost.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's not as easy as they made it seem. I know.
No, they're so good. They even know like just
Yeah.
the amount of pressure to put down.
And it's very important. There should be any holes, anything, because
Oh,
then
yeah.
it's not gonna stay in the skewer.
Yes,
it's gonna fall down.
completely fall
You
off,
know?
right?
So no, it's good. It's good.
Not
Okay,
good.
I mean, it's kind of like,
Not good,
Yeah.
but
okay. So
we'll let
How
Chef
will-
Erhan, the expert, do it for us. It needs some shaping.
See, a little shaping like that,
Oh yeah.
and then you do it.
Yeah, I'll need a lot of practice on that one.
Yeah.
You're gonna place it just like that. Now what you're gonna see here, you're gonna see the smoke coming up.
All right.
When the fat burns,
Yes.
strips, bounce back as a beautiful smoke, amazing like smoke.
Yes.
It's gonna hit the meat again,
Oh,
so it's gonna give
and
an
absorb.
unbelievable taste. It's gonna
Absorb.
absorb all the fat. Everything.
Oh wow. Oh, they're starting to hiss and smoke. Fat is melting out. Oh, those look so good.
The thing like actually cooks this one is the skewer.
Oh, okay.
Skewer's
The
inside.
skewer gets hot too.
That's why the skewer gets very hot and then cooks inside.
Ah. Kebabs are ready. Oh, transferred over.
Here. Oh, like that.
Oh yeah. You can hear the sizzle, and none of that meat juice goes to waste. Oh, and some vapor, meat vapor is released.
We're still cooking it right now.
Oh wow.
We got this one. You roll the baby like this. And this one as well. You roll it like that. I'll take it.
Goes back on.
I like this one.
Oh, nice. And so now that's sitting on a different fire above the direct flames.
This is a smoked garlic yogurt.
Nice.
So I smoked this like half an hour with charcoal and some white oak. That's gonna give you the feeling and the taste of the real like wood fire.
Oh, incredible. Oh,
Here.
right onto the bed of the yogurt.
Some beautiful tomato sauce.
Oh wow.
Oh my God.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh my God. You're not done yet.
Oh, it's still going. There's more. Oh, the butter.
see that?
It's crackling. Oh, here it comes. Oh, wow. Oh, submerged in butter. Oh,
Unbelievable. You're gonna love it.
wow. Thank
Here we
you.
go. Beautiful.
And what do you call this dish?
It's called baking.
Beiti. Okay. Guga, our original plan when we first came here was to like cook all the dishes in a row and then sit down for a nice peaceful meal with all the dishes. But their cooking is so good, it would be impossible not to try each dish as they're made.
It would be
right
unfair,
fresh.
right?
It would be unfair.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So we're just gonna have to take every course as it comes one by one. But I don't think the flavors will get any better than this.
Yeah, nice and fresh. Nothing is sitting. We're gonna try it immediately.
This, of course, we have to do it justice.
All right, let's do it.
And so Chef Erhan's very own version of a beiti kebab
Wow, cheers,
with the
brother.
yogurt, with the tomato.
Look at that.
The kebab is just nestled inside. It's tucked away. Oh man, what a bite.
Cheers. So good, man.
Oh, wow. There's so many flavors to describe. Creaminess of the yogurt with the garlic, the acidity of the tomato. Then you cut through the lavash, releasing the meat on the inside.
It's like a perfect combination of acidity, fattiness, tanginess, every kind of flavor that you want in your mouth all at once. It's there. You know what I mean? It's amazing.
So good. Another outstanding dish.
All right, so we're going to do an amazing dish. This is one of my favorite. This is ricotta gnocchi with
nice.
ossobuco ragu, okay? So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna boil the gnocchi.
Okay.
Perfect.
Oh, and everything is cooked over fire,
Yeah, absolutely.
including the gnocchi.
So first we're gonna do a little bit of butter here. Now we're gonna go with our ossobuco. And this one is a ragu.
Oh, okay, cool.
For our gnocchi. Now we're going to add a little bit of tomato sauce. Yeah. We continue with our
Okay.
gnocchi. a little bit of herb butter
Oh, nice.
just to give an extra flavor. So melted herb butter, very good with
That
our
smells
ossobuco that we
incredible.
braised earlier for 14 hours.
Yes.
A little bit of tomato sauce, heavy cream, two different techniques when cooking the gnocchi. So we do boil first, and then we finish with a nice char on the cast iron. When you bite into this gnocchi, you got a really nice smoky char on the outside, and in the middle, it's super soft. It's
wow.
delicious. So we have fresh char baby tomatoes. So this is our truffle cream.
Okay.
We're gonna add at the end.
Oh, yeah, you smell the truffle
Yeah.
immediately.
Black truffle cream gives an extra flavor, so beautiful. It goes very well with the gnocchi. Now we're gonna finish with a little bit of Parmesan cheese right on top. A little bit of basil. We're gonna garnish.
Okay, next dish.
You ready?
Ready.
All right, brother. You feel that smokiness immediately.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the twice cooked gnocchi, boiled, charred, just enough tomato to offset the richness.
Yeah,
No wonder the restaurant is called Ossobuco.
so many dishes
Just-
with it.
Yeah, the Ossobuco is just infused into every dish I think we've had so far, actually.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the flavor of those charred tomatoes just take it to the next level.
100%. I love that it's not too creamy, it's just creamy enough. You can feel the flavor of the ossobuco. It's one of those dishes that you can just keep eating because
wow.
even though it's meat, it's not heavy.
It's comforting. This is comfort food. Oh, yeah. Another stunning dish. Yeah.
Spectacular,
It's so good.
spectacular. Well, I can't stop eating, Mike.
No.
We have to pace ourselves.
And you taste the quality of this too, like the quality of the ingredients, the quality of the care. Again, nothing that they're making can be rushed. Everything is a time process.
Yeah.
Both Chef Guillermo, Chef Erhan, their passion behind their dishes, they give it their all.
100%.
And that totally reflects on the food. We're moving right along. Chef Erhan is up.
So my favorite dish ever, the fisherman. It's a stew, it's a fisherman's stew. So back in the old days, I'm talking about 25, 30 years ago, the fishermen used to go for fishing. These old, boats, like they go like, taka, 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 like the 3 days,
Yes.
And then what they need the nutrition. So what they used to do, they used to bring tomatoes, peppers, onions, garlic, many other stuff like this. And then whatever fish they catch, they put it together, they make a stew, and they get all the nutrition from there. So I'm doing that, which the original fishermen used to cook in their boats in the Aegean coast. Knowing that how much you love the real crushed red peppers from Gaziantep.
Yes.
That's the real one. You just put a
Yeah,
little
it's a
bit,
good
it
one.
makes a difference.
It is, yes.
It's right here.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Good guy. Good guy.
Chicken on that.
Come on, good guy. Come on, good guy. You're going to have to man up.
I don't know about that. I'm gonna have to man up quite a bit, Mike.
Come on, good guy.
Look at
Oh, yeah.
that. Unbelievable right now.
Oh, that smells incredible.
Almost there. Mastiha.
Oh, okay. Okay, now the seafood's going in.
Calamari and the shrimp. Mushrooms.
Okay, nice. The octopus goes in, mussels. Oh, it's blending together and it's smelling incredible.
Oh, yeah. Look at this one. Oh,
Wow. So aromatic. Oh, and with the bread right off the fire. Oh.
oh. Take one.
Oh, absorbing.
Oh,
Oh, Chef Erhan, he goes on both sides. Yes.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And it's not that spicy, it's good.
Oh,
wow.
You feel the pepper, but not crazy.
Yeah. Flavorful.
Yeah.
Not gonna kill you, delicious.
It's such a well-rounded flavor. Oh,
Well done, chef. Amazing.
incredible.
Enjoy it.
I was gonna say, can I take it and go away?
Oh, okay.
Because I want to eat the whole thing, bro.
Like, this is one of those dishes that is a result of resourcefulness
using all of that catch, tossing in some odds and ends to make something that's incredibly beautiful. And then Chef Erhan's own touch as well. This represents comfort. It's comfort on a plate.
100%. Something
Yep.
that you want to eat on any day, especially on a nice cold day.
Yes.
It's just so good. Cheers.
Cheers.
brother. Oh, that's good.
We're moving along.
All right, Mark.
It
Wow.
continues.
Absolutely. So we're going to do a beautiful dish. This is a bone in the shoulder, okay? This is a tribute to our asado in Argentina, okay? The way we do barbecues. It's a ceremony. It takes a very long time. So I cook for 14 hours, 174 sous vide.
Okay.
And we finish on the grill, okay? So a little bit of butter, a little bit of rosemary.
Wow.
Keep it over.
Oh.
We're gonna kiss this with a little bit more butter.
Oh, wow.
Like Guga will say, more butter, more butter.
More butter, more better.
That's right. Absolutely
Yeah?
right.
Now this is ready. We're going to remove our
Okay.
short rib.
Oh, so that's just infused with the fire and the butter. Oh, it's foaming.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
perfect.
oh,
Beautiful.
steaming bone.
That is nice. Look at this.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Goes back on the bone.
Back on the bone. And now to finish, we're gonna go with our chimichurri. Panko breadcrumb.
Okay,
Nice and crispy.
amazing.
So you will grab your lettuce.
Okay,
We're going to put a little bit of smoked aioli. We're gonna continue with a beautiful piece of short rib. Yeah. Then we're gonna continue with pickled cucumbers. And for the nice and final touch, sweet and sour onions. And this is the perfect bite. This is our short rib lettuce wrap.
incredible.
Please enjoy.
Guga,
Cheers, brother.
cheers.
That's the yummy face, everybody. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I know.
wow. It's disintegrating in my mouth.
The meat is so tender, but I love the acidity, the little bit of the crunchiness on the top. It has everything in one bite, you know?
And the aioli also adds this creaminess to contrast the melting meat. Yeah, that's as tender as it gets.
I agree. It's super juicy, super tender, and most importantly, nicely well balanced, you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
a perfect bite.
Incredible.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Another just transcendent dish.
I know you love it, Guga.
It's my favorite. Oh. It's my favorite. That's my favorite dish. We start?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Oh, that looks so good. That's what
Yeah.
I'm calling like roasting, right? Look at the real one.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Oh, nice. And that's an eggplant directly charred in the fire. Oh, okay.
How beautiful, how amazing. Some more. Some of this. That's it. So anyway.
Guga, it's been a while since we've
We need some
eaten a
of that.
vegetable.
Yes, it's been quite a some time.
Oh, vegetables are welcomed.
Look at this.
Oh,
Unbelievable sauce.
it's a tomato
So,
geyser.
the peppers too hot.
Yeah, chef, I was gonna say, you have no feeling on your hands?
Used to.
Used to it, it's all gone now, huh? Jeez.
Look at that.
Oh,
You too.
oh, getting serious.
Ah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The squishing of the vegetables, the
Yeah.
juices coming out.
Some black peppers as well, always good. Some salt.
Yes.
You're gonna feel the entire smoke, entire char. This is casseri and mozzarella cheese.
Okay.
A little olive oil. Fresh
Yes.
All right, let's dig in.
Oh, it's glistening.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Looks fantastic. It's the perfect combination. The onions, the peppers, the tomatoes.
And it's slightly smoky and juicy.
And I think the sweetness coming from the bell peppers, the acidity of the tomato, and the more like crunch of the onion.
Wow.
It's incredible. Yeah.
It feels like a nice little quick break.
Yeah, we're just preparing ourselves to eat more meat, I think.
I think you're absolutely right, Mark. Because wait until you see what comes up next.
Okay. Moving on to the next course.
Yeah.
And this is going to be monumental.
At Osobuco, I do our own butcher program. So I buy the whole muscle of every single cat that we have here at Osobuco. Dry age for 21 days. And after that, we start portioning, okay?
Okay,
So
incredible.
here we have some of the pieces that we are dry aging. Something new that I'm doing right now, we're doing a dry age tallow cowboy. So I use all the fat that we take from all our cats. So we do a triple coated Osobuco fat cowboy steak. So we dip the cowboy steak for 3 times on the Osobuco fat, and then we let it dry age. So when I cook a piece for you, okay, you see the wax? Look.
Yeah. That's incredible.
Yeah. So this is a bone-in ribeye.
Okay.
This is about 35 ounces.
And we're going to put that on the grill.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that is just amazing. With the fire, the tallow starts to melt, revealing the red meat tucked in the center. Oh, and that hiss. Oh, that is beautiful.
I'm gonna flip it so you can start seeing a little bit of the char that we're getting. But again, you know, we have to respect the process. We're gonna let cook very slow, okay?
All right.
The way I like to cook, it's that the fire will never touch the meat.
Oh, okay.
So this is the magic here. So the smoke penetrates the meat. So then every single bite that you get from the meat has that delicate smoke flavor that is delicious and unique.
Incredible.
Yeah. So we got a really nice char here on the wood fire grill. That's a really thick fat, so I'm gonna put it on our Joker oven.
You feel the heat coming out of there and get it baked, fire from all directions. Okay.
I'm gonna cook this steak here for about 10 to 12 minutes. We're gonna get a really
That's
nice.
a lot of heat coming from that Jasper.
All right, Mark. Here we go. Yeah.
Oh.
Look at this beauty. Yeah.
Wow.
Should be a nice medium rare. Okay. So we're gonna go a little quick kiss on the grill.
Oh, brushed with butter. More sizzle. That is
Nice
unbelievable.
caramelization outside. Yeah. That was all the love given from the Osobuco fat. So now we're gonna let it rest. Okay. So you have to make sure that you let your meat rest.
Okay.
Please. All right. So we're gonna put this here. Our meat super hot.
Wow. Oh, it's juicy.
With a little bit of herb butter,
Oh.
sea salt, chimichurri, these beautiful onions that we've been slowly cooking. A little bit melting butter. This is our bone-in ribeye coated on Osobuco fat, dry age, and then cook on the grill.
Wow, amazing. Oh, look at the juiciness of it. Thank you guys. You guys are the best.
Okay, well, happy face. Cheers, brother.
Okay, yes, 48-day fat coated. Oh,
You ready? All right, brother. Cheers. Oh.
it's just so good. That crust on the outside is
Isn't it-
unbelievable. Like it transforms the texture a little bit. It seals in the juiciness, gives it this extra complexity. And yeah, I think the highlight for me is that crust.
Yeah.
That crust is just
insane.
You cannot achieve that if you don't put that Wagyu fat. Because if you feel it, it's almost like crispy fried crust, you know?
You're right. Yeah, it feels like it's deep fried almost.
Yeah.
That's the power of the fat.
Like I always say, more fat, more better.
Yeah.
And this is true here.
Absolutely stunning. Oh, this is delicious. Yeah, this is world class. Go into the chimichurri. Oh, I want to get that all over it. Oh. Meat juice on another level. I think that's good.
The last dish.
Okay.
It's the mastic octopus.
Mastic octopus. One of your signature dishes?
Yes, it is. I mean, I love to use mastic.
Okay.
The mastija. First, you go with the mushrooms. Now I want to flavor them out.
Okay.
Bit of salt, melted water. We have some garlic. We have some little onions.
Nice.
That's a little sweat. That's all you want to see. Not too much. All together inside.
Yeah.
And vanilla here.
This is the cream?
The cream and the vanilla together, yes.
Oh, man.
For what? Mastic.
Mastic goes in.
And then make sure that the mastic melts.
Oh, yeah.
A little paprika. And pepper. And for octopus.
The octopus.
Boiled octopus. The first thing you have to do, you have to steam it.
Okay.
All steam it. That's why you get this white, beautiful color.
All right.
It's all about steaming.
Steaming.
The reason I'm putting like this one slowly, you don't want to put everything together and let it to boil, because when you boil, it's gonna break down.
Okay.
So this is the temperature. Oh, let's go. Look at this guy.
Oh, amazing. That smells incredible.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Tastes better.
Yes.
And it's very hard to cook this one because a little bit less you put it, you're not gonna feel it. A little bit extra you put it, you're gonna ruin the food. I mean, when you do the gin, you have to have a mastija, which is masticam. That's we have with the octopus together. It's delicious.
Oh. Oh. Guga.
Are you ready, brother?
Next dish. Yes.
go.
We've already had a little taste of the octopus from the fisherman's stew.
Yep.
This is the next level of octopus.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Mm,
Wow, yeah.
it's creamy, buttery, and delicious all at the same time,
I cannot believe the texture of that octopus.
right? It's so tender. It's one of those things that you don't need teeth.
Yeah,
You
can
don't.
bite with your lips and slide right through it. And that sauce, it's so delicate, infused with that mastic.
This is phenomenal. Maybe one of my favorite dishes today. This is incredible.
It's like a trail of flavor that keeps on coming.
Yeah. Chef Erhan knows his octopus, brother.
Nose is octopus. Oh, wow. Absolutely sensational. Like the entire meal has been today. Dish after dish. That's been 10 dishes, Guga.
That has been 10 dishes.
Oh,
Wow, Mark, there's one more.
is there?
Dessert.
Oh, yeah.
Ah.
All right, so for the final course, we have an amazing dish, okay? This is an ube cheesecake empanada.
Wow,
Okay,
nice.
Beautiful. Delicious.
Wow.
So we're doing here like a coconut caramel, but our version, we call it coconut dulce de leche. We reduce the coconut milk and then we convert it into a dulce de leche.
Nice.
Right on the bottom, ube cheesecake empanada, a little bit of vanilla ice cream, and then we're gonna finish with a little bit of lime zest.
Amazing. Man, Guga, this has been, it's been a journey.
Yes.
A journey of a meal. And I think along with the food, just their passion and their energy has exceeded my expectations.
Oh, awesome. I'm so glad that you like it.
The chefs are incredible people. Chef Erhan, he's from Turkey originally. Chef Guillermo is originally from Argentina, and they're putting their own touches on their cuisine and bringing it to Miami. I think what they're doing is a representation of what Miami is.
Yes, I 100% agree. And the fact that they're cooking with fire in pretty much every single dish is just an extra bonus of flavor, you know?
Yes. And thank you, Guga, for bringing me here, for arranging this. Oh, it's been
Thanks for
amazing.
coming, Mark.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Should we try the dessert?
I think we should.
Okay. Okay, so we've got ube cheesecake, right? Ube cheesecake.
Yes.
Oh, you see the purple yam on the center? Oh, melted ice cream and the zest of the lime.
A nice sweet treat to finish the
Yes.
meat heaven paradise.
Yes, yes.
Cheers.
There's so many things going on,
I
actually.
know, right? It's like creamy, crunchy, sweet, and the yam on the inside is a little bit
sweet
savory.
yam as well, yeah.
And there's a dulce de leche on the bottom.
That's what it is, too.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's
the
a coconut.
savoriness, right?
It's a coconut dulce de leche,
Goose
too.
coconut dulce de
So
leche.
it's like,
yeah,
oh.
you feel all these different flavors, so many combined together at once.
And it's all melting together.
Wow, that is a perfect dessert for me,
Yeah.
right? It's not too
Fantastic.
sweet.
No.
When you have dessert and it's like way
Yeah.
too sweet, yeah, it's not
This
too
is a
sweet
perfect
at all.
sweetness.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm having
Are
the
you
meat
all
sweats.
right?
I have the meat sweats, Guga.
Well, as long as you had a good time, that's all that matters.
We've had a lot of meat together, Guga.
Yeah, we
It's
did.
been an incredible time. Thank you.
Of course, very welcome.
Oh.
Welcome to Miami officially now.
Thank you, Guga. What a meal. That was spectacular. Thank you,
Great.
Chef Erhan,
To see you back.
Chef Guillermo.
Mark, thank
That
you so much. It was an honor to have you here.
Incredible hospitality. Must visit chefs and restaurants when you're in Miami.
Thank you. Thank you.
You guys are the best.
Which alien species do you find most interesting?
What a lovely question.
It's a really good question.
The mantises.
The ones I am with.
I tend to think more of like intradimensional.
The Nordics are fascinating.
The Nordics. Tall blondes that look like humans.
The ones that look like us.
I attended a conference for UFO enthusiasts called Contact in the Desert. While there, I was able to ask a few of the best researchers in the field about my favorite topic. And if you want to see the full versions of these interviews, I'll be posting them for free on my Patreon account. Link in the description.
So you got the Greys. Are they a species that evolved on a planet? And this is the version of a sentient animal there? It's possible. But my guess is it's more complicated.
So first of all, there do seem to be a lot of reports of what we might call the Greys, short little guys, big black eyes. They seem to be adhering to some mandate or operative when it comes to making these incisions, inserting microchips.
The functionaries doing the experiments, the anal probes, all that stuff.
You know, collecting genetic material. They often repeat, do not fear, or things like that. I don't believe that it's all just some cultural phenomenon. We do know that, like in the early years of abduction research, these early people were pulling these types of descriptions out long before it was really part of our cultural zeitgeist.
There are several sizes, which means they may have some significant differences. Yep. Right? And they're versions of the basic Grey that we know.
Yeah.
The classic one is the one on Whitley Strieber's Communion book.
I don't think that they are as fixed in their bodies as we are. In other words, with training, a human being can sometimes learn how to leave their body. I've done that a few times, and you have too, I'm sure. But the Greys, I think, can enter and leave them at will, easily. And I think in that sense, we're similar in that we have souls that are connected to the physical. And that may be part of why they're here. But they're the most interesting to me because they're interested in me.
And then they seem sort of hominid in some ways. And so it brings up these ontologically interesting questions. Are they sort of, a la your great Twitter post, some von Neumann replicator, part of some kit deployed by a more advanced extraterrestrial civilization? Are they robotic droids? Or are they us from the future?
But I suspect that those little Greys are functionaries that are robots, that are synthetic beings that are created to do work, as opposed to the actual ET, or if that's what they are.
I have had a brief encounter with one of the Nordics who proceeded to tell me the Greys were extremely dangerous and stay away from them. But the Greys are mine, my main ones.
But how about the Nordics? They look like humans, only better looking.
Where are they from? Do you have human beings like evolve on another planet that look exactly like us, that can fit in?
There is no way that on another planet in a full evolutionary cycle, you get a Swedish model. No way. And so they have a huge amount of our DNA.
If you're just adhering to normal astronomy, Occam's razor would say that's not right, because you have all these different, atmospheric conditions, and if you're in another planet, the likelihood of evolutionary convergence. I mean, we know now there's silicon-based life. So even just the idea of carbon-based life, let alone, we have 8 million species on Earth, 20 are, I think, upright and bipedal or something. So what do they look like?
Blonde, muscular, perfect body, human-looking entities that had kind of a different eye feature.
They're generally a specific age, 30, 35, perfect features, but I've heard they've got these blue piercing eyes.
The Theosophical Society in the late 19th century, people like Madame Blavatsky, and what is the first root race? There are, 7 root races or whatever. I believe the second is the Lemurians. I believe the third is the Atlanteans. The first root race is the Hyperboreans. These sort of tall, white, Earth conscientious creatures or whatever.
Is there a story in particular that comes to mind when thinking of these human-looking ones?
Well, no, I think it would be probably, in my case, Betty Andreasson. And the reason, there's lots of reasons for it. First, Betty's story is so compelling. Betty had heard and repeated what she thought was star language. In other words, it was not an intelligible language to her. But when I read it and then listened to the transcript, it was very clear that it had something to do with Gaelic. But it wasn't Gaelic. It was something like Gaelic, and I found an expert in the UK, as I recall, and he said it was a very old form of Gaelic and that it meant, children of the northern people, you wander in eternal darkness. And that has been a kind of byword of mine ever since.
I don't know. There are a few, you know, like there's the Ingo Swann at the supermarket, you know, saying this woman is ravishing. And I believe she was kind of this tall, blonde, you know, beautiful woman.
There's two of them that happened in the same year, and that's Travis Walton, that I believe 100%. And then there's the Billy Meyer story that I believe at 30%.
The Nordics really first appeared with the Billy Meyer work and case, and that's a very, very, very complicated case.
And then, of course, you know, something we experienced together that our audiences will see at some point is Charles Hall, who spoke to the tall whites, spent a lot of time with them, but also the Nordic people with the 24 teeth.
I'll tell you, I have two, I call them bookend stories. They go perfectly together.
I was following Timothy Good, Above Top Secret. You know, that was like my research encyclopedia for Making Out of the Blue. And then I don't remember if he talks about it in a book or if it was a subsequent interview, but he talks about him seeing one and then communicating telepathically. And Timothy Good, in my book, was a very credible guy. He's a prolific writer and considered to be a really good researcher. So that kind of got my attention a little bit about 20 years ago.
2008 or 2009, I was at some place in Vegas talking to an Army colonel, retired colonel, who had a lot of experience with black projects. He was a brilliant guy. And he told me a story about he and his wife was with him when he told the story. And they had another friend, a female friend, and they were at a Las Vegas casino. And he said, this guy, by the way, knew a lot about the UFO subject, but he said, we're on our own time, we're hanging out at a casino. I think it was the Wynn, actually, which is a great casino hotel, but I can't recall. He said, we're up there, we're on the second floor, and our friend, who he said was a psychic, she stops two of them and she says, that woman over there is not human. And they look over and there's this very beautiful blonde woman in a striking blue outfit. Now, it's Las Vegas.
Yeah.
You get that there.
Sure. Blue is interesting, too.
Oh, yes, yes. She and his wife get scared, and they go down the escalator, which is right there. The colonel is hanging behind, and he's looking at this woman, and he said to me, and that's when I heard her in my mind. She turned slightly, and he said, I heard her. She sounded like a cop on the beat, like, nothing to see here. Go about your business. You don't belong here. And he's like, how did I get that thought? And at that moment, she's joined by this beautiful blonde man wearing blue. Again, are you thinking Cirque du Soleil? I don't know what this could be. But so they're hanging out. They're conferring. He doesn't hear anything at this point. So then they start walking toward the escalator where he is. So this guy is a colonel. He has a PhD. He's a sharp guy. And he's thinking, I am going to talk to these people. I don't know what I'm going to say, but I'm going to talk to them. I want to find out what the hell is going on here. So they walk toward him. Instead, he says nothing. They get on the escalator, they go down, but then he gets behind them. And he said to me, I heard them conversing in their minds. I said, do you know that they weren't talking? He says, look, I'm pretty damn sure they weren't talking. I'm hearing, what were they saying? Well, they were saying something like, yeah, he can hear us. No, he's not important. He's not part of the program, or he's not part of anything we need to worry about. At this point, his wife interjected in the story. She was hilarious. She's like, oh yes, I remember this. my friend and I were peeking around the slot machines like this, like hiding behind the slot machine. So that was kind of nice little confirmation there. But anyways, the couple gets down at the bottom of the escalator and they walk out and they're gone. So then 3 of them are conferring and they're like, that was crazy. So the woman, the psychic friend, also did regressive hypnosis. And she says, you know, I could regress you, Colonel, so that maybe you can relax and maybe you can remember if there's anything more that you can remember about what you think you heard. I guess that was the plan. So he's like, all right, cool. So he goes a day or 2 later, he's at her place in this cul-de-sac quiet neighborhood. And he said, every time that she tried to regress me, we heard like construction noise outside, like jackhammers. They would go out to look and they didn't see anything. So he says, no biggie, I'll be back in about a month. Maybe we can get together and do this then. She's like, great. So a month later, he calls her. He says, hey, I'm gonna be in town. Can we do that regression? She says, what regression? The regression last month, Las Vegas. Apparently, she remembered nothing of this encounter. I have one more story that I have to tell you.
And then in 2010, I had just put out a film called I Know What I Saw, which was a 2-hour special I sold to History Channel. And I got an email from Robert Bigelow. And it said, it was actually from his secretary. It said, this is Secretary, you know, Mr. Bigelow wanted me to reach out on his behalf that congratulations on a job well done with your doc. Wow, Robert Bigelow? Whoa. I emailed back like, hey, would he like to get together or like maybe lunch or dinner, you know, to discuss, you know, kind of some of my next moves? Little did I know at the time he had just signed a contract just a couple years earlier, right, with OSAP and ATIP. And yeah, sure, he'd love to meet you. Come to his house. So I went to his house. 2009, 2010. I'd have to look it up the emails somewhere around there. And we had lunch, and he started talking about, you know, the implications of disclosure, the impacts on society. I remember him saying, you know, you take every scandal from Iran-Contra to Monica Lewinsky, all these scandals in the history of like modern history, and multiply them, the impact those have had, multiply that by 1 million, and that's the impact, you know, this reality would have on the general public. And I remember thinking, come on, like, really? You really think so? I've always thought like, oh, you know, we really had this, you know, unifying effect on everybody. And then he goes, and they're walking among us. And I said, what do you mean? What do you mean they're walking among us? He goes, I mean exactly that. They're walking among us. I had something happen to me a couple years earlier, which I've never spoken about ever, because I would know. And even that, when that happened, I didn't talk to anybody about it. Not even no one. And even when he told me that, I still didn't talk about it. Because I saw something one time in 2007.
So 2 years later, I'm in Erie, Pennsylvania. I got my table, I'm selling my little books, doing my thing. And this very nice lady, she's about 60, walks up to my table with her husband. And she says, I got a story for you. Can I tell you? I'm like, yeah. So she says, when I was 15 years old, it would be about 1965, I was in church in western Pennsylvania, in a tiny little town, with my mother. And she said, in our town, everyone knew everyone, especially in church. So she's in church. So she said, in front of me, in front of the aisle ahead of us, were this blonde couple, male, female, come walking in. She says they were absolutely gorgeous. They looked like supermodels. She said they had this incredible blue clothing. I was looking at the fabric. She's a 15-year-old girl, so she's into fashion. She said, I have never seen such incredible, beautiful clothing. And she's marveling and thinking, why is no one else in this church looking at these two people? She said they stuck out like a sore thumb. It's like, you know, Marilyn Monroe and, you know, Cary Grant.
How could you not stare at them?
Yeah. So, but no one was noticing them apparently. And then she said to me, And that's when I heard them in my mind. And what she heard was one of them thinking to the other, something like, well, we appear to be fitting in pretty well here. And she's like, and then one of them, maybe the same one, I don't know, said, except for the girl behind us who can hear us. And that's when she's like practically freaking out. After that, she heard nothing. It's like they shut it down. The other thing she said about them is that they're in Mass, and they didn't really know how to, this is a Catholic Mass, which I grew up doing. You know, sit, kneel, sign of the cross, all that. They're like looking around. They don't know what to do. So they clearly did not fit in.
Just trying to fit in.
Right. So it gets better. So she goes through the whole Mass. Mass ends. The couple is up and out. And they book it out of the church. And she decides, I'm going after them. And she's following. They go down this hill. There's a field. And there's a wooded area. So they're not going to a parking lot or a car. So that's kind of interesting too. Let's just like note that little, describe that little bit. So she's going across the field, she's going down the hill, and then she stops dead in her tracks. She said, then I saw a third person at the entrance of the wooded area. She says, remember Lurch from the Addams Family? Looked just like that.
Terrifying.
Very tall. Like a man in black, but very tall, kind of ungainly tall, hat and a black suit, apparently. And this beautiful blonde supermodel couple from Venus or Pleiades or wherever they're from walked past him into the woods. Into the woods. He turns around and follows them, and that was her story.
I made eye contact with this individual, and it was like an immediate, and I'd never really like considered this even in the realm of possibility. And I still don't know what I think, to be honest with you, what I really believe at the end of the day. But we had a telepathic, just like that.
Can you describe what the situation was and what this individual looked like?
I don't know if I want to go public fully on where it was, but it happened in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
Yeah. And the individual looked like a normal, relatively a normal person. And the individual I remember was doing was moving a chair or something like that. And this individual sensed that I was looking at him for whatever reason, kind of doing this, like maybe dragging a chair, and then turned around and looked me right in the eyes. And it was like, holy shit. Like in myself, I wasn't scared, but it was like, you're not human. But it was really, the individual knew that was the communication that the individual gave to me and knew that I had received it. And
it knew that you knew.
Yes. Yes. Like in an instant. And I knew, it knew, and I was, okay, big blue, like electric blue eyes, like piercing, like freeze in your tracks when I made eye contact. I never told a soul. Because I'd sound like a crazy guy, and I don't know I don't even know what I saw.
So
I'm just telling you what that was the communication that happened, and it happened like that, like that, and I wasn't scared.
What did they look like?
The eyes?
No, what did the person look like? Was
like
it
a normal person, dark skin?
Yeah.
Relatively. Not sure of the ethnicity. I'm not.
Was it
sure.
Swedish or anything? Wasn't like
No,
Scandinavian?
No, no.
Tall, particularly? Do you remember?
No, not tall.
Just
no,
regular
normal.
looking.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What made you look in that direction?
I don't know. And I just remember it was like, you know, and it was immediate.
And you knew.
Immediate communication. Just fucking bam, like that. And I wasn't scared. And then I went about my business and I never talked about it.
But it stuck with you.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, but I didn't believe it. I didn't even believe it. You see my point? Like, I didn't believe that happened to me. But then I'm hearing other people talk about it, you know, Timothy Good, and then Bigelow, the alleged encounter in the desert from 1994 in Nellis Test Range that Mr. Sands talks about. I don't know. Did it happen? Do these things happen? Are they walking among us? I don't know.
The Travis one is the one I consider to be the most important when he got from a distance, they look 100% like humans. But the closer he got, he said, and I looked at this one person, he was very close to him, and he said the eyes gave him away right away that he was not human. So that totally got my attention, because I thought that is very peculiar to have this factional story of Travis Walton, who I think has proven himself through the years with lie detector tests and collaborative witness accounts that he did have an experience, and he insisted of these tall, human-looking blonde beings that were there, 2 males and 1 female.
Crazy strong too.
Very strong.
Like even the women.
Even the woman
put
is
him down effortlessly.
He's a 6'2", big guy. Very at the time he was he's in the top of his shape at that time. So he said I was very strong, and they were able to move me very easily, like if it was a mechanical thing moving him. So that means they're stronger.
They also had the wildest, most sci-fi feature about them. Other than the suits they were wearing, they had fish bowls.
Fish bowls.
Now this is something straight out of the Jetsons.
Yeah.
And the only reason I found that intriguing is because there is another case in the UK of a lady seeing a saucer just hanging in the air, and the occupants, being blonde,
that's right,
also had fish bowls.
That's right.
All I can describe, this huge Mexican hat. It was stationary, this thing, and it was bright silver in color, and it had a dome. A dome. It was tilted to sort of, I could see the occupants in it.
You saw people in it?
I saw people in it. There were 2 people in there. These people were beautiful people. That's the only way I can describe them. They had long golden hair, like a page boy bob, just like the old kings. You used to see photographs of the old kings, and the colour of the hair was golden. Now, I was disgusted. They had a sort of a polo neck jumper affair, like a ski top suit, in pale blue. Now, these people weren't sat one behind the other. They were sat together, but this, whatever it was tilted so that I could see them and they could see me. They had beautiful faces. I shall never forget their faces as long as I live. Their foreheads seemed to be a bit larger than, the bottom of their faces as normal people you would expect to see. But maybe this was just whatever they had round their heads, which was like a transparent fishbowl. And they just looked, and I was absolutely paralytic with fear. I couldn't move, although my mind was ticking over. And they looked so sympathetic.
But it's the mantises that seem to be calling the shots. So I'm very interested in that. And the personal side of it is, I dig mantises. So I have a mantis sanctuary at my home. I found this thing floating in my pool. It's now 10 years ago. And I thought it was a piece of wood. And I scooped it out and I realized, oh man, it's a praying mantis. Looks like it's dead. You know what, I'm gonna put it over here in the courtyard and see if it comes back alive. I come out a half hour later, I open the front door, there's that damn mantis at the doorstop, looking up, trying to get in the house. I go, no, hold on, little buddy. Scooped it up and I put it, we have a flower bed, and in the spring we grow mint and it flowers. I put it in there, best of luck to you. And that was a girl mantis, because every year since then, on the 1st of May, I get a crop of mantises. And I made it in a sanctuary. I protect it. I don't let any yard guy come in, and I don't let any insecticides be sprayed there. But at first it was a dozen mantises that were born. Suddenly I've got a bunch of them. The second and third year, it's several dozen. And then it was hundreds. And then we had a year, each year gets a little harder because the climate is changing, whether people want to admit it or not. But I protect that like it's my own children. I put up fences to keep people and animals and danger away from those mantises. And it's part of it is because I just think they're little fascinating creatures. They're amazing. And then as I'm going through UFO research, I learned that about these mantid beings. And I figured, well, you know, it doesn't help to be in good with the mantises. When the 8-foot tall ones land, maybe they put in a good word in with our new mantis overlords. And I'm only partially joking about that. But I love the mantises. I protect them. I dig them. They come back every year. This year I didn't know if I was going to have any left or not because so many of the adults ended up dead for one reason or another last year. And I didn't see any of these little mantis condo towers that they are like egg sacs that they leave. I didn't see any new ones. So I didn't know if they were going to come out until April 30th. I saw 2 little mantises and I was just happy as shit. And then May 1st, boom, there they are, like right on, like they've got a calendar or something. They
Every May 1st.
Yeah, every May 1st. This is the 10th year.
There was this story, was it called The Mantis, this documentary?
Man versus Mantis.
Man versus Mantis.
Yeah.
This was fascinating to me.
So that was like right in the middle of my mantis experiment, my sanctuary, as somebody sent that story to me. I reached out to that guy. I had him on Coast to Coast. He's a musician and a filmmaker, a fascinating guy, serious, smart, funny as hell. And he told me about this man versus mantis experience. And what happened to him has happened to so many other people, is that once you connect with the mantises on some level, you start seeing them everywhere. And maybe it's just your awareness grows or something like that, but in his life, suddenly it spread to everyone in his family. They're seeing mantises all over the place. And
have you ever had an encounter with a mantis that wasn't...
in my garden? No.
Yeah.
No, I have not. That'd be pretty cool. Scary as hell, but it'd be pretty cool. I hope so someday.
What's your conviction on these mantids being real?
I'd say somewhere around 60%. I don't really know.
It's pretty high.
Here's what I don't know. I don't know what they really look like. You know, what we have learned from this phenomena in the big picture, not only did the ships change shapes, but the beings change shapes. And sometimes it happens while abductees are on board these craft, if it's really that craft. They manipulate our perceptions in so many ways. I'm not sure we really know what any of them look like.
I tend to think more of like intradimensional. And the reason I started doing DMT after maybe having done lots of drugs in my younger days is that I see it as perhaps not a hallucinogenic psychedelic drug, but a plant medicine technology that allows us access. So if I had to pick a favorite, I would say, yeah, maybe the machine elves in the DMT realm, because I have a feeling that aliens as we know them are probably AI. They've gone through their own Kurzweilian singularity, probably millions of years more advanced than us, and then can perhaps instantiate as needed in biological or synthetic form. And that DMT denizens, so to speak, are in turn billions of years more advanced than us. And I asked them during a DMT session, are you what we feel to be aliens and UFOs? And the answer I got back, trillions of miles of synapses firing, was, we can't explain in a way that you would understand.
It's powerful, but also convenient.
Well, and it didn't feel to me like deflecting.
Sure.
But it felt to me like, okay, if an ant is looking at a Chevrolet transmission, what are they going to understand? Even if that you started explaining.
There's no point.
And so, that's not no. And it just seems to me, a lot of people, especially at this conference, my good friends, are working on disclosure. They got that covered. So I'm going the end around, the exposure, to see if I can't do the Andrew Gallimorian route of going to the source. And I think that's where they are, that's where they're going to be and where we're going to be if we can survive this transition.
Yeah.
I'm less afraid about the future of artificial intelligence than the present of human stupidity. We might not make it until a singularity. One that I found very interesting, we were filming an episode of an Australian TV show. They're doing like a different psychedelic each episode. I'm the DMT guy. And so we had a husband and wife doing DMT, and the wife was crying, deep sobbing the whole time. And for those of us who've done psychedelics, that's not necessarily bad. This is not fun and games. It's more like work. It could be therapy. And so afterwards, we asked her on camera, what did you experience? And this wasn't so much an other entity story, but I'm going to loop it back around. She said that she saw the creation of her soul and felt the attendant fear, her not yet instantiated soul felt about assuming human form. And that helped her understand some of her legacy fears that she carries with her today. First time I did DMT and I asked that question, I felt that I saw the creators of the very fabric of the universe. And I saw the universe, the new material being bubbled up. And I saw the people around almost like a cauldron, like a galactic cauldron.
What do they look like, these people? Do you
I
have
don't-
do you have like a clear image or like a
No, I
hazy
d-
image or?
I don't, Chris. I don't see so much. I feel them.
Right.
And I felt them around there, and I'm feeling, wow, this is the work of the universe. And the other feeling I had was I'm on the other side of the universe, but I'm home. And then later that night, when I circle back to DMT a lot, I did another session, and this time it was the universe coming into me and healing me of emotional trauma. And I'm trying to receive it as much as I can. 2 weeks later, do it again, and it said to me, welcome back, Paul. Let's resume where we left off last time. So the universe remembered me by name and remembered our last appointment.
Like a therapy session.
Yeah, so I find these things, these types of experiences, again, it seems to, for me, blur the lines between others and ourselves, and whether those others are consistent, permanent state entities, or if they may meld into others.
What is your conviction on this particular type being real? Is it very high?
I can 100%.
That they exist.
That they exist.
Do you think they're among us, these ones?
I believe so. I don't know about 100% on that because I believe 100% that they exist, that they live among us. My conviction is maybe 95%. So I give 5% to, who knows, it could be complete, bad misperceptions of people, and you always have to leave a little bit. I do believe they exist. I don't know if they're among us.
What's your conviction on these mantids being real?
I'd say somewhere around 60%.
What's your conviction on the Nordics being real?
All low. It's a low on everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. The way I look at UFO research is that's not true. There are gradations of probability. There being a phenomena that's real, I'm very high conviction.
Yeah, of course.
Reality being weirder than we think.
But
very
the
real.
specific
Nordics, super low.
Super low, but not zero.
Not zero. Not zero. Yeah.
High, low, 50%.
At this point, I'm at 80%.
It's pretty high.
Yeah. Because I was thinking about actually when I was doing laps in the pool, I was thinking to myself, if I had to, like someone said, you got to make a decision. You have to make either yes or no. I was like, it would be yes. It would be yes. Because if it was a no, I would have to dismiss so many testimonies. I'd have to dismiss all of them, including my own.
Oh, of the human-looking type?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say 99 to 100%. I have very little doubt at this point. I mean, it could be anywhere.
And I do think there's enough evidence in different fields to suggest, let's say, meta-terrestrials, that there's something beyond our current awareness, something beyond super secret military capabilities. And I think there is an other. And you ask if they're real, so I think there's an objective reality to them. But there was kind of a nuance, and I want to tease out what you said about, are they real in how they appear? That may not be the case. They may instantiate. And I have a hunch that a lot of things that we sort of silo as different phenomena may be essentially the same. There may be this root level of Pertakian consciousness that manifests in different ways for different reasons.
You've got stories even going like centuries at times of intriguing encounters with beings that don't seem like they come from here. In one of my books, I recounted a story from a guy named, how's his name? Fazio Cardano. He was a 16th century Italian lawyer, and I think he was a doctor, physician, a brilliant man. His father, Gerolamo Cardano, was a friend of Leonardo da Vinci. So these are very high-level people. So Fazio Cardano, who was known throughout Europe, he was a brilliant man. He said, my father told me for years of an encounter he had with this group of, I think, 5 guys who came into his studio one day. And told him about. He said, we've been observing your people for many, many years. He says, who are you people? What are you like? Apparently they lived for hundreds of years. He says, do you believe in God? And he said, they looked at each other and they didn't all have the same opinion on that.
Whoa.
Like, in the same way. Like,
that's a wonderful little tale.
It's a very interesting, yeah. So, a story like that, I think, I can't just throw that out. It comes from, it's 500 years old, but Fazio Cardano is a known high-level individual of his time, had a very high reputation. He's just telling this crazy story. He's not talking about aliens.
No.
But these were human-looking beings. He said their robes, their clothing was like perfect. It's like amazing.
Blue.
I don't know. I can't remember if he gave the colors.
If star-to-star travel is possible, then let's go back in time. Forever, for millions and billions of years, various entities, various species were able to move around the galaxy. And where they really, what was their interest, right? We want to check out those moon rocks, or just look at stars. They probably teach their kids how stars work. The only thing worth looking for in this galaxy is life, without question. Most complicated thing we know. And some life forms are probably more complicated than us. And so they are moving around, going to a planet with life, taking some samples of it to study, work with, right? And then maybe give it to somebody else. What I'm trying to say is that logic says that life, types, forms, DNA, whatever, has been spread all around the galaxy by civilizations that have come and gone. And they've taken and they're working with it. And so they may be working with DNA from 100,000 light years from here, and yet working with some of our DNA. In other words, we are connected already, galactically, genetically, in a sense. The life essence and whatever forms, DNA and other versions, have been taken and moved and integrated and what have you. And they've taken stuff from us as well. And so that makes this much more profound. If we can go to the stars, eventually we're going to learn that we have a connection of various levels with major parts of the galaxy that is a fully living entity. Makes Gaia look almost pale in comparison. Right. Which then brings me to this. We are about to get disclosure. It is a long time coming. It's not like the ancient times when they would come down and they were just gods. That was it. You're gods. Okay, you're gods. So if you're an ET, you need a god time. Be treated like a god, like a vacation. Come to the Earth and worship the hell out of you.
Yeah.
This is not like that. We are an advanced technological space-faring civilization and we have massive weapons. We're about to get more, and we may have interstellar travel pretty soon. So this is a coming out party. It's a bar mitzvah. It's the biggest paradigm shift in history.
We're only at the beginning of a kind of probably a fundamental re-understanding of reality. Like having the ability to manipulate and control reality, like alchemists and magicians. I actually think that we're probably getting close to that. And I think, and when we get there, we're going to have a completely different understanding of like, what's the substrate of reality? I'm starting to think it's probably just information, and intelligence is simply organized information, getting to a higher level of awareness, what we might call consciousness, and we're now at we're just vessels for intelligence. That's really, I think, what we are, and they are operating at a level of complex information that we are not yet there, but we're improving by leaps and bounds. So I wonder if in another, let's say 50, 100 years, we might be able to have a conversation with them about the nature of reality. Particularly if we are able to, I mean, this is crazy and it terrifies me, to be honest with you. But like to create like a superhuman being, genetic enhancement. We can live for 500 years and we have genetic intelligence now that's vastly greater than what you and I have. But it's not impossible, right? You know, we're remaking ourselves as a species right now. And that's why actually when you look around, the world it's crazy. Mental illness is high. Why? Because we're going through this incredibly rapid transformation as a species, and like no one asked to be here. No one asked to be dropped into this, but like everything's changing so amazingly fast. And I think they, the observers, the monitors, the manipulators, they see it all. They know. And we're just riding through this. We have no control. We have no control over this. We really, we overestimate our power and our control and our ability to navigate this. We're not navigating shit, man. We're on a high-speed train, and it's got tracks. And we argue over, you know, like, should we have guardrails on AI or not? Like, are you kidding me? None of that's gonna matter. We can't stop it. We can't help ourselves. This is just going. And so where will we be 100 years from now? They'll say, well, we shouldn't do genetic modifications of human beings. Well, someone's gonna do it. Doesn't really matter what you think, it's gonna happen. So where we're gonna be out in a century or two is gonna be a very different place, not just a different civilization, not just a different economy, not just different human psychology, not just human capabilities, cybernetic, but like almost the beginnings of a variation of a human species.
Clearly, whoever they are, and I think there could be different races, getting back to your question about favorites, they're not here with purely hostile intent, because almost overwhelmingly in all the accounts, they're more powerful than us, and they would have killed us if that was their intent. So at worst, they're here to manipulate us in some way.
And at best, they're benevolent.
Or us.
It is extremely dangerous for us to assume anything in regards to them being collaborating or independently have different agendas, because we just can't assume that the species all have the same agenda just because they're the same species.
One thing that I've been talking about recently, and one thing that really rings true to me, is this idea of belief. And I kind of like try to do away with it a little bit. And I'm not here to believe. It doesn't matter what I believe. Who cares what I believe?
It sounds like me when I started this 30 years ago. So I don't care what I think. You will want to start putting it together and asking yourself, what do I really think? Because like I've gone through that whole phase, and then maybe 5-10 years ago, I started thinking, I've looked at this long enough. Do I really just want to pretend that I don't have opinions?
Yeah.
It'll happen. It always does.
Well, you're a great inspiration to me and a lot of people,
much,
so
Chris.
I really appreciate it, Richard. Thank you.
Total pleasure.
Sitting down with these experts was a truly enlightening experience, and I'm grateful for the time they've given me. There's much to ponder and so much left to discover. I hope you enjoyed this video, and again, if you want to see the full uncut versions of these interviews, I've left the link below.
Bro, we get the fuck out of here. We're getting this kit and we're leaving. Bro, there ain't no way we got away with that. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Okay, I think we're good. Damn, I was waiting for that to happen. I kind of wish I had more. But I mean, this is good enough. It will get me started. I will eventually have to get rid of the where is it? Mods. The map. Information setting. I get Silk Touch. No mending on them. So annoying. Need to put the rest of those away. Спасибо. Извините. Almost sound like it was in game. For fuck's sake, where am I? Shit. Let's check it out. Gotta go.
if you looked at a particular place over Secret Mountain, you would see this big orb being escorted by helicopters rising from behind Secret Mountain. And we watched at 1:30 in the morning, and sure enough, up comes this beautiful golden orb, gigantic. It pulses, it's plasmatic.
And so where my mind might go with that is that this is some sort of global control system.
But an object about a mile behind us and it's following us. Let's hope they're friendly.
One of the first things that one of my sources in that Georgetown pub back in probably 2018 told me was, it's all about consciousness.
You've probably met more people in and around these programs than anybody else alive.
You are saying to the human race, we are not alone.
We're definitely not alone.
Anyway, he chuckled. And I remember he just let slip something like, yeah, the Americans wanted that one shut down pretty quickly.
Whoa. It's a multi-minute long video of this thing flying in the air. And there are symbols around the top. I showed photos of the symbols to Mario Woods and to Randy Anderson, and both of them freaked out.
We went to his home and saw this sphere apparently move under its own power. People have been murdered. Because I'm told that the briefing that the FBI gave in Congress really blew people away. I have no doubt they think they're going to get away with it. And you know what?
Why?
They probably will.
Different parts of the brain have different activities. You know that, don't you?
Maybe you should interview me.
I'm here with Ross Coulthart, who I have just so much gratitude to express. First of all, we've been waiting to do this for a very long time. I'm grateful you're in the U.S.
I haven't been avoiding you.
I know you haven't. But I just want to express my gratitude because we were talking before when the cameras weren't rolling. I feel like I am aerodynamically drafting behind you. I feel like you have done so much legwork in getting all these amazing scoops. And, often I'll do, a follow-up interview where, I have a lot of fun. But it's really, I just have so much, I owe you a debt. And I think humanity owes you a debt as well. And so I'm grateful for you sitting down.
It's a mutual admiration society, Jesse, because I often say to my family, how the hell does he do it? you seem like a jackrabbit everywhere I see. I mean, have you just come back from Colombia or something? You're doing a Burger Sphere story?
I was in, this is what's crazy. And I know you've experienced, I'm sure, all sorts of stories where it starts a certain way and then you have another story come up. So I was investigating these Peruvian mummies, these tridactyl, three-toed and fingered mummies from Peru. And then on the way back up to the U.S., I stop in Mexico City to meet with Jaime Maussan, who's a big proponent of this. And 2 days before, he happened to get this Buga sphere sent to him or whatever. And so I happened to be there.
I've got to know, what's your preliminary assessment? Is it real?
It's so hard to say.
Did you see what my friend Roni Gurney posted on Twitter? Saying
repeat it for the audience.
A fuel tank. So there's a particular shape of fuel tank that is exactly 9 litres, and it's got similar holes to the one that Yami is relying on, and it does have the same seam running along the side. It looks like a direct visual match with a few changes, as if somebody's cosmetically altered it.
It's definitely remarkable, just the fact pattern. So, as you know very well, whenever you take a stance, a hard stance in this world, you get a ton of flack. So I'll just give you my fact pattern of what I've experienced, and then people can sort of decide for themselves. So Jaime Maussan was given this thing. It was taken in Buga, Colombia. That's why it's called the Buga Sphere. It was given by a guy. So this video was taken by this guy who is, I guess he does mining and metal detection underground, and it's a very long, it's a multi-minute long video of this thing flying in the air. You've seen the video. And then he picks it up in the forest, and there is a little gap in the video, so that does beget a question of provenance and why is there a gap in the video. And then he has it for a while in his possession. He ends up giving it to Jaime Maussan. And there are symbols around the top. Apparently it's an aluminum alloy that's, 3 times the hardness of what we generally use in conventional aerospace. And then maybe the most interesting fact I can give you that is new to the audience as well is I showed photos of the symbols to Mario Woods and to Randy Anderson. Mario Woods, 1977 Ellsworth Air Force Base experiencer. And then Randy Anderson is this guy who was taken underground, at Crane, Naval Surface Warfare Crane, and was possibly shown some off-world technology. And both of them freaked out because it was like these were the symbols that they had both seen. Mario inside the craft.
I want to give you something because I'm not sure. And again, I am not avowing that this is my opinion.
Neither of us are endorsing the Boogosphere. We are these are facts that we
we're
are
neither
listening.
Endorsing nor debunking.
That's right.
But I did what I'm increasingly doing these days. I took a photograph of the sphere and I uploaded it to AI, and I asked AI, in this case I think it was Grok, and I said, can you please decipher these symbols for me? And it came back very quickly and said, the circuit. And that, I have to admit, made me think it was a hoax. Now, I'm not saying it's a hoax, okay? But what I am saying is that came back when I put it through AI. But AI is often wrong. But what I love about AI is that its ability to draw on symbology and numerology and all of these ideas. And it came back with this one phrase, the circuit.
Well, if you look at the top, it looks like a little semiconductor or a chip.
Yeah.
And then you have, this begets all these ontological questions of you have, I think his name is Patrick Jackson.
Yes.
You've done an amazing story. Everybody go watch Ross's story with this
And
guy.
I have seen one of these spheres in a different domain in the home of a beautiful man in Texas who is a good soul. And I can tell you, it may be the case that his sphere is now in the possession of Brandon Fugel, and the Skinwalker Ranch show is going to be paying to have that sphere properly investigated. There's a scoop for you.
That is
I was going to run it on my show. Yeah, so
unbelievable.
Jim Marlin is a former rock promoter who worked with Willie Nelson, and he has a house in Texas. And we went to his home and saw this sphere. I have to be careful, apparently move under its own power. And I mean, we were sitting with Jim for hours talking, and he was in a home where the floor had just been fixed, so it's perfectly level, and we verified that with a level. And the ball is sitting stationary on the floor, and then all of a sudden it starts moving, and there's a bar which has a pole coming down onto the floor. It goes up to the bar, and from memory, it might have even circled the pole and then come back again part of the way. And there was no movement. We were all just sitting in a chair, talking, and then Jim chortles and goes, "Oh, look at that," and it
What?
moves. Yeah.
Was there something that came up in the conversation? Was it aligned
No.
with anything synchronistic?
No, and so when I ran that story on Channel 7 Australia, they, as usual, as TV networks are wont to do, beat the living daylights out of it, which is a journalistic term for flogging the story until it bleeds. And all the promos were fancy, and it made it look like we were saying for sure that it was an anomalous object. We truly don't know for sure. And the great frustration for me for the past few years since I did that story in 2021 is every time I went to Jim and asked him, could we take it to go and get it tested, there was a lot of resistance. And it made me suspicious. But then he agreed to go and let it get tested. But the problem was when I was trying to find an X-ray place that does industrial X-rays, the first thing they want to know is, well, what's inside it? And I'm going, well, that's why we want to X-ray it. And I was expressing this dilemma only very recently on a show somewhere, and this gentleman rang me from Chicago and said that he would X-ray it in his industrial X-ray machine. And he had some other type of machine. Can't remember what it was. Might have been a CT, I'm not sure.
CAT scan or...
Yeah. And he would run it through that as well. And it was for free. And I went to Jim and I said to Jim, Jim, I finally found a place that can test the ball for you, the sphere for you, because one of the things I get a lot of the inquiries about from our audience is, what happened to the sphere? You know, why haven't you told us the story about the sphere? And I was finally about to announce that we've got somebody who will allow us to do the testing on the sphere, because Jim won't let us cut into it for obvious reasons. And he told me, I'm sorry, Ross, Brandon Fugal's agreed to fly it in his private jet to Utah, where he's going to have it tested in the lab. And look, frankly, I'm really happy if that's going to be the case for Patrick, who I know, and for Jim, who's a beautiful guy, to finally get an answer. And Brandon, I've spoken to Brandon about it, and I've encouraged him to do it. And so hopefully it's all going to happen. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, let's hope. That's amazing. And I think Patrick, because you were talking about the chip, and so where my mind might go with that, again, I don't know if it's real, is that this is some sort of like global control system or something.
Well, Patrick's theory is that these spheres are part of a global defense system by some alien civilization to keep the bad guys out of Earth.
Right.
And I quite like Patrick. He's a very clever man.
Yeah.
He has an eclectic intelligence and he's fun. I honestly don't know how he could know that.
Right.
You know,
Sure.
And so, I mean, a lot of it is speculation. And he's got type 1 spheres and type 2 spheres. And often there'll be a photograph of a plane. And you see these spheres around planes in UAP events. So there's often a big, let's call it object rather than a craft. There's a big object that's clearly anomalous, sometimes beside an aircraft. And then if you look really closely, you'll see these dots that are these metallic spheres. And when I did that story, I did that in 2021 for Australian TV, it just went nuts. It's been seen, that particular story, if you add the 2 iterations of the story, because we had to take one down because of copyright issues with music. It's been seen over 43 million times.
Crazy.
And so I was getting phone calls, messages, emails from people all over the world, including, I remember, a beautiful guy in Africa who told me that they were seeing these spheres. And what I can report is whatever they are, I do think I can say they're real. They're a real phenomenon. Whatever they are, they're metal spheres with no visible means of propulsion. Dozens of people have told me that they've seen them flying or moving under their own locomotive power. There's no visible way in which they're moving, and I don't honestly know what to conclude about them because, I mean, I expressed the enigma by telling the story, but like so much of this whole story, Jesse, I don't know about you, but I often feel like I've got my eyes closed and I'm kind of feeling in the dark and trying to get an idea about what it is. And then as soon as I've got the texture and the feel of what's been in front of me here, I realized there's a whole other room over here of stuff that I've never got my brain around. And it's mind-bogglingly complex, whatever it is.
This episode is brought to you by my favorite new product, Masa Chips. Here's a quick history lesson. Before the 1990s, all chips and fries were cooked in beef tallow. Then the big food companies swapped this ingredient out for cheap, highly processed seed oils. Today, seed oils make up 20% of the average American's calories, and they're linked to all sorts of bad things like chronic inflammation and metabolic issues. Masa decided to rewind the clock. They make tortilla chips with just 3 simple ingredients: organic corn, sea salt, and 100% grass-fed beef tallow. No seed oils, no weird additives, and honestly, they taste way better too. Masa chips are crunchier, more flavorful, and they don't disintegrate in guac like the usual ones. But the real difference is how you feel: light, satisfied, no crash, no bloat, and no weird craving spiral an hour later. I've been snacking on them non-stop while working on these shows, and they actually keep me sharp. Masa chips are beloved by tens of thousands of customers and have been endorsed by industry-leading health and nutrition experts like Ben Greenfield and Gary Brecka. So ready to give Masa a try? Go to masachips.com/Jesse Michaels, Michaels with no A, and use code Jesse Michaels for 25% off your first order. That's massachips.com/Jesse Michaels and use code Jesse Michaels for 25% off your first order. You're really helping the channel out when you use that code, and this is a product I love and consume just about every day. Part of what I want to do in this interview is so many people are used to seeing you in the context of breaking these bombshell stories. I want to get to know the man behind that, because you are often the interviewer. And so how did you were exposing corruption and stuff with the surveillance state in Australia, right? How did you get into UFOs to begin with?
Like every kid, I was obsessed with Doctor Who, and I loved a show called UFO that was on TV. It was a British series about malevolent aliens invading Earth, and there was this secret organization called Shadow that was defending Earth. But I'll be honest, I always saw that as fiction, and I accepted it was fiction. I never believed it was true. And even when in New Zealand, where I was living as a kid, there was a really big UFO incident in 1978 when I was 16 years old in a place called Kaikoura on the east coast of the South Island of New Zealand. And there was a cargo aircraft flying up that coastline in 1978 in the middle of the night. And the pilot and the co-pilot had these objects, clearly, in their view, elliptical, metallic, disc-shaped objects come right up to the cockpit window, glowing, but clearly metallic, and then go away again. And what was interesting was that it was another kind of Nimitz story, because you had sensor systems. I found the guy in Wellington across Cook Strait, who was the radar operator on the night, who'd seen these things on radar. And as the two guys who were the journalists on the aircraft were describing the objects, say, going to the west, the radar operator, John Cordy, was seeing them go to the west.
We have a strong target at 12 o'clock to you at 20 miles. Roger, we have that one also, and quite a good visual display at the moment. It's showing light. Looks like a collection of light.
So you had this contemporaneous, real-time confirmation of solid objects moving, or at least objects that registered on radar, moving in the directions that these witnesses were saying that they were seeing these objects moving, and they were seeing objects that were plasmatically glowing, but at the same time clearly solid, structured, in their words, craft.
It's heard from Wellington radar that we've got an object about a mile behind us, and it's following us. Let's hope they're friendly.
Sierra Alpha Echo, strong target, right in formation with you now. Could either be left or right, but your target is double this size.
And for each of those people, it was a transformative moment. But what was really interesting for me as a journalist was I bought, as a teenage boy, the official government explanation. And I was doing my exams, I was really focused on my studies. There'd been the Valentich story of a young boy called Frederick Valentich who had disappeared in his Cessna aircraft flying over Bass Strait in Australia just a few months before. And as somebody who was really already very interested in the media, I kind of bought into the idea that this was all a big media beat-up, because there's a big problem in the December-January period. It's the Christmas holiday period. The news is pretty boring, and so this was obviously a story that the media had leapt onto, and I just thought, yeah, this is just a big media beat-up. What was interesting also was that the government had come out with an official explanation very, very quickly, which said that these were squid boat lights, and in New Zealand there are these big Japanese fishing fleets that go off the coast with these gigantic lights, and you often saw them as a kid, and they were glowing on the horizon, and they looked spooky. And so the theory that was pushed by the New Zealand Air Force was that these were squid boats lights, and the captain, the co-pilot of one plane, and the captain and the co-pilot of another plane, even though they were flying at 14,000 feet, they were mistaken, and those objects were below them, and it was some kind of refraction in the air, blah, 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 blah. It all gave a reasonable tinge of explanation that made everybody in New Zealand think, oh, that was just a bullshit story during the Christmas season. It's all over. For me, though, it was interesting because much, much later, when I became a journalist, I was working for the New Zealand Herald newspaper, and I met Sir Robert Muldoon, who was the former New Zealand Prime Minister. And he used to do these convivial little chats at Christmas time where a young reporter, me, had to drive up and interview him and talk to the former Prime Minister about whatever he wanted to talk about. I decided, I don't know why, I knew he'd been the Prime Minister at the time. I decided to ask him, what about that Kaikoura UFO thing that happened when I was 16? By that time, I think I was about 19 or 20, I can't remember. Anyway, he chuckled, and I remember he just let slip something like, yeah, the Americans wanted that one shut down pretty quickly. And that, because I love espionage stories, and I love, as a young New Zealander, I was always focused on books about espionage, and as you referred to earlier, one of the biggest stories I did in my time in Australia was I revealed the existence exclusively of the Echelon communications surveillance system, which is what the Five Eyes operate to intercept communications. And for the first time ever, I got from an intelligence service in Australia an official admission that there was a system called Echelon, and it was involved in communications surveillance and spying. And so I was switched on to that issue all my life. I've always been really interested in spies and espionage. And so it twigged my interest that Sir Robert Muldoon was describing this admission that there'd been some kind of American intervention, but he wouldn't go any further. And then much, much later, when I was writing my book, I discovered that there'd been this release of the New Zealand archives in about 2011, and it essentially revealed the detail of what went on inside the Air Force in New Zealand to try and fix this problem as fast as possible. And it was quite clear these Air Force officers had been told, find a fucking solution as fast as possible. We want this off the front page. And it was quite clear enormous amounts of pressure was being put on the Chief of Air Staff, the head of the Air Force, by the Prime Minister's office to make this one go away, and hence the squid boat explanation. And then when I was writing my book, I met Quentin Fogarty, who'd been one of the reporters on the plane, who by complete chance, his son Ben was one of the chief cameramen at 60 Minutes, where I was working as a reporter. And so Ben said to me, my dad was the guy who was on that plane that night. And so I got to meet his father, another weird serendipity. And another one of the reporters was a political correspondent called Dennis Grant, of great renown later on in Australia. And Dennis confirmed all the story. And he introduced me to Bruce Maccabee, who was the atmospheric physicist who sadly recently died. And all of a sudden I realized that the story that I'd bought as a young teenage kid that basically told me this was bullshit was actually completely untrue. And there'd been a really elaborate cover-up. And that fascinated me. And it was one of the... Because I actually started out writing my book in about 2018 when I left 60 Minutes. I thought I wanted to do a book debunking UFOs. I was arrogant, and I had this assumption that all UFOs were nonsense, and it was only a matter of time. I'd read Nick Cook's Hunt for Zero Point, and you know, he'd implied very strongly that there was some sort of secret US aerospace program. We obviously have heard all the rumours about the Aurora or the TR-3B, and I just assumed it was some kind of black world American technology, and that a bit of dutiful digging would no doubt reveal this, and somehow, for some inescapable reason, I would discover it and make my name by revealing that the whole UFO story was complete nonsense. But the more I got into the story, because of that Kaikoura story, everywhere I went, everybody was telling me this is real. And so I had sources from the original Echelon investigation I'd done, and from people I'd met in Afghanistan and Iraq when I covered the war, who were in senior levels in intelligence and defense. And they facilitated introductions for me to people who privately, when we sat over a table in a bar, said, Ross, this is real. And that only really happened for me more recently, you know, while I was writing my book. And probably the biggest breakthrough moment for me, where I went, holy heck, this is real, is when the technique I'd used to try and investigate this was because of my knowledge of Echelon and how easy it is to intercept digital communications. I decided I wouldn't approach anybody that I thought might know something about this other than by using analog communication techniques. I wouldn't even use phones because, of course, there's a metadata, and we knew about that because of the Snowden revelations, that there was this metadata trail that essentially reveals that you can be tracked. And they might not know the contents of the phone conversation, but they can certainly track a lot about your habits and your movements and who you're talking to by looking at the metadata. And so I wrote letters.
Wow.
And so I wrote, I think, about 160, 170 letters at last count. And a lot of it involved doing things like, I'm a lawyer by training, and so as a young trainee lawyer, I'd learned that a lot of stinky stuff happens in the discovery process and legal proceedings with documents that are maybe procured but not necessarily tendered in a court case. And they're often tangential to what you're trying to discover to prove the case that you're mounting, but there's some really juicy stuff in there. And so I don't want to go into too much detail, but there were some very helpful lawyers. And so I built up a name base of people that I thought might be interesting who'd been involved in litigation at Area 51. And in a layering and iterative process of doing what I do, which is basic investigative journalism, where you build up a chronology and you think who might know something about advanced aerospace, or who might have been working in a security role or a support role at that time in this area that might know something. You build up a name base. And so I wrote letters to people. And one of the glorious things about America is how ridiculously open every database is. And I could procure the home addresses of everybody that I wanted to write to, including some of the most important scientists in America.
Wow.
And what shocked me was one of the letters I wrote was to a guy called Nat Kobitz. And he was the former head of science technology development for the US Navy. And I'd written to him as an act of brazen cheek, to be perfectly honest. I honestly did not expect that somebody like him would respond.
What did Kobitz say?
He rang me, and I didn't talk UFOs with him for 3 months. And I realized, sadly, one of the reasons he wanted to talk to me was because he was a lonely, elderly man who, God bless him, was dying slowly of cancer. And he was in his daughter's home, and she was nursing him, and he was bored. And I was interested in talking to him, and he was talking to me about developing early drone technology and how one of their drones had crashed in George Bush, the president's ranch, because the Secret Service had frequency blockers. And, you know, they'd spent millions of dollars on building this drone, and the first time they flew it, because they flew into the Secret Service envelope, it crashed, and he went, there went a few $1 million, you know, and he had this wonderful Jewish Brooklyn sense of humor, and I became very friendly with him, and I used to really enjoy talking to him. There were things like he'd been involved in developing things on the lunar lander, and I knew somebody who'd worked on the lunar lander, and they told me something about the lunar lander, and because Nate knew about that, we bounced off that, and it just got more and more interesting. And then one day I rang him, and he was getting really ill. And I could hear a kind of a change in his voice, and I felt really sad because it was obvious he was ill. And he went, "Why don't you ask me the question?"
No way.
He was the guy who suggested I ask it.
Oh, wow. He kind of knew you were.
Oh yeah,
doing a little bit.
he knew why I was there. Yeah, I'd made no secret that I was writing a book about UFOs.
You know how we're always diving into the edge of science and consciousness on this show? Lately, I've been thinking a lot about aging, not just in terms of years, but in how it actually feels in the body. Slow recovery, lower energy, that middle-aged fog that sneaks. life.com.
Third time, why don't you just ask me the question? And so I went, have you ever been read in to any kind of program involving unidentified aerial phenomena, alien technology. And before I finished answering the question, he went, yes.
Wow.
And he'd obviously made the decision to answer the question. And I actually didn't hear him the first time he said it.
Uh-huh.
I was expecting him to go, no, I don't know, because everybody was saying, no, I don't know anything about what you're talking about. And, well, actually, no, that wasn't true. I'd already had people confirm the retrieval program. But there was a kind of a beat, 1, 2, and I went, what?
Yeah.
And I, out of respect to Nat and his family, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail of the remaining parts of the conversation, because what he then did for me was incredible. He facilitated introductions to people, and that was my big breakthrough.
Wow.
And
will that conversation ever come out?
I think I'd want his family's okay about it.
Sure.
Because it's an emotional thing, I think, for a family to hear a father's voice after he's been passed for so long.
Yeah.
But he was a beautiful guy, and it was an act of courage on his part. And I remember one of the conversations I had with him was, do you think there's any good reason? Because this is the thing I wrestle with, I know you do as well. What's the dirty secret?
Right.
Why? Why
Yeah.
can't we know this? If the US has recovered technology, why can't we know? And he hadn't been told that. And he had that rigid doctrinaire thing about how he wasn't read into that part of it. And that was a compartmentalized issue he wasn't entitled to know about. What he told me was that he'd been told that the United States had recovered multiple craft. Multiple craft. And he implied very strongly that Roswell and another case I'm interested in, Aztec and Kingman, are all real incidents. And that really rocked my worldview. And but what happened was he also told me that because there was another time I asked him, I said, have you ever actually seen evidence of alien technology? And he went, no. And I was kind of disappointed, because it implied that he had.
Yeah.
And then he gave me this cheeky look, and because we were talking on Zoom, and I said, have you ever been given anomalous technology that defied prosaic explanation? And he went, like he had the first time, yes.
Wow.
And then he told me this amazing story about how he was an expert in a particular type of welding called electron beam welding.
Okay.
And apparently his company had done the nose wheel for the C-47, one of the big cargo planes used by the US military, and they need really tough welds. And this is one of the strongest welds you can do of metals. And he was like the world expert with his company in that type of welding. And it's an indistinguishable bead, unlike, I don't know if you've ever welded, but welds leave a big bead. This type of welding didn't. And so he was contacted on his own admission by Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And I think it was even whatever the technology division is known as now. I think it might be the Foreign Technology Exploitation, something or other.
FTE, yeah.
And he was flown to Wright-Pat.
Yeah.
And he did go underground. I remember I giggled and I said, did you go underground? He went, oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was obviously a long way down. And he was taken into a room under heavy guard and shown what he described to me as the piece of a bulkhead. And he said it looked like it should have been incredibly heavy, but it was almost lightweight, like a feather.
Yeah.
And he said what blew him away was, and I don't know enough about metallurgy to know this, but he said there were two types of metal, and he wouldn't tell me what types of metal they were, that had been bonded. And he asked to look at it, I think under an electron scanning microscope. And the scientist in him couldn't resist giving that sense of awe about what he saw, that he said it was bonded at the atomic level.
Whoa.
Whoever had built this had layered it atom by atom. And he said, I know for a fact that's not a technology certainly that I'm aware of, and I would have thought that I would have known.
Yeah, I think like semiconductors, you can do little amounts of atomic layer deposition, but you can't fabricate at scale
Yeah.
materials that are atomically, you know, where you're deliberately placing atoms. You just can't do that.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So I think for me, the big aha moment where I stopped being the skeptic and went, oh, fuck, this is real. I can't believe this. And I remember I actually spent days just going for walks because I was writing my book, and it had actually altered. I had a confirmational bias.
Yeah.
I was writing a book to debunk all this nonsense,
Yeah.
and this guy is telling me it's true.
Is this in plain sight, by the way, that you were writing
Yeah,
at the time?
yeah. And the great thing about it was I was doing a lot of traveling for 60 Minutes and Channel 7, two big networks in Australia, and I was often in America. And as part of cost cutting, they'd often leave you in a hotel for a few days while you shared the crew with another reporter. And so you'd have downtime when really all you wanted to do was be with your family. And you're sitting in a hotel in Washington or New York. And it sounds like fun, I know. And once you've tried on the fluffy dressing gown and used the bath salts once, you're just a bit bored.
Yeah.
And so I would, I'd research things. And I was going to the National Archives and reading a lot of the old archives on UFOs. And then Nat organised for me to start meeting people. And that was like UAP 101. And there was just this conga line of people coming through an apartment I rented that were brave,
Yeah.
amazing people.
It's amazing. Well, it's amazing how deeply embedded you became. Because if I remember correctly, Grush had come out, and you guys had some mutual contacts before he came out.
Yeah, that's true.
And with
Yeah.
Jake Barber, I believe you knew him for like a couple of years before he came
I can't
out.
say how long I knew Overman, but
Okay.
basically it's just to protect them. But
Sure.
basically, yeah, I learned about David Grush from people in the program.
I just think that's important for the audience to hear because, you know, they think it's some like choreographed thing or
No,
whatever.
that's
It's like,
you know, people have always got this idea that all that happens is these people come to you and you interview them. It's a really lazy job.
Yeah.
And they have no idea. Honestly, I used to have a full head of hair, and the job of it's a bit like you. I really admire the way you do your stuff because you actually know a lot of science and a lot of physics. And no, but you do, and I love
Appreciate
the
it.
way you demonstrate that knowledge in the shows that you do.
Thank you.
Whereas I honestly am not a scientist, but what I do is I'm really good, and I learned this at law school, at absorbing huge amounts of information,
Yeah.
complex information, and analysing it and understanding it and making sure I understand it. Because at law school we had the Socratic method where you were tested orally about your understanding of something, and you were put on the spot by the lecturer and questioned in front of 300 other students. And if you didn't know your stuff, you were humiliated and vilified. And I was never going to let that happen. And I was humiliated and vilified on constant occasions. And
so you're like Pavlovian conditioned. into
yeah,
being
yeah,
a
I was.
great
It's
orator.
terror training. Yeah,
That's right.
And so I learned subjects so that I could hold conversations with people, and I'd read Scientific American articles and try and understand them, and I, for the life of me, couldn't. And I'd get friendly physicists or neuroscientists to explain things to me, and it's by demonstrating a knowledge or an understanding, or just enough to be able to have a conversation with somebody, that increases the flow. And so sometimes I'd come out of a conversation and I'd go, I think I've got what they're talking about. And there's a lot of ideas that people were discussing with me that, frankly, now that I'm into consciousness and psionics and stuff like that, I'm now only beginning to understand. And it's 7 years since I had those conversations.
It's wild how much your kind of aperture opens up. Getting it. I mean, I'm curious as to like how you feel now because you've broken all these stories. You can't really argue with the substance of a lot of the stories. You can't argue with the people's backgrounds, you know, their credentials. Like you can't really do that. And so I imagine you feel like you're on this like remote island, and then like you have, you know, I feel this at least. You have like mainstream media or news
and they just it's like they can't even comprehend like where you are.
You know, it's funny. I'm so glad you've led me into this path because I'm going to give you my rant. I think there will come a time in the not too distant future where there will be a bloody reckoning with the failure of the mainstream media in the main to deal with the greatest disinformation operation in human history.
Yes, yeah.
It has been the most effective psyop ever run.
Yeah. But you also realize when talking to a lot of these people, the psyop, maybe it's at the top. Like, okay, I'll give you a crazy story.
Sure.
A friend of mine was planning an op-ed with a former cabinet member in the U.S. The cabinet member wanted to know where they were expressing frustration about their lack of access to UFO stuff. I decided to help him out because he was having trouble with the Wall Street Journal getting this published, which is just prima facie crazy if you take that claim at face value. Even just the fact that the cabinet member is claiming it.
Well, I mean, what made the New York Times publish it in 2017? The mere fact that the Pentagon was looking at UFOs was a story.
It's there you go. That is a story, right? And so, and then you get into all these questions of like, why did the New York Times reject the Grush story? It's crazy. But in this case, I'm talking to this journalist at the Wall Street Journal trying to help my friend out. And she's actually somewhat open-minded, but like she just, you know, it's one of these things where it's like, it seems so beyond the pale. And if you don't understand the deeper research and you haven't gone down the rabbit hole, it's kind of like in one ear out the other. And she then says, I don't know, we have this like consultant that we talk to about UFOs here. And his name is David Spergel. And you know where I'm going with this. And David Spergel tells me that it's all space trash, temperature inversions, and light reflections. And in my head, I'm thinking that's exactly what Don Menzel would say in the 50s to throw people off the trail. And David Spergel not only did the NASA UAP review panel in 2023, but he happens to run the Simons Foundation, you know, you know, as a scientific advisor. And is very embedded in like you know DOE research, and that's where if you know what we both know, that's where the bodies are buried.
Absolutely. No, and it's funny. I one of the things in my line of work is we have a vulgar expression which is always assume a fuck up before a conspiracy. Like conspiracies happen so rarely, and invariably it's the screw ups that are the explanation rather than active conspiracy. In this case, I have been led reluctantly to the conclusion this is a conspiracy, that there really is a group, a cabal, a leadership cabal that is actively conniving to deceive the public.
Why do you think that, going back to your earlier question of like, what's the big deal? Why do you think they hide it?
I think they've convinced themselves, because I actually asked somebody from Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, perfect. What's up, guys? I want to tell you about my new favorite boots. These things are epic. I've been wearing these everywhere. They're called...
That was always nonsense. It wasn't metamaterials, it was a spacecraft.
Right.
Lockheed Martin was going to pass on control of an alien spacecraft to Bigelow Aerospace. That's the real story.
And you hear rumors that maybe it was the Kingman craft.
Yeah. And so the interesting thing is the CIA intervened to stop that from happening, or at least the Office of Global Access, as it was once known.
And it was Glenn Gaffney, right? It was now.
It's interesting. I'm not 100% sure it was Glenn Gaffney.
Okay.
People have denied that from the inside, but I don't know if that's disinformation.
Okay.
Glenn Gaffney's definitely been involved in the cover-up.
Right. Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
And Australia, I remember when I first met you, it was at the Soul Foundation a couple years ago. And Australia has its own fascinating history that I remember asking you about at the time. You have this guy named Harry Turner.
Oh, I love Harry Turner.
Tell us about Harry Turner.
Well, good friend of mine, Bill Chalker, who's probably Australia's preeminent UAP researcher, he got to know Harry really well while Harry was alive. And Harry had been, in his youth, as a young 20-something, a young physicist recently qualified from Melbourne University, and he expressed an interest in investigating UFOs to the then government, and they'd invited him to come on board back in those more learned and insightful days when governments didn't try and hide evidence of UFOs. they invited this young physicist in to analyze UFO sightings because they were, like the Americans, trying to investigate them. And we were involved in a collaborative relationship with America, providing information to Project Blue Book, handing over some of the more interesting Australian and New Zealand sightings cases. And there was a collaborative exchange of data and information, which there still is secretly, but I won't get to that until later. But the interesting thing is Harry Turner somehow fell into the Maralinga nuclear test program. And when the British were developing their nuclear weapon, God bless the British, they let their bombs off in the middle of Australia. And I've been involved in doing stories about what a dreadful scandal that was and how
The Woomera test range?
Aboriginal people died in their droves from horrible cancers, and so did the servicemen who were involved in supervising the tests. But there's two ranges. There's the Maralinga range where the bombs were tested, and there's the Woomera range where they tested the ICBMs. And Woomera is still very active. It's where the Americans have secretly been testing hypersonic missile technology. And there's a huge level of collaboration secretly between Australia and the US, where a lot of your dirty aerospace gets brought out to Australia. And funnily enough, it's neither here nor there. I've had many Aboriginal communities that are often the only communities out there in these remote parts of Australia who've described black triangles flying over their communities, silent black triangles.
Wow.
Something is, I'm sure, being tested in the Australian outback.
Wow.
But Harry, whenever the nuclear tests started, I think it was in the 1950s and into the 60s, he was the supervising physicist on the range at Maralinga. And he was invited to investigate multiple UAP sightings that took place at Maralinga during the sightings. And there are still reports in the archives of those UAP sightings, and I put a lot of them in my book. And there's a young fella who, I've just put an article of his up on a website in Australia, Rhys Dalton Moore. And he's basically, his grandfather ran the Woomera test range. And it turns out he was secretly involved in investigating, Rhys Dalton Morgan, I apologise. And his grandfather was involved in secret investigations with the British government in the late 1940s in Britain into UFOs. And so it turned out there's this whole area of physicists, including Harry Turner, who were witness to UFO incidents in their droves in the Maralinga and Woomera test range areas during the 50s and the 60s. And so after he'd done that work, Harry went on to work in the equivalent of the DIA, the Defence Intelligence Agency in Australia, which at the time was known as the Joint Intelligence Organisation, JIO. And he, in 1972, wrote an extraordinary paper, which lots of people keep on sending me going, wow, you must read this, Ross. You wouldn't know about this. And I've blooming written chapters about it and talked about it for years. I find it fascinating. Harry wrote this definitive piece, which basically was a report to the chief of JIO recommending that the Defence Department of Australia set up a UFO flying squad to investigate UFOs. And it was under serious, active consideration. You can see that they weren't going to dismiss their chief scientist in a hurry. And he made a very authoritative argument that the Americans were essentially lying. And I have a strong suspicion, because there was an enormous amount of liaison between physicists from America and physicists from Australia, that there was a bit of cross-pollination, that Harry had picked up stuff from American nuclear physicists who were aware of the early stages of the American legacy program.
Well, you told me one time that, like, some of the graybeards you've spoken to in the Australian context talked about Robert Sarbacher coming and visiting them. And obviously
Robert Sarbacher was definitely involved in liaison. And the most interesting thing is a lot of the Australian scientists, including Harry at one stage, went on expeditions to the Pacific tests because the Americans were trying to suck up to us for exploding bombs in our backyard by inviting us to be part of these tests and to be witnesses to them. And of course they were polluting vast parts of Micronesia, spraying nuclear residue all over huge parts of the Marshall Islands and Johnson Atoll, huge numbers of communities. And I've been up to the Marshall Islands and Johnson Atoll briefly, and it is really quite amazing to think that they were exploding thermonuclear weapons in the open. But I think there was a lot of cross-pollination there as well between Australian scientists and American scientists. And it's pretty obvious. Harry picked up a lot of information, and he wrote this absolutely candid analysis that the Americans clearly have some kind of retrieval program. He talked about Roswell, he talked about other retrievals, and he talked about how the Americans were clearly keeping this from us. And look, even in present day, this is strategically significant for us in Australia, because I was involved in 1994, that's how old I am, in another story about spies, where I revealed that our intelligence service, the equivalent of the CIA, ASIS in Australia, did plausibly deniable favours for its allies, America and the UK, under the Five Eyes Alliance. And there were amazing examples of plausibly deniable favours where, for example, Australian technical operators, people who did bugging and tapping, were borrowed by the Brits. And MI6 would ring the Australians and say, "I say, old chap, can I borrow one of your tech ops, lads?" And we spoke to some of these people who were involved in these technical operations, and they told us how one of them had flown to Kuwait after the First Gulf War, and there was a huge amount of money going for contracts for the rebuilding of Kuwait, multi-billion-dollar, fat, juicy, cost-plus contracts. And there were Australian construction companies involved in bidding wars with British companies to win these incredibly lucrative contracts. And so the Brits secretly borrowed one of the technical operators' buggers from Australia to win a commercial advantage against Australia by bugging the Kuwaiti government officers on behalf of British intelligence. And it blew me away. I verified this directly with some of the people involved in the operation, that Australian spooks were used this way as plausibly deniable operatives to do things that the British wanted to be entirely off the books. And if they'd been caught doing it, it would have been my government, Australian government, that was compromised, not the Brits. And we've been doing this kind of dirty work for years in the Five Eyes Alliance. That story was like incendiary inside the Five Eyes Alliance. I know it upset a lot of people because it revealed the dirty little secret that the Kiwis and the Aussies, and to a lesser extent the Canadians, they do the shit that the Brits and the Americans want to deny, including spying on their allies and bugging, including in some cases their allies. And I met this group of people who'd been involved in these operations, and that was always in the back of my mind when I was investigating the UFO stuff. So when I later on started investigating UAP retrieval operations, I knew people from Special Forces in Australia, including retired Special Forces people who'd worked in a particular era when I knew there were allegedly American retrieval operations involving UFOs. And they told me they'd been involved in retrieval operations. And the incredible thing was, the Australian government was never briefed into these retrieval operations.
Wow.
They were paid cash US dollars just to keep their mouths shut. They were asked to sign NDAs. And if you think about it, it's perfect.
Yeah.
There were no US personnel involved in this operation.
Right. Right, and it's not even...
The Australian government didn't know, and these guys walked away with fat checks and were kept very happy. This is why the fact of the Canadian involvement in retrievals and reverse engineering efforts has been kept so secret for so long. Because Canadian scientists have been and are involved in the Legacy program, and it's been kept secret from the Canadian people. And the only reason I'm aware of this stuff is because I know to look for it, because of the stories I've done previously about things like Echelon and the plausibly deniable favours of secret services exchanging each other's men to do dirty tricks on each other. And that woke me up. I knew to ask the question when I was questioning people in the program, and they'd say, "Oh yeah, I remember the Aussies, I remember that guy, yeah." And it's interesting because people wanted to talk about it because when I really pushed the issue, to come back to the actual question you'd asked me, there was no good reason for this to be kept secret. And that blew me away. And Harry Turner was the very early proponent of the fact that Australia was having the wool pulled over its eyes.
Yeah.
And I care about this issue because we're currently negotiating, we've actually agreed to buy $368 billion worth of Virginia-class nuclear attack submarines from your government in America because we supposedly need them as a strategic deterrence to deal with the Chinese. And what it's really all about is helping you guys fight the next war that they think they're going to have with China and maintaining American imperial hegemony. And there are a lot of people, including a former Australian Prime Minister I know, Paul Keating, who've said publicly, why are we so slavishly doing these things for the American alliance? And I think there's a fundamental deceit that lies at the heart of this alliance, and it's UAPs. And I've raised this at a very high level with our government. And I've had people in our government say to me, Ross, give me the evidence.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to link that document at the bottom of in the description of this video because it's an amazing document.
It is.
It talks about crash retrievals. It confirms all these things that you have to kind of do deep research in the U.S. to even know, which is Blue Book is fake. Blue Book was this total PR, job to rationalize and explain away UFO sightings in the 50s and 60s. And then it goes into the fact that the real work around anti-gravity was going on, and you had people like Oppenheimer, Wheeler, Freeman Dyson, our top scientists all investigating this stuff. And it even lists the outposts of the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence studying this. It talks about University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, where we know that they were funding Thomas Townsend Brown and all sorts of other anti-gravity stuff. So it's a fascinating document. Speaking of the Marshall Islands, you, before me, actually broke this amazing story about bluegill triple prime.
Oh, yeah.
With Jeffrey Cruikshank, who is a really amazing researcher and also comes from the nuclear world. And what got you onto that story? And now, I want to talk about this with you because there's a little bit of controversy around Harold Malmgren.
Well, I know, and I've seen Jeff's also published a rebuttal to Douglas Dean Johnson's hatchet job.
I will link that too.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I haven't had a chance to read his rebuttal yet. I thought Douglas raised some legitimate points.
Totally.
And I'm really interested to see the academic argument back from Jeff. I just haven't had a chance to read it yet. But yeah, I mean, how did I get into that? I was, as a young man, I was living in New Zealand when these tests were happening in some cases. And it was, I can tell you, a big issue that both the Yanks and the French, particularly the French at Mururoa Atoll, were exploding thermonuclear weapons in our backyard. And I can remember, as a much younger journalist, I learned how to use the archives, and one of the early documents I found in the Australian archives was evidence of secret testing of animals for radiation residue from those nuclear experiments that were, at the time, kept from the Australian and New Zealand public. And there were nucleotides showing quite concerning levels of radioactive isotopes coming from weapons testing, including, by the way, Maralinga and other explosions that had taken place in islands off the coast of Australia that showed that, contrary to what the public had been told, there were radioactive elements getting into the blood and the bodies of human beings. And more importantly, there was a discernible sigma move, if you like, showing a statistical lift in cancer rates. And this was never revealed. It was never talked about. And I guess I grew up in that environment of deep skepticism. I was also living in New Zealand around the time of the attack by the French on the Greenpeace boat in Auckland Harbour, where an environmental vessel that was being used by Greenpeace to go and demonstrate against the Mururoa Atoll nuclear tests was blown up by the DGSA, French intelligence, an intelligence operation slap bang in the middle of Auckland Harbour. I mean, an incredible operation. I mean, incredible French arrogance to think that they could do that and not get caught. And the stupid buggers, if they just hadn't tried to get the deposit back on their rental car, the French would have got away with one of the most awful crimes of that time of recent history. But, there was this sordid period where the great imperial powers of the world were looking for rental, for real estate to explode their nuclear weapons. And both the US and France used the South Pacific or the Pacific. And it was a big political issue for me as a young man in New Zealand and much later in Australia as well. People were concerned about this. Why the hell are we allowing the Yanks to do this? And when Maralinga came out, very much in 1988, there was a huge court case by servicemen in the UK where all of the dirty secrets of Maralinga came out. And all of these horrible revelations of toxic radiation exposure were finally revealed. And the Maralinga Royal Commission remains, I think, one of the most sensational public inquiries of that era, because essentially it was crimes committed by the state on the justification of national security, exposing servicemen and women to high levels of radiation that in some cases killed people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the history, and that's the backdrop of some of these interesting UFO stories where we do have this well-documented nuclear connection. You've interviewed Robert Hastings, I've interviewed Robert Hastings, and I do think it's interesting with this Malmgren case. I think there's a lot of circumstantial evidence to say that this actually happened. I don't know what you think. But
I'm not prepared to stake my hand to my heart and say I think Harold was telling the truth.
Yep.
I'm not prepared to say yet I think he was lying, and part of this is driven my deep respect and admiration for Pippa.
Mm-hmm.
And I do feel the way Douglas did it was quite heartless and malicious.
Well,
in the way that he did it, that so soon after
I agree.
the death of a man who the family are still treasuring, I think it could have been done in a more gentle way. And I had the feeling a little bit too much when I was reading Harold's write-up. Not Harold's, Douglas's write-up. This is Douglas Dean Johnson, who wrote an analysis of the claims of Harold Malmgren that substantiated the allegation that there was a UFO retrieved in the triple prime bluegill tests in the Pacific. And yes, it is odd that there's no paperwork that substantiates this, but is it possible, for example, that because of the role that Harold was playing, of course there was no paperwork?
Yes. Well, that is the historiography of the time, right? We are talking to an audience that probably believes that the CIA had a hand in killing JFK. Then you ask people...
I have no doubt.
No doubt, right? Yeah, they're all sure. And then you ask, okay, so how'd that get coordinated? Who called the shots? And they're like, oh, it's Allen Dulles. Where was Allen Dulles at the time? Was he at the CIA? No, he wasn't. He was at the Brown Brothers Harriman, where he had left the CIA. We're also talking to an audience that loves to talk about Tim Taylor, this really interesting character that inserts himself in Diana Pasulka's life, says he's part of the secret space stuff. And where was he working? He was National Mission Controller, but he was also at a federally funded research and development center called Aerospace Corporation. So that is the backdrop, that is the lens through which you have to understand that this guy is working at the Institute of Defense Analysis, another federally funded research and development
which I'm told by my intelligence friends is used as a front.
It is used as a front. He said in a 2024 interview with Robert Laird, the cover was that I was at the IDA, but in fact, I was actually helping the Joint Chiefs in the Pentagon.
I know he couldn't say this, and other people we both know can't reveal that they're CIA as well. But do you think it's possible Harold was CIA?
I do. And I'm going to be coming out with a more extensive video on this because I think it's important to say, and I actually wanted to say it as part of the story, but I wanted to respect his sort of gentlemanly desire to sort of keep it shut at the end. But here are a few fun facts. If you watch that interview I did with him, he says, I was best friends with Tom Farmer, happened to be the GC, the General Counsel of the CIA. He says, I was living at Nabokov's house. And then Pippa says, yeah, there's all these CIA connections with Nabokov. He says he helped create the Presidential Daily Brief, which is a CIA thing.
I was holding Paul Mellon's walking stick. You think he bought that at a yard sale? Paul Mellon founded the CIA. So this is really important because a lot of the Douglas Dean Johnson, debunk is like, I spoke to an archivist here, I spoke to a person here, and they didn't know him. But the crux of it, the heart of it, is he didn't have a Q clearance. If that Q clearance came through him being part of the CIA, which he was part of the CIA, you wouldn't be able to query it. It wouldn't be in some FBI FOIA request.
It wouldn't be written down in a file and released to the public.
Absolutely not.
One of the things you can make a discretionary thing to do is to redact any evidence that somebody held a Q clearance.
Absolutely.
Because the fact of somebody holding a Q clearance is in and of itself potentially compromising a special access program.
Yes, totally. And the Institute of Defense Analysis has been formally, even on paper, involved in every single missile defense program after Bluegill. So StratX to THAAD and Aegis now to Star Wars in the 80s. IDA has its fingerprints over all of it. Not to mention, you'd appreciate this. Have you spoken to Bob Jacobs ever? 64?
Yeah, many times.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm sure you have some great content with him. He's a really believable guy, in my opinion. He was deleted by the government, and then Mansman, his major in the Air Force.
What a brave act by Mansman.
To go back and
so this
say,
is a guy, just to explain to our audience, this is a guy, Bob Jacobs, who, as a young captain in the US Air Force, was asked to photograph a fairly mundane launch of an ICBM test prototype missile from Edwards Air Force Base. In the course of the launch of that missile, they didn't know it at the time, but when they reviewed the film footage, there is a UFO circling the warhead and shooting at it with a laser beam. And, of course, the usual suspects attacked him when he came public in Omni magazine in the 70s and basically said he'd seen this and said that's just a load of nonsense. And to his great credit, I love one of the things I think we tend, I certainly do in the media, you tend to assume the worst about all military and all intelligence. But the thing I've learned, especially from reporting from war zones, is there really is an honor in the American officer class. And these men and women are inculcated with a decency that is drilled into them. It's a character thing to be truthful. And so the commanding officer of Bob Jacobs, he'd been there when they'd watched this film. And Bob asked him for support, and he supported him and verified that that's exactly what happened, and that these two, I think, CIA guys had basically told them to shut up about it.
That's exactly right. And so the update here, why Bob Jacobs is related at all to Mountain Green, is people don't know this. I have footage of Bob Jacobs. Bob Jacobs was stationed at Johnston Atoll, but in 1963, so a year after Bluegill. Bob, you had such an interesting experience at Vandenberg in 64. I didn't realize you were actually stationed at the Marshall Islands before that, and that you were involved in the Operation Fishbowl tests. Is that right?
First of all, I was officer in charge of optical instrumentation at Vandenberg, the 13th Photo Squadron. As such, we were charged with high-speed S-rotation photography of every single missile launched down the Western Test Range. We had a detachment at Johnston Island in the Marshalls, and I was sent down there for a period of time in, I believe it was November of 1963, not 62. The scuttlebutt at the time by every single person on that island when I got there, this was engineers, technicians, my airmen who had been down there before me. We were told that what happened is the Soviets had launched a nuke into orbit up above us. And JFK told Khrushchev, take that down. Khrushchev said, I won't do it. JFK said, then we'll shoot it down. And Khrushchev said, you don't have the technology to do that. We were down there, according to the common talk at the time, to shoot down that nuclear missile, that nuclear weapon in orbit. I was told that launch had happened and that several things had happened because of it. First of all, something had fallen down toward the island from that explosion in the sky. An explosion lit up the entire South Pacific and caused all sorts of alarm and reports of UFOs and so on. And something had been recovered. I was never told what it was.
So that's fascinating. I actually want to be clear. The incident that I'm referring to is the Bluegill Triple Prime test, which is at the end of Operation Fishbowl in October of 1962. It's October 26th, so it's during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And so you're saying that the kind of rumors at the time, you know, at the bar sort of thing, were that Soviet warhead was actually knocked out of the sky as a part of that operation. Is that right?
That's what we understand, yes.
But here's what's interesting. We've never had nukes in space.
No.
And not to my knowledge. So unless there's some double story here where, like, you know, we actually did take out a nuke in space, which I don't think we did.
It sounds like an ex post facto psyop, disinformation operation.
That's right.
Yeah.
But even then, there were widespread rumors of people on the ground that there was a UFO shootdown that's taken place, and the only alternative is a nuke, which obviously isn't true. So I find that very interesting. Along with if there was a FOIA request in the National Nuclear Security Administration, and it was for everything, you know, all these UFO related acronyms, and this was around Starfish Prime, so it was a little earlier, and they basically say the responsive records, you know, we can't give you any of the responsive records, showing that there are responsive records with those names in them. And it says, with the subject matter expert, we have to consult them on this topic or whatever. So there's a lot, in my opinion, of circumstantial evidence to support.
Yeah, I mean, I keep on coming back to the fact that if there's a stinky, dirty secret, you don't write it down.
Right.
And if Harold, as he alleged, was working, for example, in the White House undercover, they wouldn't put his name in the address book. You know, I mean, I'm still keeping an open mind, and I think it's slightly naive to think that everything would be written down.
Well, I've also seen his diaries, which are now in a safe place, and they're backed up, so don't mess with them. And I have seen a lot of meetings between Harold Malmgren and Richard Bissell.
Oh, wow.
In the diary. Richard Bissell, who founded Area 51, mayor of Area 51.
And it was key to Harold Malmgren's claims that he was read into the existence of the legacy UAP retrieval program by Richard Bissell.
There you go. Yeah. So
who went on to become a deputy director of the CIA.
That's right. He went on to become the number 2 at the CIA. So fascinating. What, you know, along the lines of what we were talking about earlier, you've probably met more people in and around these programs than anybody else alive from the outside.
Please don't say that too loudly. You know, it's funny, when I came through on the weekend to come here, I was actually nervous. I've never been nervous coming into the US before, but there's been a lot of stories in the Australian press about young people who were just turned away by Border Protection for no good reason and harassed for no good reason. And there's been a change of culture at the border. And I have to admit, I had my computer on auto-delete if it was open.
Yeah.
When I came through customs.
Wow.
And I was ready to go live on national television if I was detained by Border Protection.
Wow.
Which actually happened to me after I did the Grush story.
Really?
Yeah. After I did the Grush story, I was detained and held by CBP.
Oh my God.
And a mutual friend of ours made some inquiries and confirmed that there'd been some kind of a flag put on my file. And unfortunately, it was so high level they couldn't access it. But basically, somebody, I suspect from the agency, had flagged, we want to know when Coulthard comes through next, and let's cause him some mischief. And I have to admit, we have a euphemism in Australia, tearing somebody a new asshole. I just wasn't going to put up with it. And I summoned my anger and basically yelled at Border Protection and said, I strongly advise that you get on the phone, whoever it is that's flagged me, contact them now or tell them I will be going live on television in about 10 minutes to talk about the fact that I'm being illegally held. I have a valid visa. You have no good reason to hold me. If you want to fight, you can have one. And I was let out.
Good for you, man. Well, I think you're... hopefully you're protected, and you're protected by the public, because I think...
Well, it's funny. I must confess I've been quite humbled coming to where we are,
I'm
which
sure
is a
everybody
UFO.
here knows who you are.
I've been mobbed.
Yeah, I believe it.
And it's funny, my wife and children think it's hilarious that there is this fandom. There's even a guy, God bless him, in Germany who's done a 3-dimensional model of me with far too much hair, which is quite flattering.
God.
It doesn't show the gut and it doesn't show the lack of hair. And My wife and children just wanted to know whether it had a bobblehead like this so we could stick it on the front of the car.
Oh my God, that's amazing. That's hilarious.
But, you know, I'm really touched by the fact that people care about this issue. And just to make it serious for a moment, the issue is still ridiculed in much of the British-style English language Australasian press. You know, I get mocked and ridiculed by my journalist colleagues because I take UFOs seriously. You know, and people will pejoratively sneer, "How's your UFO obsession, Ross?" Or there's actually a national broadcaster, the ABC in Australia, and one pompous twat on that broadcaster said, "Oh, Ross Coulthart, he's been investigating UFOs. He's either completely crazy or he's the best journalist ever."
That's the best compliment you could ever
But it
get.
was a snide. It was deliberately snide because the clear inference was I was a
You can't be the best
I was a
journalist ever.
shithouse journalist, and I was obviously going crazy. But the thing I'm really heartened by is the degree of interest that sparked me getting hired by News Nation is incredible. When we did the David Grush interview, News Nation, admittedly not at the time a very high-rating news channel.
No, you brought it on the map.
It escalated its ratings by 990%. That was written up in the industry press.
It's amazing.
And they still say to me that UFOs is the issue that saved the network.
Yeah.
And it's a really interesting issue because the audience, no matter what the mainstream media do to ignore this issue, you know, you've got the doctrinaire attitude of the New York Times. We're not going to do UFO stories. We're going to reject the David Grush story. You know, the Jake Barber story wouldn't fly in any of the national media.
Sure.
I don't think it's had a coverage anywhere.
I don't think it's had a coverage. Yes.
And yet, the public, they make it clear they really want this story.
That's right.
And they can smell, another journalistic euphemism I'll give you, they can smell a smelly turd when they smell one.
Mm-hmm.
And this story stinks to high heaven.
Yeah.
And they can smell bullshit. And what fascinates me is particularly the younger generation. I'm amazed. I've never had a story. I've always been the kind of old fart of journalism, you know, and doing investigative stories that not many people are really that interested in, but they matter because they're sort of interesting points of principle. This one really captures the imagination of the millennials and the X generation. It's amplifying what I do on News Nation. And I don't know how to use Instagram or TikTok, but there are kids that are making a living out of repackaging my stories on Instagram and TikTok. And my daughters are constantly coming to me saying, "Dad, have a look at this. This guy's making a fortune over doing your stories on TikTok." And I go, "Look, I don't know how to do it. I haven't got time to do it. Good luck to them. You know, it's great." But what it's done is it's generated this massive audience. And I'm not trying not to sound boastful, but, you know, we're routinely getting millions of views for stories that, frankly, I'm genuinely surprised and excited and interested that people are watching them.
Well, you're doing an amazing job. And just a recent one, which I was watching in preparation for this, and I was so fascinated by, is you were in Sedona, Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
And it would, like, if you watch this video, it is the most mind-blowing video ever.
Let me tell you, I am in no doubt whatsoever, Jesse, that there is a deep underground military bunker that was built in the 1950s under Secret Mountain. That's what it's called. It's the hilarious thing. It's
named
somebody's
Secret
secret
Mountain.
joke. It's called Secret Mountain.
Unbelievable.
Near Sedona. It's within 5-7 kilometers of Sedona. And more importantly, there's a place called Secret Canyon where there's allegedly a portal, some kind of interdimensional portal. And I thought all of this was just crazy nonsense. But there are incredibly brave and super, super interesting people, Jeremiah Horstman and his wife Alexandra particularly, who live in Sedona. And they've been doing some really clever on-the-ground research. And one of the things we did, a lot of the stuff we got, as so often happens, you can't put it in the story because you can't get these people to go on camera. But there was a number of people who would privately admit that they'd been walking in what is public land, public parkland, and they'd be stopped by men with guns, men in uniform, with automatic weapons, clearly highly trained elite soldiers, probably Tier 1 operatives from the way they moved. And they would basically order people, go away or we will kill you. No mucking around. And there are sightings, numerous sightings of what we saw. I saw it with my own eyes. I was told that the best time of night is around about 1:30 in the morning. And if you looked at a particular place over Secret Mountain, you would see this big orb being escorted by helicopters rising from behind Secret Mountain. So I was skeptical, but we went out with a local lady, Melinda Leslie, who has good quality military-grade night vision goggles, and we watched at 1:30 in the morning, and sure enough, up comes this beautiful golden orb, gigantic. It pulses, it's plasmatic, it slowly moves off, and the way it moved, you couldn't tell if it's because it got smaller or whether it went so fast that it just disappeared so quickly, but it just disappeared. And they were being escorted by military Black Hawk helicopters. Dozens of them. I mean, the helicopter fuel bill alone for the evening that we're watching them must have been somewhere between $50,000 to $100,000. Somebody is paying huge money to operate orbs with no visible means of propulsion over Secret Mountain in Sedona. And it's funny because one of the people told us that if you want to hide something, you hide it in plain sight. And that's the best way to describe what's going on in what I think is happening in Sedona. And
do you think that's NHI, non-human? Do you think it's man-made? Or
I mean, there are allegations that that base is NHI. I've had people who are psionic tell me that they have detected NHI in that area.
Sedona is also a strange place. It's a place everybody says when you go, weird stuff happens.
Yeah, no, it does. And I never expected to see such overt displays of obviously anomalous technology in company with obviously military-style aircraft.
And you show footage, which is amazing, and then you also show all these sort of logical fallacies of the cover story, where it's like, I think there's like a contract between Northern Arizona University, but like none of the professors ever show up.
No,
or whatever.
and it's funny because what we're talking about is the Bradshaw Ranch, and there's allegedly a portal in the Bradshaw Ranch that was seen by the former owner of the ranch, Linda Bradshaw, and she actually took photographs of it. And it opened up in a particular area of the ground around that ranch, which just so happens to be the area that's fenced off. And we noticed that there is a tower in the middle of that area. This is supposedly a deserted ranch. There's nobody there, there's no electrical power, and there's solar panels on this post that has a camera. Now, if you're protecting the security of what is supposedly an academic research institution, you have the camera pointed out so that you can see people coming from the outside.
Yeah.
But you know where the camera's pointing?
Where?
It's pointing exactly at the point where Linda Bradshaw says she saw the portal. And then the other thing we noticed when we were there, and this was picked up by my friend Paul, who's an Australian ground-penetrating radar operator, he heard a humming. And he kicks a bush aside, and there's this gigantic three-phase power box with a cable definitely going into the ground.
Wow.
Three-phase power. And it's humming. And then we walk a bit further around, and there's another one. And there's massive amounts of electrical power going into the ground under Bradshaw Ranch. And we didn't put this in the feature-length film that we put to air on primetime, but it runs in the full-length interview with Paul, my friend. He did a ground-penetrating radar check on the road around Bradshaw Ranch, and we found a 50-foot wide reinforced steel concrete, highly visible on ground-penetrating radar, literally just under the ground.
Whoa.
I mean, I'm in no doubt whatsoever it's there.
Can you get down there?
No, I mean, I was half tempted to get a shovel and start digging. You know? But the interesting thing is, the other thing we learned about was there's an egress point into this whole secret facility called the Clarkdale Cement Plant. And the weird thing about it is it's nowhere near Secret Mountain. It's halfway between two mountain ranges. But if you run a direct line between those two mountain ranges and put it through Bradshaw Ranch where we know there's a tunnel, or at least we picked up the tunnel, and if you match the walls of the tunnel with where it goes directly to the Clarkdale cement plant. And one of the things we heard about from locals was that 20 years ago, the drilling was so intense that things were shaking on their bookshelves, and they were obviously tunneling underneath the village at Clarkdale where these people live. And people were even compensated for damage.
Wow.
And I mean, I don't understand as a journalist. I mean, I've been taught journalism to do the work on the ground and go and ask the question. Don't accept what you're told by some defense PR flunky. Go and check and do the basic checking. And I think the interesting thing is that this is all coming out at a time in journalism where, sadly, investigative journalism is in serious decline. Because even the great masthead newspapers like the New York Times, the Wash Post, the LA Times, the Boston Globe, the Baltimore Sun, papers I grew up, like, I didn't have Bay City rollers on my wall. I used to paste up big newspaper investigations. That's what I always wanted to be. And it's sad because that era of great big budget investigative journalism where they would deploy teams of people to go and investigate stuff, it's well and truly over. And the big unspoken secret about the New York Times is even the New York Times doesn't have the resources to do this kind of journalism. But all you need to do, if I was the editor of a newspaper today, I would put 10 days into deploying a couple of investigative journalists to go up from Phoenix and have a look at what I saw in Sedona. And you will find a deep underground military facility that is highly protected, has hydraulically operated doors in the side of mountainsides, and is secretly operating what I suspect is non-human technology.
It's amazing, and it corroborates, Larry Saunders, who wrote a book about deep underground military bases.
Richard Saunders.
Richard Saunders,
Yeah.
sorry, thank you. And Catherine Austin Fitts, who talks about large, trillions of dollars missing from the federal budget, from the DoD budget, to go towards these projects. So, and then Nat Kobitz's story, another story, Randy Anderson's story. So,
at what point though I mean, this is the thing I don't get. I really don't get it. It's almost like there's a willful blindness in... Because why do we expect the mainstream media to follow this? Because they should.
Yeah.
They
really should. It's like the most interesting, important thing. And it's, if you talk about like an Archimedes lever, like the point of most leverage, I mean, you can cover like local grifts, right? But why don't you cover like the trillions of dollars missing from the DoD's budget, or why don't you this stuff?
No,
like
I love that quote, and it's a true quote. I actually dug it out when I was writing my book. That Donald Rumsfeld admitted that there was something. Is it $23 trillion missing from the defense budget?
I think he said 2.1 trillion missing in an audit the day before 9/11 happened.
Yeah, the day before 9/11.
Yeah.
Trillions of dollars are disappearing from the American defense budget.
Documented.
And that's actually one thing I really liked about what Doge was doing.
Yeah.
That Musk was basically saying, why the hell do you not have the acquittal numbering that allows you to reconcile what this money is for with where it's being spent?
Well, there was an amazing, I think it was like Babylon Bee, like a headline or something, and it was Elon Musk leaves job of making government more efficient for easier job of allowing humans to occupy Mars. Which is like, this guy doesn't give up on anything. A successful car company hadn't been built in the U.S. since like the 1910s or something. And you have him build Tesla. You have him single-handedly resuscitate, a version of NASA with SpaceX. And he gives up with the government efficiency.
I had to interview Elon in 2015.
That's amazing.
For
I didn't know
Australian
that.
60 Minutes.
Wow, how was that?
Well, it was funny because I honestly, genuinely had the feeling that like 1% of his brain was answering my questions and the other 99% was working on another problem.
Right.
But the thing I was really impressed with was he was excited to show me around the SpaceX factory in LA because that was where they were building the new rockets. And a lot of the people in SpaceX, but particularly in the Tesla factory right next door, are Aussies. because the Australians had laid off all of their car industry. We completely destroyed, in an act of utter stupidity, our entire car industry. And so a lot of those engineers went to work for Elon, and he loved Aussie engineers. But the thing I was really impressed with was he knew more about every aspect of the production line than anybody that he was showing us that day. And it wasn't some big performance. He really did know. And he was asking about metal tolerances and, you know, he really knew his stuff.
Yeah.
Every aspect of that production line, he knew intimately. And you could see he had everybody on his toes. And frankly, that's, if you're going to be running a rocket business or an electric car business, that's exactly the kind of proprietor you want.
No, he's incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
He has a unique mind and ability to make things happen.
Albeit, I'm sure he's probably highly annoying to live with.
I'm sure, and probably hiding something when it comes to the UFO issue. Because why?
I think he's been read in.
I think he has to.
I've been told he's been read in.
Yeah, I think so too. Speaking of which, speaking of high-level people that you've spoken to, you were interviewed by Don Jr., by the son of the sitting president, before you broke the Jake Barber story. What was that like, and did it give you any hope as far as American movement on disclosure at the highest level?
Well, I tell you what, if Don Trump Sr. listens to his son, Don Trump Jr. is very engaged and interested in UFOs. And in a really well-informed way as well. I mean, he's been briefed by a lot of people, and there's been a lot of, well, not a lot, but there's been multiple secret briefings of the Trump camp before they came into government. And it's interesting because I am persuaded, not at the moment though I'm seeing any action, but I am persuaded that people like Tulsi Gabbard, Nash Patel in the FBI, Tulsi, of course, is the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe at the CIA. These are all people who've previously expressed a strong desire to get to the truth of the UAP mystery. And I don't think it's any coincidence that Representative Anna Paulina Luna, when she was tweeting earlier this week about what a hopeless cause AARO is, that's the Pentagon UFO Investigation Office.
Good for her.
She made the observation that they were obviously a waste of money and should be defunded. And she implied that the money should go to someone else, and I think that's the FBI she's talking about.
Yeah.
Because I'm told that the briefing that the FBI gave in Congress really blew people away. And watch that FBI ongoing investigation. I've dealt with some of the people on the investigation team.
Yep.
And I like G-men.
Yeah.
They're like dogs on a bone.
Yep.
And they're looking at crimes.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, if what we're talking about here is true, David Grush, Jake Barber, they have insinuated and alleged outright in Jake's case that people have been murdered.
That's right.
To protect this secret.
Yeah.
It's a capital crime.
Yeah.
There are people who I suspect are very nervous right now in the Legacy program because they are under active FBI investigation.
Yeah, I wonder what the mentality is of
Arrogance.
somebody. Probably.
Smug
right?
arrogance. I have no doubt they think they're going to get away with it. And you know what?
What?
They probably will.
Oh no! Don't say that.
No, I'm pretty bleak. I'm not. I actually had an argument earlier on today. Actually, well, not an argument, but a free and frank exchange of views with a lawyer who's been liaising with Congress, and they were having a bit of go at me because I talked about how I'm talking to Legacy program whistleblowers who want to come forward, but they're wary of coming forward, and they took a swipe at me and basically said, "We've got all these protections in Congress. You should bring them in and encourage them to come in." And I said, well, hang on a bloody moment. Look at what they've done with David Grush's allegations.
That's right.
Sweet FA.
Yeah.
You know, David gave them first-hand direct information from his sources of where to look, where to find the spacecraft.
Yes.
Where to literally go and open the door. Oh, by the way, there's a spacecraft recovered from Aztec.
Yeah.
Open this door. Oh, yeah, that's the one from Kingman.
That's right.
You know, who's the person in charge? What's
yeah.
the title of the program? What's the code name? He gave them chapter and verse. How many subpoenas have been issued, Senate Select Committee for Intelligence, for any of that information? Nada.
So crazy.
Fucking nada. And so I don't think Congress is doing its job, and frankly, I do get the impression that congressional staffers are captive to the defense establishment.
Yeah, I mean, that feels right. I mean, the last time around, the UAPDA was killed by Mike Turner,
Yeah.
where, like, you know, his largest donors were all defense.
No, but I mean, it's
establishment.
funny because I mean, a lot of the work is done in this preliminary investigation of allegations made by people like David Grush, by people like Lou Elizondo, people like Jake Barber, when they've gone in and given evidence in camera, in skiffs, as they all have done to the Congress. The people that have been sitting there have been staffers.
Yeah.
And they're good people. They're well-intentioned, good people. But one of the things Jake Barber told me when he was giving his direct evidence of the legacy program, first-person evidence. I mean, people say, where's the evidence?
Yeah.
The first-person evidence of Jake Barber was given to the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence.
Yes.
And one of the staffers on that committee was concerned for his own safety and asked Jake, are you able to help me get security because somebody from the Defense Department is ordering helicopters to fly across and over my home. They're harassing my home. And that's the kind of thing that the Defense Department was doing. They were buzzing a guy with Black Hawk helicopters just hovering over his home as an act of intimidation. A staffer working for the Congress.
I know exactly who you're talking about, and he was providing a pipeline of legacy operators to basically talk to the Senate, the Senate Committee. On
So I'm not
Intelligence
blaming
and
the
stuff.
staffers because these people are intimidated. They have families too.
Yeah.
And I don't think the public realize that this is how the game is being played. You've got a vast national security state, and it is truly a deep state protecting itself, its self-interest, misusing the resources of the state, your money, your taxpayer dollars, to essentially bully and intimidate, and in some cases murder people.
Yeah.
And that's where I sort of go, there are so many times when I sit back in this story and I go, hell's bells. This is like a thriller. It's like a John Grisham thriller.
Truly.
But it's true.
Yes.
And it's being ignored by the premier national security reporters of the land. I mean, any sane, rational editor who has an ounce of journalistic respect for himself and his bones would deploy staff to at least go and check out the basic allegations.
See if the 170 odd Q cleared, people seeing UFOs around our most sensitive sites, shutting them down in certain cases might be somewhat credible. Like maybe check that out. Yeah. It's crazy.
But you know what I'm enjoying? I'm enjoying the tyranny of the internet. The fact that you and I are actually generating programs. In your case, you're actually making a living by the looks of it, doing stories on this phenomenon and reporting on it. And it's interesting because that proves to me there is an audience there that want this stuff.
Oh, yeah. There really is, and I think it resonates deeply with what they intuit about reality themselves, which is that there's more. And that, there have been sort of secret programs around these things hidden from them for a very long time. And with AI and with the internet, you can vigilante corroborate and research a lot of this stuff yourself. And so I think people are waking up post-pandemic. As much as I share your pessimism around government action on the topic, I do think the larger, public is waking up to these broader realities, and that's exciting.
I'll tell you this. If you accept psionics, which of course the debunkers won't, they're saying disclosure is coming.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a perturbation in the force, Luke.
Yeah. Well, hey, I think the government itself accepts psionics, as we know, through their remote viewing programs.
I mean, that's the other doublethink. We're told, and there's a whole movie made about it, debunking the idea of telepathy and psychics and psionics.
Yeah.
And yet you've only got to read the CIA gateway documents in the CIA files, and they show that that's actually not true.
Yes.
That essentially everybody took it very, very seriously. And I've spoken to people who've confirmed that there is still an ongoing psionic operation being run in the Pentagon.
Clearly. Well, the nominal reason for shutting it down in 1995 was there was only offense. There was no defense. Why would you shut a program down where there's still offense and it's still working offensively?
Absolutely.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, no, I just, And I don't know why people buy this. You know, is it because they're so distracted covering the Ukraine war, or I mean, I don't get it. I mean, at what point did the lack of curiosity begin?
I don't know. Well, it's something I've found anecdotally that I wonder if this is in accordance with your experience. Meeting a lot of these guys with long government histories and serious credentials, they're often more conspiratorial than people in the public. You expect you a conspiracy theorist to be this tinfoil hat. You know, they live in their mom's basement or something. Yeah. They're watching crazy shit on the news. But no, these people have serious credentials. Their version of reality is way weirder than the average person in public's reality.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's how I felt when I started getting into psionics, because one of the first things that one of my sources in that Georgetown pub back in probably 2018 told me was, it's all about consciousness.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I had no idea what he was talking about.
Right. Right.
And it really has taken me probably 7 years to actually begin to understand. And now I'm realizing more and more it's all about consciousness.
Yeah.
It really is.
I agree. So much is downstream of that. Well, Ross, this has been an honor. I have one final question before you go. Is there anything? Joe Rogan just talked about this. Everybody talks about this amazing bombshell thing that you reported on. You know what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
This UFO possibly found in that they needed to build a bunker around that was like, you know, a mile plus long. Anything you can say about it?
I do not resile from saying what I've said previously, which is that there is a buried, at least built UFO that was too big to move.
And that's it.
Part of the reason it's actually, it's weird just how angry people get because I can't reveal it. And there seems to be this view in UAP social commentary that I'm obliged to reveal everything.
No.
And if I don't reveal everything, then I'm being irresponsible and I'm not helping the disclosure cause. And one of the things that was steeped into me as a journalist, I've been privy because people started leaking to me things that they probably shouldn't have done, to secrets where, including from America, I should not have them. And I've been shocked that I've had these things in my hand and I've gone, holy hell. And in some cases, I've burnt them.
Wow.
But the worst one for me was when I covered I was made aware that Australia was deploying Special Forces troops into the Iraq desert, probably 3 weeks before the war started. And a friendly Special Forces operator told me that this was happening. And I initially got really excited. And I actually went and spoke to an editor about it and said, look, I've got this story. I mean, they're deploying SAS troops. We're going in. You know, we're going to be in the Western Desert. And then we kind of looked at each other and went, nah. and I spoke later on. I did a story with the Australian SAS about what they'd done in the Western Desert. And I asked one of the guys who'd been there, if I'd revealed that, what would have happened? And he said, we would have been killed.
Oh, my God. Well, there you go.
And so in the case of the buried UFO, I can't reveal, because if I reveal why I say this, it would compromise it. It's a very sensitive place. That should be enough of a guide for you. And to reveal the full extent of what I know would compromise the lives of young men and women who are doing good things for America, completely separate from the UAP program, and they're probably oblivious to what's sitting downstairs.
That's as valid a reason as ever. And it also, you know, to argue on your behalf against the people that say that's bad for disclosure, you're going to torpedo your relationships. If
Absolutely.
you know, are speaking to somebody, they're never going to speak to you again if you reveal something that you promised not to. So,
because I actually take it as a journalistic responsibility not to reveal something if it's going to compromise the safety of your country or my country.
Absolutely.
And you know, we are. I lie in bed at night worried about how dangerous things are at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Israel launched a preemptive attack on Iran in the next few weeks.
I wouldn't either. The world's in a freaky place, and I think, I don't know if you have this kind of mind dialectic around the UFO issue, but I think about that, and I'm like, oh, maybe UFOs don't matter, the world's gonna blow up, and then I say, well, if the world's gonna blow up, if there were ever a time to care about UFOs and throw a Hail Mary, it would be now.
Well, one of the things I asked somebody very recently was, is there some kind of super weapon that we've got stashed away? Because I've heard this rumor, and look, to be honest with you, it's only rumor. It's people who probably wouldn't really know for sure, but they've told me secondhand stuff suggesting that the US has developed what are called scalar weapons.
Well, you heard the Michael Kratsius statement.
But we are capable of so much more. Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated.
Which, he's in an official position, and he's...
And I know, and Trump keeps on hinting that the US has a weapon, a super weapon.
That's right.
That they haven't revealed yet. But notice, Putin has said exactly the same thing. And I have been told that the Russians have developed extraordinary weaponry, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if one of the primary reasons for the secrecy is because each nation thinks that they have an advantage with scalar weapons, but the reality is none of them do.
Right. Oh, wow. That's scary that there's some Sub-Rosa Manhattan Project 2.0 going on.
Oh, I'm sure there's a Manhattan Project 2.0 going.
Well, you have these rumors that you had Kammlerstab in Nazi Germany where they were doing kind of black world nuclear stuff.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm sorry, we were trying to finish, but I'll just give you this little tip.
We talk forever, yeah.
There's a friend of mine who speaks to a lot of astronauts and to people who supervised astronauts.
Okay.
And one story that came up was that in the early days of Glasnost, when Russia and America were kind of friends again, Russia imparted to America that it was in possession of a crashed craft, and there was an astronaut, a known astronaut, still alive, deployed to go and, actually I don't know if he's still alive, to go and assist in the retrieval. And a lot has changed in the last, 25 years, since 30 years since the end of the Cold War, 35 years. And it's really interesting because I suspect that there has been collaboration in the distant past between the Americans and the Russians, and that it suited each side to keep quiet about the fact that there is this Sub-Rosa Manhattan Project going on, where essentially there's a Cold War. There's a battle for possession of and development of non-human technology, and I'm in no doubt whatsoever that that's happening.
Well, that's an amazing note to end on, which is let's hope disclosure happens and these psionic viewers are correct before the world blows up.
Me too.
Ross, this is an honor, man. It's a long time coming for me, and it's amazing to hear all your vast knowledge and all this stuff, and pray for your continued productivity because you're really doing the Lord's work.
Well, vice versa, Jesse. I love your show, and there's plenty of room there for both of us.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Ross.
out about what was actually going on behind the scenes with at least the American government.
Yeah.
We don't know about other governments. It clearly indicated that the United States government, or a portion of it, was in possession of artifacts and crafts that were not made by humans. That they had them hidden away from everybody, including congressional oversight, presidents, vice presidents, generals. There's military leaders who had no idea about this. We people who've been doing the research know very well that this is not something that has been disclosed or talked about openly, even behind the scenes. And the fact that we have an opportunity now to have the experience of it. We've heard the story a lot, we've heard the concept a lot, but like anything, when you actually walk through a place, it's different. I just recently, with my whole team, there's a 3D experience that is happening in the old port of Montreal, and it's I think it's called Cheops, the Great Pyramid of Giza. You could go in and actually walk around the Great Pyramid of Giza. So we all did that. We all put our goggles on. We all walked through this. It's freaking amazing, and I don't want to diss it. Ours is more realistic.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
but
mean,
yeah. It's like ours is really like another level of realism. Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, I'm someone who, I don't do any type of After Effects or any of that stuff. Your team is legitimately filled with geniuses.
Yeah.
Like, you literally have like state-of-the-art tech with people who know how to manipulate it like no one else.
Yeah.
They do their own. Oh, they have fun with it.
I got people on the team that wrote the programs, modified the programs, created tools in the programs. It's not like we just took the software and used it, as anybody would. There's been a lot of engineering going on with the actual softwares. That really made us work hard in making this.
No doubt in my mind how hard you guys are working. And one thing that I think you guys, you guys are promoting, but I think not promoting enough. No AI was used
at all.
So you're creating jobs, and you're building all of this to spec from memory, to spec from the ground up.
Oh, absolutely.
So these things aren't, let's use this new AI and like make this landscape, or no, everything was a brushstroke.
Every single piece of our project is made by our team.
By people.
Yeah, by people. We have the reactor.
Oh, yeah.
We
remade it?
Yeah, we have the reactor. Here's the reactor. This is real size.
And this is exactly what it looked like?
Yeah, and it's signed by Bob. If you look underneath, it's got Bob's signature on it.
Okay. So
this is the real.
If you're in one of these alien crafts,
that's what you're going to see.
You're going to see exactly this.
Exactly.
So this here, for those of you wondering, this here is exactly what alien tech would look like.
Exactly.
Not an exaggeration, not some type of Hollywood mock-up. This is, from a first-hand witness, exactly what you would find on an alien craft.
And he goes, I got goosebumps. It almost feels like it's going to work, So you take off the hemisphere.
This is what it looked like underneath here?
Yeah, so this is like that, right? So basically, that's like a replica of element 115, okay? There's this little drift tube that goes on the inside, and the element 115, there's these two little grooves that it kind of sits in like that, and then you put the cap on like that. And as soon as you put the hemisphere on it, he goes, it won't work until, like, if you keep it like that, it won't work. He says, as soon as you do that, he goes, as long as the emitter, which is up there, by the way, you see that big cylinder on the top with the pipe sticking out? That's the emitter. That's what the emitters look like that are on the bottom level.
There was three of those.
There was three of those. And he goes, in the lab, the emitter was sitting on a table to the left of the reactor, and there was an amplifier on the ground. And he says, as soon as Barry would rotate the emitter, that
And they weren't connected.
No, he says it just worked, and he goes, and that's when you couldn't get.
Touch it.
And he goes, and if you just, he goes, the stronger you would push, the harder it would push you back. So it kind of went with the strength. It wasn't like strong all the time. So the more force you would put, the more force.
Like an actual force field.
Yeah. So he goes, that was incredible because he goes, nothing does that. There's also a possibility, you know, he goes, I've been contemplating on this for 35 years. So he says, yeah, it's very likely that it's simply like some type of gravitational field or some other force that we're not aware of. This sits on the floor of the center of the craft. So there's a seat here, there's a seat there. I'll point that direction. So there's 1, 2, 3 seats, and there's a center area where there's an actual indentation in the floor that's square. That's where this sits. It doesn't lock into place, it just sits there. And from the ceiling, there's a 3-inch diameter pipe that is a pipe that you can pull down from the ceiling, and it applies perfectly on top of the reactor. And what's really cool is that he said when we would pull this thing up or pull it down, he says the material, he says it wasn't a telescopic thing. He goes, it was just disappearing and he goes, it didn't make any sense. He goes, because we couldn't see where it was going.
Wow.
The pipe that was on the emitters, which is on the bottom level, he says those would swing 360 and there would be no bend.
There's no joints, there's no weird.
He goes, it looked like it just became like that.
Some meta material, some weird.
Right, so that was an interesting feature. I said, I'm not going to be able to do that with the model. I said, unfortunately, he goes, I get that, you know.
Yeah,
but
your model will have to be telescopic.
And the pipe that goes like that, you know, I said, was it something that you could push out of, you know, like, could you try to break it off? He goes, that thing was so solid. He says, you could not, like, bend on it.
Even with the leverage of how
you couldn't.
Really?
He goes, it just stayed the way it was. So how?
There was no seams. Everything was seamless.
Everything. Yeah.
And this was at a time before 3D printing existed.
Exactly.
So it was almost like they've 3D printed.
I think so.
It in a way.
I think
so.
Yeah.
Maybe not as we do it, but.
I think that's the process.
Did he also mention like one of the walls was transparent?
Yeah, we're working on that.
Yeah.
AI is not going to be able to do that. AI, eventually, one day, AI will be able to do something like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure it will. It's not there yet.
No, you'll be able to smell it though.
Yeah,
you can smell it when it doesn't have a soul. I feel it would be a lot easier if you implied a lot of AI in there, but you guys willingly chose the hard route.
Oh, absolutely. And it's interesting that you say this because for the last, I think people are trying to get us to give them more updates, and believe me, it's coming. It's really
That's
coming.
why we're doing this.
Yeah. It's like we're so close to completing this. But for a few months, we were working exclusively on the landscape. Okay? Now this is a big deal. This is something that is I don't think I can express how much of a big deal that was, but to actually have the most accurate terrain that is out there by Papoose Lake, where this base was located, the elevations, the type of sand, the type of clumpy sand, the vegetation, the Joshua trees that are out there, the mountainside, the rocks, the realism that had to get then created, the border shore of the dry lake, the actual dry lake bed itself, all that, in order for the shots to actually give you that vibe that we're out there, it took months of hard work to literally recreate that. And when you see them, I'm so blown away from my team. Like I literally like.
But dude, you send me photos sometimes. I'm in the middle of something.
Yeah,
and I'm like, how dare you send me this right now? Because I have to drop everything.
Same thing happens to me. They'll be like, check this out. We just got this render, and I'm like, holy shit, is that a picture?
Yeah.
You know, and they're like, no, that's the landscape.
Texture,
I'm
reflections.
Like, wow. So the thing was, if we got to do something, if we're going to make this project happen, if we're going to make this environment. Where is it in the world that we cannot go to?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So even places that are really out of reach, like Antarctica, you could still go to Antarctica. Okay? Like you could still figure it out, get enough money, get a few people, get the equipment, and go out to Antarctica. You cannot go to Papoose Lake.
Right,
You
yeah.
cannot go there.
No, you can't.
Period.
You can't not only go there, you
Yeah.
can't even take a picture of it.
Exactly.
It exists only
in
on
satellite.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That meant a lot to us because we said we got to bring people there. If we're going to do this, we got to do this absolutely right.
Yeah.
And we also had to get Bob's approval as we were building the details of that landscape. So it's like, hey, Bob, what do you remember out there? Well, he was like, there's much out there.
Yeah.
He goes, and don't forget, Bob was there in 88 and 89. So we have satellite data that we actually got from the late 1980s to all the way to 2024. And there's a lot of shift and difference in that terrain over the
Right.
last 3.5 decades. There's a
Interesting.
lot of foliage that grew there that was not there back in the late 80s. Bob was very clear about the fact that there was, but it wasn't like extreme foliage versus what you will see on satellite data today. So there's clearly a change. Obviously, there's 3.5 decades. Things grow.
That's just so interesting that you guys would like anybody else wouldn't have cared. Like I feel like I almost wouldn't have cared if I watched it, but maybe I would have sensed it.
You would have sensed it. And that's
Yeah.
exactly the point, is we don't want to give people just an entertainment piece. We want to provide a historical piece. So there's a little bit of a difference. It's like, if we're going to entertain you, but it's such an important topic and an important story, there's a history component to it that has to be accurate.
You want me to repeat that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll say it in like a fun way. So the most illegal thing I feel like we did, other than building a whole military facility, was creating the outside of S4. And the reason for that is we averaged out the height map data, and what that means is we created the outside of S4. We used satellite data to create the little hills and mountains. So we pulled it from government websites, and we pulled some American ones from the early 2000s, some American ones from the 80s, and some Russian ones from the 80s. And that was hard to find. That was, I will say there was weird loopholes to get to the Russian ones. What we did is we averaged that out, and we created all the little mountains so you could have the most accurate outside of Papoose Lake, of Area 51, of Groom Lake. We really tried to take
Was there
that
any
whole area.
discrepancies between
Yeah,
satellite
yeah.
images from the year 2000s to the 80s? Was there any differences there that you noticed that were like, oh, why is this not consistent? Or
Yeah, the data in hotspots were flat. Yeah. Back in the 80s, the hotspots were not flat. They had bumps and stuff, indentations. You actually got a feel for what the landscape.
Yeah. Now, why do you think they would do that if this wasn't real? Exactly. That's a weird thing to do.
Yeah. So it's like when I pull it up into my 3D modeling software, and I just see it's completely flat. I go, okay, wait a minute, it's not. It's not flat.
I mean, that's
like we could see that from a plane.
Right.
So, if you want a sense of scale on what we did for the satellite data, so you have all these like, it's a little foggy. So all these like bumps are era accurate to the bumps you would get if you pulled satellite data from the 80s.
And that's allegedly where everything happened. That's right. Yeah.
On the side mountain here.
Those are the hangars?
Those are the hangars.
So the 9 hangars? 9 hangars, yeah. Well, I tell you, as someone who's been following the story for a long time, to me, this is music to my ears. Now, I know that out in the nether of the internet, there are people who have their own opinions about Bob and about his story, and there are some controversies here and there. I trust your judgment as a friend.
Yeah.
I've always been
Thank you.
biased because I want to believe this. But I do trust your judgment. I know you're a good judge of character, and for you to say that you've spent 3 years with him, and there wasn't once where you thought he was, throwing something over your head here.
Not once.
That for me, really instills a lot of confidence. And then to hear the amount of care and love, and to see the amount of care and love that you guys have put into this, really, again, conveys to me the confidence that you have in Bob and the story.
Oh yeah.
Because I think any deviation from that would present itself in the project. And all I've seen so far is full steam ahead. And you guys are literally doing something that might end up, changing the course of history. I believe this is.
I thank you, and I hope that this does the story justice. One of the things that I was going to add to what you were saying is that this is a team effort, right? So it's not just me. Obviously, there's a whole team behind it, and the fact that I never felt anything bad from Bob, or any BS, if you want to call it, no red flags, that also applies to the team. And I think what happened was, as time progressed and they really started feeling, because a lot of them came in, some of them came in completely not believing the story, but they didn't even know about the story.
Didn't care, it was a job.
For them, it was a job. They're like, who's Bob? Some people didn't even know Bob Lazar was, right? So they're like, who's this guy? And so, you start telling the story, and they're like, really? Are you kidding me? Like, flying saucers? It really was the beginning of how they perceived it. And as time progressed and they met Bob, worked with Bob, they're also looking at, listening to him, trying to be like, is this for real? And they've told me, they said, nothing. We're not getting any vibe that this guy's telling a lie. And so I think that motivated them, because they finally well, dude, this is like a big deal. Like if this shit happened, then we got to make this look even better. So how many times have I left the office, because I don't just work on the project, I got to take care of the company.
Right.
So I go home and I do boring stuff on my computer when I'm home, but I'll ask them, hey guys, what's going on? They're like, oh, we're still at the office, and it'll be 9 p.m.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow. I will never say thank you enough to the team, because they come in on weekends. Some of them work until midnight, and they're back at work early in the morning the next day, like super prepped, like ready to go. They're like, oh, yesterday we got up to here, we checked this out, like we got to finish this, and we'll get. It's so cool to see that.
Beautiful.
You know what I mean? Like, everybody just wants to get it better and better.
Even the fact that your team has gone through an arc, I think, is a story in itself that maybe one day will be explored in a documentary. It's so cool to hear that, because a lot of your team as well, especially Chris and Romain, I think are very left-brained. They're logical thinkers, incredibly intelligent,
extreme.
Probably a lot in common with Bob. On that front, where they're like,
true,
just give me the facts. I don't really care about the fluff. And so, to even talk to Chris and see how he sort of progressed on, where that is really incredible to see. Because not everybody gets to have this type of experience either. You know, if we could take every skeptic out there and walk them through what you guys have been through, with this story and all the evidence and all the things that you guys are going to shed light on. Maybe we would have far fewer skeptics in the world. And so how has that sentiment changed for them?
I think what I remember from talking to some of them was, at the beginning, everybody was excited because they knew he's a very well-known person as a person, but when you get into the, reverse engineering a craft from another star system,
exactly.
They're like, okay, there's a lot to digest, right?
How has your point of view changed after meeting Bob? Has it changed, and how much has it changed, and what was that like?
It was you don't know the guy until you meet him in person.
Did your opinion on the whole subject change?
Yeah, I mean, look, as someone who is filming and editing a lot of it, I'm also looking for loopholes, right? I'm still I'm looking for a story to tell, and if it's completely one-sided, then it's not really like a documentary or a story. So even in editing, the way he says stuff, the way he's I have interviews of the same topic over maybe a 3-month period, and it's the same story locked down, word per word. And especially when we're interviewing Bob and we're talking about the technical stuff, the propulsion systems and how it actually worked, that's when I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Yeah.
Other than Bob, you might be like the closest person to working on an alien craft.
Technically, I guess. Yeah, that's true.
That's right. Yeah.
That's
right.
I think there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be able to be shown in our film or in this project that will, besides the revelations and some of the evidence that we have, which is incredible, by the way, the fact that there's going to be some physicality to the story.
Yes.
Although it's 3D, it feels like it's physicality. That's what 3D is today, and there's real physics in 3D environments, right? So that will help a lot of people who are on they're kind of on the edge where like they're not sure, is this real, is this not real? And there's some things that will be really clarified. And I think that I personally believe there's going to be some things that are going to just push people to go, yeah, there's just no way he could have known that. And and I think you and I even spoke about this one time, was about the lighting inside the craft. I don't know if you remember, we had this conversation.
I do remember. I remember, because when you're showing me these things, first of all, like I'm like, this is insane, okay? Because everything you're showing me is insane. And when you're in the craft, at one point, there is, well, you can tell the story of how that came to be. Maybe we'll go there.
I remember we built the craft, and I remember calling Bob and saying, I'm looking at the interior of the craft. How did you guys see in there? And Bob goes, well, there was 2 tripods in there. He had forgotten to mention that because he didn't think, we were only talking about the layout of the craft. And I said, Jesus, that's super important. What kind of light? So we went through the whole thing. He goes, you're right. He was even like, you're absolutely right. I have to give you what kind of equipment was in there, because you're right. We got the craft, but now how do we see anything in there? Because there's no lights, right? There's no lights that turn on. So we positioned these 2 industrial, these yellow 4-spot halogen spotlights that were available back in 88 and 89 inside the craft. They were these telescopic stems that were brought down, because it's actually pretty low in there. So
how high? About
5 feet 10.
Wow.
Maximum
at the highest point.
Height maybe a little less than that.
Wow.
So that's at the highest point.
Yeah.
As soon as you start walking, it tapers down, so you immediately have to start crouching down. You eventually have to get on your hands and knees, because you can't stand in the craft. Even when you're in a 3D environment, you'll see that. You actually have to start crouching down.
So wait, these beings also had to like crouch down and crawl.
They're much smaller,
but still
there's I don't think, because you'll actually notice you'll actually notice this carefully, the access from the craft, the entrance of the craft, when you walk crawl into the craft. But if these guys were walking into the craft, in my opinion, I don't know exactly how tall they were, because we don't have a real size of these things, but it would almost make sense that they would maybe just do this only at the beginning, but as soon as they're like 2 steps in,
3.5 feet,
they're clear. The honeycomb hatchway, and there's a little hatchway that's in the back side, like if you walk into the craft, the seats are pointed to the right, and so to the left there's a honeycomb hatchway. Its position on the floor is perfectly positioned at a place where the inclination of the ceiling would not require the being to be crouched down. So I think the position was intended for their height to be standing there.
Interesting.
Okay, so that's also very interesting.
Okay, so this light.
So yeah, going back to the light. So we basically put these 2 exactly where Bob said they were. There's these extension cords that were running in the craft, which I also thought was really interesting.
That's what I thought was wild.
Yeah,
I saw that,
because I remember going, it's true. I mean, there would be extension, and Bob was like, yeah, the extension cords were running behind, and I'm like, the extension cords? He's like, yeah, for the lights. Suddenly, even to us, we were like, holy shit, we were working on this. Humans were working on this.
Yeah, now that you have our technology mixed with theirs.
It suddenly had a different look to us. And we're like, and there was extension cords, because obviously the tripod has to plug into something. So there's an extension cord that goes all the way out and falls to the ground and goes into the wall. And Bob's like, of course. He says, the guards used to always tell us to watch the wires on the ground. I said, really? He goes, yeah, that was something that they used to yell at us all the time. You know, things like that, if you're making things up, like the way he was saying seat to the left and one was behind the center amplifier in the craft, you'll see that, obviously you'll see this, and both pointed upwards. He said to me, he says, even with those lights, it's extremely dark in there. And I said, really? Those are pretty bright lights. He goes, yeah, they're super bright, but it was really dark in there.
Like swallow the light?
And I thought, that's weird. I go, because it still would light up the place. I mean, it's not that big, you know, it's like 2 big tripod lights. These are industrial lights. He looked at me, he goes, I don't know, it was pretty dark in there. So I wrote that down, you know, like dark in the craft, even with these spotlights on. I thought, really, you know, these are bright lights. So we built them. We put the exact lumens. We researched the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not we just put light. Research the whole thing. The lumens that are emitted from these halogen lights pointed exactly where he said. And every time we would go in the craft, we were like, it's really dark in there, you know. And it's like, why? And I would tell the team, like, what's wrong with the lights? And they're like, they're at max capacity, but I can't see anything. They're like, I don't know. They're like, it's really dark in there. I was like, but that doesn't make sense. So like, but that's the physicality.
Yeah.
The physics in the environment are accurate. It's accurate. Okay. So there is nothing. Everything is properly turned on. There's light bounce. There's sheen. There's a million things going on that is accurate to real life. So if we have these at 100%, and it's still dark in there.
Yeah.
How would he know that?
So cool that he said that.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know, it's just dark.
It was just dark in there. And so we had to make some of the renders come out, we actually had to blast the light at like 6-7 times their intensity.
Right, just so people can see what's going on.
Just so that you could see what's going on.
Wild.
Yeah.
I remember looking at the stills. I think it was the stills you were showing me. And from outside the craft, you have this cable running out the door.
Yeah.
And then inside the craft, you have these tripod lights.
Yeah.
And I remember feeling so weird about seeing that. There was something about the sort of intersection between this craft that can, you know, fly through, I don't know, land, sea, and air and space and whatever, as fast as it, you know, whatever. Like this craft that can go anywhere, technology that's maybe millions of years ahead of ours, and then a stupid extension cable coming out the hatch. There was something so insane about it.
I know.
Like just seeing it, I realized, I was like, oh, this is insane. This is our puny little our you know, we think we're advanced.
That's right.
And then we still gotta plug things in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's being plugged in, and there's this clunky
that's right.
construction light in there.
Yeah.
And then this sleek, beautiful
craft,
you know, Lamborghini of a sports model. There was something interesting about that. That and did you are you like the flag?
Yeah.
Is that something you want to mention too?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the just going back to the interior real fast, I'll talk about the flag, is that was something that made the team all go like, shit, that makes so much sense. Like none of us had made that conscious. I mean, it's so...
There should be light there.
Well, not only should there be light, but it's not. It's our equipment, and that's what we have.
That's right.
Right? Like unless you have a flashlight, you would set up tripod industrial construction lights to light and you need a wire that you got to go plug into a wall,
because otherwise you have a generator which is going to make such a racket in there. So it was so interesting to see that because it's like, yeah, that's true. That's what would be.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of like cavemen starting a fire in the back of my Tesla to see what's going on. Like,
yeah, exactly. Just be like, what?
Yeah, be like, well, we gotta see something in here. Might as well start a fire.
Yeah, same. So, and now on the outer shell of the craft, like on the outside now. So you talk about the flag. There's obviously again this hatchway, the entrance to the craft is quite narrow, and right to the left of it. So there's in the hangar they had this like these stairs that you
mobile
could roll,
warehouse.
yeah, exactly. Bring up to the entrance there, and Bob had said the ones that they had there was actually flush to the floor.
Yeah.
So they probably had measured it or whatever. So they had a perfect, you would get to the top and you just walk into the craft, and you step onto the craft. If you step there, your hands are essentially on the shell of the craft. Okay. So your hands, you put your hands on both sides. Your body is now inside this opening. You'll see that obviously in the film and in the VR experience. But to the left, there's it's about 7 inches by maybe 3.5 inches or 4 inches, a reversed American flag sticker on the craft. Okay? And now this is something that Bob Lazar had talked about back when he came out with the story. He literally said, he goes, well, this craft was there and it had a small reversed American flag sticker. A lot of people, I remember, the hell, American flag, reversed American flag. What the hell is that?
Was that anti-American?
Yeah, like what does that mean? So even I remember going, what does that mean? It's reversed, and it never occurred to me that. Well, I'll explain it after, but it was confusing, and he was one of the first things he had ever noticed when he first saw the craft was the flag, and he wasn't up on the stairs when that happened. He was on the ground walking into the hangar with Dennis Mariani.
It made him think it was ours.
He was convinced
that it wasn't like
he was 100%.
He didn't have UFO in his head. He was like, "Oh, we're making these now."
He walks in, sees that, and it instantly goes like, "Oh shit, these are that's what people are seeing. These flying saucers.
Yeah.
It's our secret."
Boy, are they gonna look on their face when they realize.
And then he sees the American flag on it, and he's like, yeah, this is crazy. This is a top secret fighter, whatever. He has no idea he's looking at something from another planet, and potentially, or something that is not made. Yeah, well said. Yeah, he would even not agree with what I just said there. He'd be like, we don't know where it's from, and it's a reversed American flag. And now, from the angle I always say this because it's a super important point. From the angle he was standing, walking, he was following Dennis Mariani, his superior. He had a security guard behind him, and he's walking towards inside. He's walking into the hangar. The craft is to his left. He sees this, and ahead of them is the door to go into the hallway. He slides his hand on the craft. He sees the American flag. Gets reprimanded for touching the flag, the craft. But there was a lot of people, I remember when I was doing the research, there were a lot of people complaining and criticizing the fact that there would have been no way for Bob Lazar to see the American flag from the angle he was at, blah, blah, blah. And that stuck with me. I remember that stuck with me because I was like, I'm being so incredibly cautious with details that I actually had that, in the back of my mind going, I wonder... I can't wait to see.
Oh, that's so cool.
You know what I mean? I was like, I can't wait to get into the environment. I didn't tell anybody. I said, I want to get in there. I want to go stand exactly where he was, and I want to see if I can see the flag. And I'll never forget it. I took the goggles on. Nobody on my team knew I was going to do this. That I was going to go. They thought I was going to analyze the ceilings of the hangar and whatever. I put the goggles on. The first thing I see was the flag.
Wow.
And I was on the ground, and I'm like, and I remember going, you could see it. And they were like, what? Oh, wow. What are you talking about? You could see the flag. And they're like, yeah, so? And I remember going, I know why I just said that.
You know, because I had read so many people saying there's just no way, and
there was more of that too, right? There was before we get into that, let's put a pin in that.
Yeah.
But let's talk about why the flag is reversed.
That's important, and that's something that obviously we researched, and it's not really a mystery. It's really not a mystery, but why it was applied on the craft exactly where it was, well, that's a mystery. We'll still consider that a mystery, but in standard protocol of using an American flag on a uniform, on a piece of clothing, or on a vehicle, the flag, anytime the American flag is on because the flag is, the wind is pushing the flag backwards. So where the direction of the vehicle,
right?
If you look
Wouldn't
at the
make sense.
left side of the craft, of a vehicle or of a uniform, it's the standard American flag. It's because the wind, as the vehicle or the person is walking forward, the wind is pushing the person, the flag backwards.
Yeah.
So on your left side, it would look normal, but on your right side, it's reversed. It's completely
So that might have been
standard.
the right side of the craft.
And so
it's a round craft.
So the assumption, and also Bob kind of agreed to it, since the entrance, everybody will see this, since the entrance, the flag was right to the left of the entrance. When you look inside the craft, the seats are pointed to the right.
Right.
Indicating this is the right side of the craft.
Right, exactly.
You see what I mean?
Yes, that makes sense.
So
That checks out.
it just checks out. It just makes sense that it's on the right side of the craft. So is that the reason why they put a reversed American flag? Maybe.
Still cool.
Yeah.
So now there's another point, I think, that, again, if this is something you don't want to get into because you want to save it for, you just let me know. But there was also another point that skeptics would point out. Do you know which one I'm referring to in the hangar?
In the hangar.
So they would say, well, how is it possible with the angle that Bob was at that he would have seen
the flag?
No, the other.
Oh, the other hangars.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Is that something you want to?
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
yeah. That's actually an easy one, and we built the whole facility. Obviously, we built the entire facility. We
Yeah,
didn't
so
just
that's
build
something you didn't even touch on.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So we didn't just build, the lab and the briefing room and the nurse station. We built the whole facility. Now, what's really important to know is that there's a long corridor inside of the base. Okay, so when you enter the base, there's a hand scanner room. You open these double doors, and now you have this extremely almost like an infinity hallway. Okay, to the left of it is the propulsion lab, and right after is the main hangar, the first hangar, and then subsequent to that are the other hangars because it's a long line. So there's a total of 9 hangars. To the right side, there's a little hallway that goes to the nurse station, and then after that, there's the briefing room. There's another office. There's the washroom. There's the cafeteria and the lunchroom and all that. And there's probably more. Bob never went past the lunchroom. Okay, so he always was very cautious to say, everything until this door, he says, I've been to. He says, I've never been past the lunchroom door.
Right.
So he goes, there were doors. I could see. He says, I remember seeing there was doors, but I have no idea what was in there. So I can't.
Other departments.
I don't know. Okay. As far as the hangars are concerned, he only was inside the main hangar, the first hangar with the sport model.
The big one.
Correct. Now, at one time, there was also, it's really important, there was also a door. The propulsion lab, if you're in this long corridor, the propulsion lab is, there's 2 doors to it. So it's a pretty big lab, so you have 2 doors that go, one and you walk a while, and there's another one to go into the same propulsion lab. Once you're inside the lab, there's actually a door that leads right straight into the main hangar from the propulsion lab. Okay?
Okay.
That's something that's really important. But from the corridor, obviously, there's a door to go into the hangar as well. Now, he was at one time, he and Barry were inside the propulsion lab. Dennis came in there and said, "Barry, could you and Bob bring Bob out? We're conducting a test of the craft." This is when he visually saw the craft do like what he called an Omicron test, like a low power test, where the craft was outside. It was so they opened the door. Now they're walking into the hangar. Now from the position where they are, they're essentially staring at the wall that is adjacent to the other hangar.
Right.
At that moment, when he came in, the craft wasn't there. The craft was outside. And the adjacent doors, all the adjacent doors were open from every single other hangar. So they were all these large metallic doors. Each metallic door had its little door as well. So they didn't always have to open the big thing. They actually had a normal sized door if they wanted to. So all of the big adjacent hangar doors were open. And he says, I remember walking in and there was no wall. So he goes, it caught my attention, and I could see how incredibly huge the facility was because I could see really far away. And he goes, now, mind you, this was not a long glance. Like he says, this happened fairly quickly because here we are following Dennis.
Yeah.
I got Barry next to me. I look, the craft is not in the hangar. So it's a pretty desolate, it's a vast door open, and I could see that there's other crafts in adjacent hangars. So he was able to make out the shape of the first two. The first one, it calls it the Jello mold. Looks like an old metallic Jello mold. Basically, that's what it said it looked like. Like a weird shape. It was a little smaller than the sport model, but still a sizable craft. And the hangar after that, he called it the top hat craft, like a straw hat or a top hat. It was flat in the middle with a much flatter rounded area. And he says this craft was propped up on its side, like leaning on the wall, like basically leaning on the wall or the adjacent big door.
Right.
And it's just leaning there, like it was weird that it was not on the ground. And it had about this size hole into the thinner edge of it, as if like something, like a projectile busted through. And he saw that very clearly. Now, he said, and I spent so much time asking him so many questions about this, and he always would look at me. He goes, Luigi, this was like a second or two, like. He goes,
but it matters.
Yeah, right, yeah. And I'm trying to get like, but did you see anything else? He's like, I couldn't see. I could see there were other crafts past it. He said, you could see little metal things because there was at that angle.
Yeah.
He could only see the one that was adjacent to the main hangar.
Yeah.
The one following was propped up, so he was able to see that. He says
after that, the angle just kind of.
He goes, I couldn't make out the And what's interesting is that was another thing I wanted to do. Right, I was like, I can't wait to see this. So we built it, obviously, and I asked Chris. I said, can you do me a favor? Can you open all the adjacent doors, make the lights, open up the hangar door. I want the lighting to be exactly like that, and I want to walk. I want to position myself right here, and I want to look, and I want to see. And I remember, I go, holy shit, you could clearly see the first, obviously the first one's right there.
Yeah.
So, it looks like, okay, we made it like the craft. I saw the other one, which is, propped up. And then further, we have crafts, which, by the way, are Creative Liberty designs because he never saw them.
Yeah.
So he said, you could take certainly take creative liberty because we don't know.
So which crafts did you make? I didn't see these.
Yeah.
Are these
We're going to show you these. Yeah.
All right, we'll keep these as a surprise.
We certainly used, what I did is I decided to use known sighting crafts.
Amazing.
So
I
that,
love that.
You know what I mean?
Easter eggs.
Yeah, exactly. So people
cool.
would have to go, oh, that's from that one, and he said what I could see was the color. He goes, I could see the color, but he goes, past the fifth one, I couldn't see anymore, right? It was really too far away.
So I wanted to see how far can I see
at that angle.
At that angle. And it was exactly like that. I said, you see the Jello mold, you see the top hat, you could see maybe one or two, just a metallic piece, and then after that, you're just like, it's too far away.
Wow.
Which, again, you have to wonder, how could he know? And again, always remember, the physics are accurate, the lighting is accurate, the balance, everything is absolutely accurate. So you have to be pretty good at making out those type of details in your mind if you're trying to make something up.
See, this is what I'm talking about here. It's not just this. I'm sure like this is why people have to understand like where I'm coming from as well, like hanging out with you and hearing these things, because it's not one thing.
Right.
It's not one piece of evidence.
Right.
And that has been Bob's consistency throughout all this.
Oh yeah.
That if you look at all of this, really, really look at it, it's never one thing.
No.
It's
that's
never
right.
it's always another thing, and then another thing, and then another thing. And it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop being verified. At no point is there like some wild inconsistency. The inconsistencies that people have found are so nebulous and
inaccurate. Some of them are inaccurate.
And inaccurate,
actually.
yeah.
Well, I think the most important thing that happened over the 2 years that we've been working with Bob, that I've been working with Bob, is I got to know Bob. And I didn't get to know Bob, the UFO guy. I got to know Bob Lazar, the person. And that was kind of something that was unexpected in the way it happened, because I did not expect him to be so humble and so open to working with us in this project. And one of his friends has said to me, when you get to find out who Bob really is, you'll understand why Bob is saying the truth.
If he's like this, but then he would be lying about all this, that would be such a clash.
Yeah.
Never raised a flag. I mean, and we went through in everything, and many times over. So I am 100% convinced that he did this, that he was there. I don't doubt that he was in that craft, that he physically touched and manipulated the components of the craft. I don't doubt that at all. I don't doubt that there were the people that he said that were there because of the way he described them and what they said and how they went about doing things. I don't doubt what happened internally with how they were trying to reverse engineer this. The way it was, to me, he wasn't told everything. So
just compartmentalized.
Yeah, so that also comes through when he's speaking. And people are like, he didn't go to school or he didn't graduate from MIT. There's a real answer to the MIT, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody will ever share that with you. Bob shared that with me. He shared that with Joe Rogan, from what I understood. I can completely understand why he can't say it.
Right.
So it's impossible for him to talk about that.
So a lot of things that people are skeptical about, there's a reason why.
There's a reason. And all I can say is, I know this is going to piss off a lot of people, and it's obviously frustrating, but there's a national security element to what Bob was doing back then. And you cannot fuck with that. It's a problem. One of the things he said to me, which is disclosable, is he said, why would I put other people's lives in problems just so that I can appease the people who don't believe my story? He says, I would rather they don't believe my story than myself causing a firestorm, because he says, I wasn't the only one on, not at S4, at the MIT portion of his life. There were other people there. And he goes, the second I elaborate, I'm kind of obligated to open Pandora's box on that.
People can go check the other people.
And then it becomes a nightmare. So he says, why do I need to do that? I don't need to do that. And I fully agreed with him. I would do the exact same thing. He says, yeah, sure, I could tell you. He says, you just don't talk about it, because it's not something that I should say. He elaborated on that part, and that was a big one for me because I was always stuck on
That's
that.
one of the small things that kept you back.
Always, because it's like, okay, like seriously, are they that good at fucking erasing? You know what I mean? Like, they
Yeah,
can't-
this becomes deep conspiracy.
it becomes too intense. Yeah. So, and when he went and he detailed it, I was like, oh fuck! Like it totally made sense. And it's not even that complicated, but it makes perfect sense. And I remember going, fuck! It's too bad we can't talk about that because it would just, it would. First of all, there's a lot of naysayers out there. They would, as Mario Santa Cruz likes to say, they would just have to shut the fuck up after that. Because there's a big, here's a slam dunk. There, now fucking say something
The
against
truth is,
that.
though, they would find something else.
Oh, they would. There's no doubt. There's no question. I personally believe that he's omitting and not lying.
Yeah.
I think there's enough stuff that he's omitting that is very pertinent to this type of operation.
If he's deceiving the world with all this, he must be the best there is, because there's just no way that I believe this guy is lying.
I'm so happy that we got to meet and that
Same.
you let me come in and be a part of this a little bit in any way that I can. It means the world to me
And to us too, by the way.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Well,
yeah.
I'm super proud of you, and I'm super proud of your team for what you've achieved so far. This is going to be a great project. I know it is. I'm rooting for you. I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you guys to see, what this is, and I'm sure you are too, to finally get it off your plate and be like, enjoy, world.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't wait for the people to see this. I hope people like it. Obviously, there's always that worry that we always like, I hope people like this. It's normal. As much as we look at the shots and we're like, wow, we just want to make sure, it's, and again, we're always being true to form. It's exactly what he saw. So we're not embellishing. We hope people like it, and I thank you also for supporting us and helping us.
Of course.
Because it's great.
One thing I did want to cover, which, well,
oh yeah.
So here, folks, we have, maybe you could tell us a little bit about how you acquired these.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting little Ziploc bag with some really cool pictures. So I remember we were doing some history stuff and we needed some really good pictures of when Bob was really young. So I called up Bob and Joy, his wife, and I said, I think we're going to need some pictures because we can't seem to find anything of when you were really young boy. So Joy says, don't worry, I'll get you some really cool pictures. So she put together a whole bunch of like cool, real original pictures. One of them is Bob when he was probably like 2 or 3 years old. And there's him at
when he would have fit in one of those little chairs on Craft.
He would have fit,
actually.
yeah, that was the time he could have fit in them, right? Yeah. And him at Desert Blast and him at Capcom. One of his friends was in charge at NASA's Mission Control. There's a picture of that in there. There's also him with John Lear. There's even a picture of him with George Carlin in there when he met George Carlin. Yeah.
Is he a big comedy fan?
Yeah, he's a comedy. He's a fan of George Carlin, and George Carlin was a huge fan of Bob Lazar.
George Carlin was into UFOs?
Yeah, he was.
I love that.
Yeah. So that was cool.
That is super cool.
And there's like some friends and family, and and it was just so cool to see these.
That looks like
that's
this looks like
badass.
straight out like a Mad Max.
I have a story. He told me a story about that. That jet car, he actually said that the first second or the first couple of seconds, he would pass out.
From the G?
So he says he would wake up at top speed.
Bob's a bit of a badass.
Oh yeah. Can you imagine waking up at top speed?
John Lear reading a Playboy upside down.
Upside down. Yeah.
That's the way to do it on a photo. Not how I consume Playboy.
Right. Yeah.
Bob is meant for speed.
Oh yeah. Like that's what he loves, man. Bob was the true Bob Lazar that I got to know over the years is a man who has a true passion for high energy, whether that be
thrusters for speed or for explosives, something
Right.
that really makes a hell of a boom.
This is
Right?
Oh my god, this car is so cool.
That's the Honda Jet car. That's the famous Honda Jet
This is
car.
the reason he
That-
ended up in a UFO.
That's right.
Yeah, that was featured in the article.
Yeah, that's right. That's the car. And
Wow.
we actually have plans to, after all this is done, and that we spend some time recreating that in 3D, because I want to actually make it into a die-cast model.
Yeah, that's
Because I mean, it's still something that is historic. It's because of this car that he got hired. Yeah, so
it was the article. So
that's right.
For those that don't know, Bob, he was featured in an article
in the Los Alamos.
in the
yeah,
Los Alamos newspaper, local
The,
newspaper.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And it's like, hey, a scientist makes jetpack car or whatever it was.
Yeah, Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was there giving us a speech, reading the paper, and Bob wanted to meet him. He goes, that's me on the front page.
Yeah.
So Teller goes, that's pretty cool. Talked about his last name, and then he remembered him years later.
Set up a meeting.
And then he says, go to EG&G Special Projects, and that's how he got interviewed. That was a friend of his that had created that alien.
Oh, I thought you said that was a friend of his.
No, that created that thing there. I guess this is always Desert Blast, all these things. Yeah, him in a helicopter at Desert Blast. They ran Desert Blast, I think, for almost like 10 years, 10 or 12 years.
And that was Bob's thing.
Oh yeah, that was 100% Bob's thing.
This gathering represents every bomb demolition team's nightmare. Once a year, a group of pyro enthusiasts sneak out into the Nevada desert, far from the reach of the law, and go crazy. Welcome to Desert Blast.
And it started off with a little private. It was small at the beginning, and it ended up being a pretty big event where thousands of people would come in. People would fly in with their planes, helicopters, and it's interesting because that's the true Bob.
Yeah,
doing that, and they would do this at Dry Lake, outside of Las Vegas, in the middle of the desert in Nevada. And when we shot with the DeLorean time machine for the movie, there's a scene. Yep, you'll see that. We went out there. Bob came out. Well, we went out. All of us, my whole team, the whole production team, our equipment. We rented an RV. We had the DeLorean time machine brought out there. We had
a wild thing to say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, from Back to the Future.
Yeah, we had the time machine.
Yeah, right. We had the guy who owned the car out there. We had a Jeep and a 4x4, tons of equipment. We brought explosives out there, and we spent 2 days filming in the middle of the desert with Bob Lazar. Dude. And to this day, Bob says, I'll let him say it. I will say it's probably some of the best memories of my life. This is an actual piece of one of the bombs that we blew up there. And this was sent to me by Chris Sanford, the owner of the DeLorean in Las Vegas. And this piece here on the car, he had to replace it, and it's this. Wow. So he goes, I was going to throw it in the trash, but he goes, why don't I just send that to you so that you do something with it?
Cool.
So that was part of the original car that I don't know what I'm going to do with, but I'm going to do something with that. We just got back from Vegas, and I had everybody sign it.
Oh, cool.
So I have like George Knapp,
Bob, George,
Jeremy. I think that's Jeremy. And then there's Gene Huff, myself. There's Chris. That's Chris, my Chris here. And that was like in November in Las Vegas.
Cool.
Everybody signed it, and I thought, why not?
Yeah.
It's the warning sign.
This is your little Area 51 shrine.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
We went out there. It was cool. We even got some dirt from Area 51. This is literally, we got it shipped. The fun we had was insane.
Like kids.
Yeah, like kids. It was like and Mario Santa Cruz came out there. Mario's a longtime friend of Bob Lazar who used to go to, he was at the first Desert Blast. Mario was out there and started getting teary-eyed because he said, this is exactly what we used to have back then.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't believe you were able to make us live this again. And Bob was like out. I remember he was further out just on his own doing something, and his wife came up to me, Joy came up to me, she goes, "Look at my honey." She goes, "He's home." And Bob was like lit up. He missed being out there. Yeah.
That's his true calling is propulsion.
Oh,
is,
yeah.
Is anything that blows up.
Absolutely.
So you've got pyrotechnicians competing against each other to see who can impress, everybody. So it's quite a collection of everything.
12 years ago, physicist Bob Lazar decided that he wanted to blow things up without getting arrested for it.
We actually talked about he's talked about possibly doing a on invitation only one Desert Blast event.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah, there. So if ever that happens, I'll let you know. 'Cause
Send me a
that'll be
ticket.
one
I'll be there.
hell of an experience.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine.
Getting an invitation to Desert Blast is a really difficult thing, and we purposely make it that way. We're very selective on who we allow to come, and by doing that, we really weed out all of the bad, any of the bad influence you might see at any party of this size. Blink your eyes, we're here and gone, and that's it.
It's so nice to see these pictures because I think this, and you're showing a side of Bob in this movie that people aren't used to seeing. Now, we had a bit of a conversation before this about how parasocial relationships work. I've had my fair share of, fandom and people, the love, the hate, all the things.
All that, yeah.
And, people often forget that the